Thank you so much for everyone for being here. It's unbelievable to see all of the amazing brands, names. We had Manchester United talking. And so today, I'm very lucky to have a very good friend and a journalist, and I believe she's now a congresswoman. And so Gillian Godsill is going to be our moderator of the day, and please give a big warm welcome to Gillian.
Wow, thank you very much. I love this conference. It's the best conference to be at, as you know, those of you who are here, the best people, the best talks, the best panels, and I'm so glad to be up here today. We're missing one lady who's, actually, she's been taken off the list, Gillian, who's very sad from, not very sad, but she's very sadly sick from Gemini. She had an ear infection and couldn't get it, so she sends her apologies. Amazing lady, though. We'll catch her the next time. But today we're going to have, the title of this panel is called DeFi and Traditional Banking, Convergence or Collision. I'm going to call it Fight Club. I'm going to invite the Fight Club members to come up. So there's Simon, Lex, and Jonathan. You'd like to come to the stage, please. I'm going to stand, so you go. I think I'm going to stand because I feel I have more authority standing. So, this is really cool. We're doing our best to get more women on the panels. Gillian would have been here, as I say, so I'm very sorry my namesake is not here. But can I ask our three esteemed panelists to introduce themselves? Simon, I'll start with you, please.
Yeah, sure. I'm Simon Jones. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer at Banks. For those who don't know us, we're market leader in custodial and non-custodial crypto payments. So we work with people like Ledger, 1inch, MetaMask. You might have seen the world's first non-custodial debit card recently in terms of direct spend from self-custody. So I lead product marketing alongside one of my colleagues who's filming at the moment, and the sales and partnership side of the business.
So Lex, would you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, everybody. My name is Lex. I'm a managing partner and co-founder of Generative Ventures, which is a fund focused on the intersection of Web3, fintech, and artificial intelligence. Previously, I was the chief economist at Consensus, where I spent 4 years chasing ghosts and NFTs and all the rest. And
before Jonathan goes in, Lex has a doppelganger here as a prize if you can figure out who the doppelganger is at the conference. Anyway, I'll give a prize to someone who figures that out. Anyway, Jonathan, please.
Yeah, I'm Jonathan, one of the co-founders at Nordark. We're a banking platform for crypto companies where we offer dedicated IBAN accounts, so fiat accounts, crypto trading directly from the fiat accounts, but also custody, staking, and lending and borrowing solutions.
Cool. So the title of this panel is DeFi and Traditional Banking. Never the same should be in your mouth at the same time, I don't think. But I'm going to, before I say, is it convergence or is it collision, do we want it to come together? Simon, I mean, do we want TradFi and DeFi to be in the same bed?
I've long advocated for non-custodial neobanking, right? I actually think that the principle of centralized custody is irrelevant and should be consigned to history in terms of as a concept. Now, a year ago, I was writing blog posts about how Web3 takes over fintech. And that naturally is what should happen. It should be driven by consumer, it should be driven by choice, it should be driven by quality of product. Unfortunately, what we're seeing at the moment is this kind of regulatory hurdle and barrier that's being put up to self-custody, where effectively a lot of regulators saying, hey, we don't like self-custody, we're going to block it. And it's illogical. It's the same as trying to say you can't keep money under your bed. But unfortunately, that's what we're seeing. So it should be convergence, but in my view, it will be collision. It'll be one of those things where you see these kind of tectonic shifts in user bases, and then by the end of it all, people suddenly go, oh, the thing we didn't want to happen happened. And we've actually put a whole chunk of the world offside from the system that we're trying to protect. So in my mind, it'll be both.
We're not going to stay in the fence, though, in this panel. Jonathan, what do you think? Do you think it's going to end up in a big fist fight, or is it going to happen? I mean, people talk about it the whole time, but will it happen?
I think it's a collision for sure. I would say would change perhaps in 10, 15 years, but I think we have much larger problems at the moment. Just where we are standing, it's just getting access to traditional banking rails at the moment. I think the banks they don't really have the competence at the moment to even venture into DeFi. I mean, the current stage is that you need to go through sort of prime brokerage solutions to even get access to DeFi products if you're an institutional customer. So I think collision.
Okay. And Lex, you were saying that prior to your current endeavor, you were economist with Consensus for 4 years. You're looking at these things all the time. What's your feeling for what's happening in the marketplace now?
I'm blinded by information. It hurts. So I'll just disagree with you for you know, out of principle. And I don't know what you said. I just disagree with it. You know, so I think, what's that?
Joe Biden.
Yeah.
No side whispers.
Harsh. So I think the non-custodial world is fantastic and amazing, and I'm a huge supporter of it. And I think what's important isn't for one side to win and for the other side to lose, but rather for the option to be created. This is just a trade-off. So the custodial model is super convenient and lovely. I don't want to deal with my finances because they're complicated. I don't want to deal with security. I don't want to deal with figuring out how to invest things. You take it, you do it for me, give me a smiley face at the end of every month, and I feel good. And that's a fantastic user proposition, and it is a profoundly better user proposition than here's the headache of figuring out how financial engineering works, and then once in a while somebody steals all your money, which is kind of the core value proposition of Web3 today. No, there's like no response from the crowd. It's like everyone's super tense. Thank you.
Maybe we ask the crowd, who has lost money in Web3? Tokens. Okay, so half the audience.
Yeah, so let's do it. Who here has used DeFi? Great. How many of you have been phished? There we go. How many of you have been rugged? How many of you bought NFTs? That's your own fault, shouldn't you? Okay, so I'm still in the middle of a rant, right? So custody does have a place, which is somebody just figures it out for you. Yes, you can do MPC and safe and blah, 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 but end of the day, it is nice to give it to somebody else to deal with for you. It's nice to be able to, on your credit card, say, no, I don't want to pay that, give the money back to me, or I forgot my password, please reset it for me, or I have feelings, talk to me on the phone about my feelings about money. That's nice, but the thing is, when you do that, what you do is you create a principal agent problem, which is your money is not in your wallet, you don't control it anymore, it goes into a box, and then there's this relationship. And this relationship is actually what, in my view, all of the regulation is about, because your agent ends up doing the bad things all the time, right? So in the case of Sam Bankman-Fried, his big thing wasn't crypto, his big thing was taking people's money and using it for his own sake. And that's the case with all the failures in traditional financial services. Is you've got these principal agent problems where somebody is like, hey, what if I just dip into the customer funds, or what if I just buy a bunch of treasuries and not mark them to market when the market goes down and my bank blows up, and so on and so forth. So by the nature of that delegation, you end up with the principal agent problem and regulation as a response. And thank God we have DeFi as a reaction to that. So the reaction is you don't have to delegate, you don't have to engage with that whole apparatus of somebody doing it for you, even though it's nice. And here's where I agree with you. I think having the option of DeFi in the same way that having the option of Linux, whether for your own insane personal, server farm, or for Google's Android deployment across billions and billions of people, having that option is extremely powerful and I think much more profound than just delegating to other people.
So you're saying choice. Jonathan, but I'll let you get in a minute, Simon, but Jonathan, would you agree with that summation? It's the relationship, not the technology?
Yeah, I didn't really thought we were allowed to be sort of in between, but yeah, I agree. I think there's a lot of good use cases in DeFi. More on I guess for retail customers, it makes sense to just adapt the DeFi and sort of combine them too, but I'm more focused on the institutional side and seeing how they can get access and if it's convergence or collision.
I mean, I agree with what Lex was saying, because when I first got into this space, given my extreme age and all the rest of it, I got into the space in 2017, and I just could not understand how on earth can I figure this out, the whole concept of money, and then all these keys and trying to figure stuff out. It is very, very confusing. So is it our fault, I say our because now I'm in the industry, that it's not simpler? I mean, should we have it much simpler and then people have choices? What do you think, Simon?
Look, I mean, the next generation of product has to be much better than the products we've had today, right? They're not accessible, they're not usable. They wouldn't pass the, would you set your mum up on this test, right? Which is always my benchmark. Anytime anything arrives at Christmas, I make sure to leave on Boxing Day if it's electronic, right? And I wouldn't want to, set my arm up on a DeFi wallet. But that doesn't mean that the next generation of product can't be better. And to pick up on something Lex said, you talk about principal agent, right? And you talk about something like Sam Bankman-Fried. I mean, that's just shadow banking, right? It's not really crypto. It was, hey, stick everything on this exchange over here, and maybe we'll let you play with it if we feel like it. So I think when you look at the next generation of product creators, you have to say, well, fundamentally, how do you create the consumer benefit? Now, when you look at the kind of guardrails that have been put up now, and for example, if you look at somewhere like America, it's a great example, right? Every single facet of their system is designed to effectively enforce the power of the banking world, right? So if you don't have a bank account, for example, your credit score will be horrific. If you don't have a good credit score, you will struggle to get basic access to things like utilities, telephones, et cetera, right? And the reality of it is there's no reason why you need to do that. You can apply technology to that problem to be transparent. So this idea that my only choice today, if I want access, if I want the ability to go and spend in the real world, is that I have to give my money to a bank and then politely ask them to take it back. To me, that's a concept that should be obsolete. And I think that when you look at, this space, we have not been great at consumer. But that doesn't mean that in the next generation of products, we don't get better. And you look at things like passkeys, for example, which I think are a fantastic example of something where you can actually fix Web 2. Because one of the huge design flaws of Web 2 was they didn't put passkeys into browsers. And you say, well, if you simplify that, there's no reason why you can't start to truncate a passkey in the way that you have a password to log in now. There's no reason why you can't use your wallet as a signer, right? One of the products that we're actually creating at the moment with a certain wallet, I shall remain nameless, but you might have heard of it, Lex, is actually the ability
I don't know what you're talking about.
is actually the ability...
Coinbase.
That one, yeah. Is actually the ability to sign a transaction using the chip on your debit card, right? And when you start to look at that evolution, you start to look at where we're at, you're right. Now, going back to Lex's point, which is to say, okay, somebody else figures this out for me. And that's true. But the figuring out should be done at the technology level. It shouldn't be done by a product team sat somewhere in Stamford, Connecticut, or Canary Wharf. And you look at some of the trends that are coming in now, you look at things like programmatic yield, for example, where you can just earn passive yield by holding a stablecoin. These types of things, actually, if you start to put them together with better on-ramps and better off-ramps, you actually create an environment where the benefit is converged to the user. And how I see DeFi generally at the moment is a little bit like Uber, right? So if you look at the history of Uber, it's analogous because a lot of people tried to ban Uber. The French did, right? The French try and ban everything generally that's quite good. And then Uber just turned around and said, well, look, actually, all we're doing is we're connecting peer-to-peer. We're connecting driver to user. They made driver register as a business to get on the platform. You request a ride, they connect you. Same principle of sticking your arm out, except it's the digital version. And what they found was that actually, it was almost impossible to ban it because the legislation was so far behind. And that's where I think we are in this market now. You've got this digitalization principle that's come through. You have got consumer protection, which is absolutely right, which is trying to stop bad actors. But at the same time, bad actors exist everywhere. And whilst people talk about, have you been phished, have you bought an NFT, which we'll exclude that one for a second. If you actually look at the statistics on fraud rates, actually they're not that different to TradFi. If you look at the amount of people who get app scammed on their bank accounts, you look at the number of things like that, and actually, sure, fair enough, you have got that protection. But the point is, when we think about these things, there's no reason why you can't have that protection. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to insure your wallet. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to insure your transactions. It's just the fact that we're at an early stage of the development, the evolution of the space.
Okay, so what you're saying is that, an interesting point you're bringing across is that we should do better in Web3, we provide protection, better ease of use and user experience. But I guess that doesn't take into account TradFi. TradFi doesn't really want DeFi. So what is TradFi doing, or how can we stop TradFi in the form of Gary Gensler? We're the Gary Gensler fan club here. How can we, like America seems to be going to pot when it comes to crypto, how can we stop that happening perhaps in the EU or in Britain?
So what I like about your analogy is that Uber is a famous example of a decentralized company.
Exactly.
Yeah. Again, nobody laughing. Yeah, you got it. Okay, thank you. That's all I just need one, and then I can sort of just linger on it until everyone else finds it uncomfortable and then laughs nervously.
Is it the same as your
Tinder
stats?
What's that?
Same as your Tinder stats, yeah?
Oof. That's harsh and very personal.
Sorry.
Lead on.
Okay, so this is a non-joke. In our venture, on the venture side, we are seeing fintechs. So fintechs are the distribution arm of traditional finance in a simple way, right? They control mobile distribution, or they control online distribution. They sell traditional financial products under a regulatory regime. That's the nice way to put it. The mean way to put it is they put Scotch tape on the old thing to try and make it work in a digital age. And so it's been a long and frustrating time to get fintechs to come into our industry, and that is finally happening, right? So if you look at, have I been, can you hear me? Is that
I
okay?
can now, and you look this way.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Okay.
You have to look at me, sorry. I apologize.
You're just like Uber. So Revolut launching their own stablecoins. Robinhood, I think, is looking at launching their own stablecoins. Visa coming out with sort of a integration network hyperstructure for stablecoins, expecting a world where there's going to be lots and lots of issuers. And I think right now we're actually, I mean, the DeFi stuff I think is quite mature, but the stablecoin bit is the part that's breaking out from being Web3 on-chain native only to being a consumer level product. We're actually seeing that. So Tether's enormous profitability, something like $5 billion per quarter, or maybe 2 quarters, something like that, is an enormous revenue pool that people are going after, especially with rates still being quite high. The other data point on the fintech or TradFi side is that the attempt to Scotch tape together all of the infrastructure is in many ways failing. So, you know, in the UK and in Europe, you've got open banking and so on. The adoption of that has been, let's call it incremental. You're my audience. You're my audience of one. I love it. And then in the US, you've had the blow up of Synapse, which is an embedded finance layer that was meant to connect to all the banks and then build a platform, a single ledger for fintech distribution footprints to go out to the consumer. And that has blown up and taken with it about $100 million. That is just poof, gone. And so this is in bankruptcy. It's a huge scandal. And, you know, and people are realizing that having the core value proposition of on-chain money, which is the money is there and everybody knows where it is and it's transparent, is actually really, really valuable and profound. So I do think, and I'm seeing a lot of companies getting started in this space. So I think over the next, you know, 1 to 3 years, we're going to be inundated with the stablecoin neobanks. And then the large neobanks and robo-advisors that are already in place are bringing to market these stablecoin first products. And once you have that, you know, you're training people to have access to money on chain. And once you have that, then you're going to get them playing around with DeFi and financial engineering. So that's the sequencing I see.
Okay, I know Simon wants to get in here, but I want to just go to Jonathan first. Do you want to respond to that? Because I know Simon has got stuff to say.
Yeah, I think I agree with Lex. Like as I mentioned, like all the fintechs, they are like the one first starting the movement, sort of. And then on top of that, I mean, I guess everyone thinks this as well, that a lot of consumers will be using DeFi without them even knowing it, for sure. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if Revolut started some sort of yield product and people don't really understand it's a yield-bearing DeFi product in the background. But also, no TradFi bank really wants to be the first one to issue the stablecoins. It will be more fintechs, and then perhaps one of them just grabs a banking license or.
And I know we were speaking earlier, again, talking about why TradFi is not moving into the space. You were saying you had this nice observation that TradFi, they hire people who are crypto-friendly or curious, whatever. They train them up. And what happens to those lovely people?
Yeah, so I've heard some cases, actually. Basically, just getting on board on a TradFi, they can't read Etherscan, right? They train some intern. It takes like 6 months to even understand Etherscan, sort of understand the source of wealth for the customer that's getting onboarded. And then once they actually learned Etherscan, actually went hardcore into crypto, they just will be going and join a startup in crypto. And I've seen that really happen.
That's one reason why TradFi is not getting into the DeFi space, because when they do train for the people, they go and leave because the TradFi is too
they can't really keep the talent.
No. Anyway, Simon, I know, Simon, you want to get in, because you've got a bee in your bonnet about stablecoins.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, Jonathan, you know, you're not wrong when you say that for people to actually embrace this technology, you have to realize they're not using it, right? And that's actually one of the things that I think, you know, in this sector we're super guilty of. We sit here and we talk about EVM standards, we talk about this other stuff, which you're talking to the 0.01% of the population when you do that.
Why, thank you.
Yeah, it might be a correlative to intelligence.
Yeah, I don't know that it's like a positive.
No, I agree.
0.01.
But I think when you also, you take that point and you say that why a bank's not embracing this, I mean, when does a turkey volunteer to go for Christmas, right? I mean, if you think about that transvergence and that convergence of wealth, you're talking about an industry at the moment where you're spending over $2 trillion a year just to make payments, right? But Lex is absolutely right when it comes to stablecoins, that is the way in which you get adoption. Because actually what stablecoins start to do is start to change concepts. And one of the things that I always say is, like, you look at something like a cross-border payment, right? At the moment, the best, easiest way to send it is SWIFT. And I want to turn SWIFT into the equivalent of sending a fax, right? I could send you a fax, but why would I? It's the least effective, least efficient way of sending it. I'm going to send you an email. Because most banking, as it is in terms of TradFi, really what they did was they didn't really digitalize it. They just moved an analog process onto a computer. They never changed it. So if you look at, for example, a card payment, it's 9 separate steps end to end to complete something that should be possible to do via a peer-to-peer API payment. You need the network that does the validation because that's the framework that has been built and exists, and that's the one that consumers trust. Now, we're starting to see this world at the moment where you're saying, well, look, actually within this world you can start to play. And people like Visa, they're trying, they have accepted Solana for settlement in USDC, they haven't moved their network over yet. The only people who've actually embraced on-chain spending directly is MasterCard. It's actually something that's quite annoying to me. I actually did the world's first end-to-end on-chain settled card payment a couple of years ago, but then CZ and Coinbase got charged by the SEC, so MasterCard pulled the press release. But these are the types of areas where you say, look, take it down to, I want to send money to someone in America. I can do it instantly, globally, and seamlessly. And the interesting thing then, when you extrapolate that concept out and you talk about all these different stablecoin issuers and stablecoin banks and various other things, is then you start to get into this secondary layer, which is to say, well, how do you do the FX? How do you do the conversion? And actually, a lot of the stablecoin world is really going to mirror TradFi in the sense that it's really just going to become a form of FX. How do I price it? How do I convert it? How do I receive it? How do I make it usable? And actually, that's one of the really interesting things that I'm seeing in TradFi is that the principles of pairs, i.e. how you swap something to something else, is definitely going to be emergent, right? But actually what you could swap becomes wider. And as you build out that infrastructure, you suddenly get to a world in which if you can price it, you can spend it, and that actually really starts to create a digital revolution in terms of monetary policy. And before I go full Nick Spanoff, so I'm going to hand back to you.
Okay. I'm just thinking, you guys are talking about how there should be a proliferation of stablecoins. How will that work? I mean, like, we know that there's a couple of major ones and there's more coming out. Does that end up, do we have lots of different currencies then in the stablecoins, and will they be priced differently against each other? Is that, so we end up, like, I quite like living in the Eurozone because when I travel in the Eurozone, it's very simple. I don't have to think about money or anything like that. Okay, sorry, that's the old-fashioned way of doing stuff, not thinking about money. But if we have loads and loads of stablecoins, is that going to end up in a nasty mess? Lex?
Long live the crypto dollar. I mean, I don't know that there's more about it, right? I think the projecting what we have out now, right? You could have 1,000 pairs, they all live on Curve, and then there's $1 trillion in there. I think it's the dollar. I think all the rest is not respected. Mm-hmm. There's no real market supply of the euro or the pound or the yen, regardless of the attempts to build it. Like there are the digital assets that support it, and there's, Monerium has been slogging uphill for 100 years trying to build, and nobody cares at all, unfortunately, except for in the cases maybe of institutional cash settlement, where they're, doing proofs of concepts for tokenized bonds, and they need somebody to do the pound-denominated or euro-denominated cash leg. But for crypto-native adoption, whether you like it or not, it's the crypto dollar, which is the stablecoin instrument. So there's two uses of a stablecoin. The first is capital markets, and the second is payments. So if you think about your brokerage account, when you sweep into cash, that's sitting in some sort of money market fund, and generally that's money at rest. When you have your bank account, you've got money at rest, but really you're spending it, and you've got a payment instrument. And you've got different regulatory regimes globally, and then within jurisdictions for deposits in the banking world, and then for investments and the brokerage world, the securities world, even though it's the same cash. So crypto collapses that. It collapses the distinction between, this is my money market fund, and these are my bank deposits, and this is my savings account, all of which is basically tantamount to the color of paper that your fax is sent on. I'm referencing what you said to build upon your earlier point.
That's way too pally, sorry. You're on a panel, you're not on a friendship panel.
My audience now.
This prices go up and down, but it's the friends you make.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, there we go. I completely lost the plot.
We'll go on to Jonathan. You're talking about the crypto dollar and the crypto collapses, all the different types of money that we might perceive.
Yeah.
So Jonathan, do you want to maybe respond to that? Or again, it's the title of this panel is, is it going to be a convergence or is it going to be a collision? Like, are we very arrogant in this space that we think we don't really care about TradFi? Is that what it is? Is that why we don't care we're going to do our own merry thing anyway?
Yeah, I think we're seeing like sort of the first problems now when Mika comes arrive as well. We're seeing Circle trying to be fully regulated, and then see Tether. They don't intend to get regulated in the European region. So I think
because Coinbase is delisting, isn't it?
Yeah, Coinbase is delisting USDT, right?
Micah.
And I would say let them compete for a while. I don't think it's a mess that we have several different issuers. And on your point as well, Monerium, they tried to bring Jira on chain. Hasn't really worked at all. So I think we will see with the largest issuer in a while, and then we're seeing new products come on, like yield-bearing stablecoins and so on. So I would say give it a few years, let Mika arrive, and then we'll take it from there.
One of the conversations I've been having recently is about confidential computing, and the notion that the reason why business can't get involved with crypto is that it needs confidential computing. Everything is transparent. We all know Vitalik's wallets and what he does with his money, well, the ones that are known. So is that part of the reason why TradFi isn't coming onto crypto, because of that transparency?
There's no reason why you have to do things on a public blockchain. I think that you see three core issues in terms of TradFi adoption within that space. So issue one, of course, is that most banking systems are effectively a form of closed loop. They might be a very large closed loop, but they're still a closed loop. So what that means is that you've got various market participants transacting. So if you're, for example, JP Morgan are building their own blockchain, as we all know, based on a version of Ethereum. But the big issue is you have to get multiple participants to act in unison, right? So what does that look like? Well, it looks like, you don't want to be the person who owns the world's first mobile phone trying to send a text message because you have no one to text, right? So that's the first issue. And big banks generally are not great just due to proximity, scale, everything else at building closed loops. But there's some good use cases around that. Nomura, for example, actually built a closed loop for settlement on a private blockchain between their different offices. They were moving money between the US and America on a private chain. That's the first point. I think the second point, though, is that when you start to look down into cryptographic encryption, for example, so you start to go and talk to someone like the FCA about homomorphic encryption. Good luck trying to explain that principle to them. I think the third point, though, of course, is that most TradFi institutions, they have a very traditional approach to procurement. They like mature technology, like technology that's proven. And I think realistically, there are very, very few blockchains that you'd actually say were genuinely proven technology. I think you could apply that concept to Ethereum, even though you could say there are some mistakes in the design of the original Ethereum chain. You could apply that to maybe one or two other chains. But actually, when you look at the relative volumes, when you're moving billions of transactions a day, as we sit here today, I'm not sure there's a single blockchain you'd want to put that through on a public blockchain because of stability, right? It would fall over. If you tried to put 1 billion transactions on Solana, or even 50,000 transactions on Solana, it will crash. So I think that it comes down to a mixture of factors, but I think privacy is not actually the biggest driver. I think the bigger driver is the fact that TradFi is so used to operating in a scheme, or cartel, if you want to call it that, where they all act in unison, they all communicate with each other through the same networks. If you start to deviate those networks, But actually, that's where the opportunity is for people in this room, that we can become the non-standard token creators on those networks, enable those institutions to talk to two different worlds.
Do you think then, another thought I'm just having now as I'm standing here listening to you guys, we're talking about TradFi and DeFi, but of course there's all the neobanks in the middle that are trying to do things there. You know, you talk about if you have a mobile phone, no one else's mobile phone, who are you going to text? Yourself? A bit sad. So, I mean, but these neobanks are huge and expanding tremendously, and they're kind of bridging that gap just a little bit. Is that maybe where the convergence is going to happen? Jonathan, what do you think about that? Is that reasonable?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we see several neobanks doing, for example, cross-border payments. Another reason, like, where customers might be using stablecoins and crypto in the background without even knowing it. So I think they're forefront for sure. We ourselves, we don't classify ourselves as a neobank. We try to sort of, it's like a meme, but bridge the gap between TradFi and crypto. So I think that's on the forefront. And I think we're seeing Revolut adding crypto each day, new crypto pairs and so on. So for sure.
Because I know my sister, I was staying with her recently last year in Dublin, and she's Revolut, and I said, buy some crypto, buy some Bitcoin. And she did. She bought $50 worth or euros worth of Bitcoin. And she's quite excited by it. So is that where she's a nurse, she's no interest in this space. Not that saying the nurses don't, but she's no interest in this space whatsoever. Is that, Lex, is that where we're going to go? Is that the convergence, the neobanks?
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to expand on that? Share your knowledge.
I
Is it too simplistic?
I don't want to beat a dead horse. In the sense that, yeah, of course, 100%, right? So the fintech distribution that these firms have established is now going to point at crypto-native products. You know, not necessarily at scale, but at some amount. But it's the same thing as like being excited about the Bitcoin ETF or the ETH ETF. It's like, amazing, wealth managers can finally sell a wrapper of digital native assets into an asset allocation, into a portfolio management system from 1985. We finally slayed the dragon. You know, it's the same thing with the neobank story. It's like these fantastic Web 2 fintech footprints. You know, how can they put a traditional wrapper around digital assets to make it easy for people who don't understand what's going on to buy it? So it's nice, but it's, I think, an intermediate step. And if we're going to go for analogies of highly monopolistic companies as decentralized alternatives, think about for example, the transition into the internet and the creation of Google when it still worked. You know, so what was the bigger opportunity, right? To build a search engine of the internet or to digitize all the books, right? So it's nice to digitize all the books. Fantastic. We can look at the PDF or get them on a Kindle or whatever you want. But the opportunity is not to get all the books on the Kindle, God bless Shakespeare. The opportunity is to build literally 1 trillion websites, right? And so the people who built 1 trillion websites and then figured out how to search that are far more, profoundly impactful than the people who digitized Shakespeare. Similarly, if you look at e-commerce, which is a comparable shift, you can have the opportunity to build, an internet native business model where you don't have physical footprints, you don't have stores, you just have websites and you buy traffic in an internet native way and you grow that thing to be a $3 trillion company, or in the case of Alibaba, right, doing the same thing and bringing people into the digital age through commerce. Or you can work in the digital transformation department of Walmart and make a really nice Walmart on the internet. Of course, if you look at the distribution of terrestrial retail, Walmart's there, but Kmart and PopMart and S-Mart and all the other ABC marts are dead. So what's the opportunity? Is it to try to build the Amazon or even like a little Shopify store, or is it to push uphill for a decade backwards to make Walmart have a nice website? And so for me, I think even though it is like such a grind and so difficult and so hard to be committed to Web3 in the current market and with the current noise and with the horrible, horrible people in our industry constantly grifting and scamming everybody, I am still far more interested in building the Amazon and the Google versus dragging the old stuff into the current century.
Okay, you're nodding away there. Simon, do you want to?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? So, I mean, I spent the best part of 10 years of my career working.
Did you work at Walmart?
No, I didn't pass the interview. But the interesting thing is,
It is personality-based.
exactly,
Yes.
a psychometric test. Yeah. Security will
You
escort.
got me on Tinder. Come on. Happily married, man. Why am I?
To be fair, he's probably more accurate as well. Yeah, the interesting thing about this will be I spent the best part of a decade working for one of the FANGs, as they were now known. And I think what was really interesting about DeFi is that when you look at the history of the world, you look at where things have come from, most of the monolithic corporations in the world of technology have either come out of China, like Alibaba, or America. And I think DeFi will be arguably the first space where you start to see the next generation of monolithic businesses in terms of revenue and scale actually coming out of emerging markets. I mean, there's 1.2 billion people in the world who don't have access to a basic range of financial services at the moment. And that's because ultimately people have determined in this kind of TradFi world that those users are not worth serving. And those users sit in generally places like Latin America and Africa. And I think when you start to see a transference of wealth, and then you start to say, well, hang on, we can actually give these users functionality because if they're on a mobile phone, we can give them access to a basic range of financial services. Suddenly it'll be one of those things where you start to see these companies emergent, where they come out of different parts of the world where we're not used to seeing these companies come from. And actually, at the end of it all, what they've worked out is they've applied technology to the problem. And that's actually, in my mind, by far and away the best use case for DeFi. It's plugging the gap. Because we all know that if you can find a gap, you can grow. And when you can do that, ultimately, the question is, how big is your scale challenge? And if your scale challenge is to say, well, I can reach 15%, 16% of the world's population with a product, why wouldn't you go that way?
So we've got the wrong people on the panel. You guys are very male, very white, not saying very stale, but we should maybe have people who are coming from emerging markets. And you're right, because I mean, the obvious, again, going to the mobile phone, people in developing countries didn't have a landline.
Yeah.
They went straight to mobile. So that's where the opportunity is, and solving problems. So do you think, we're coming close to the end of our panel here now, so do you think then that the solutions are going to come from need as opposed to, again, I said earlier, are we very arrogant in Web3? We're telling you what the world needs. So will need push it maybe more than our arrogance? I'll start with you, Simon, and it'll be your closing comment here now.
We're extremely arrogant in this space. Yeah, I mean, because ultimately a lot of it doesn't go down to the consumer. And to pick on what Lex said, there's a lot of people in our industry who really exploit the very worst of all kind, really. Yeah, they're exploiting people's fears, their hopes, they're shilling NFTs or scam coins or whatever, right?
I feel my whole life flashing before my eyes.
And that's where we need to stop. But ultimately, if we are to grow and we are to see this technology really become emergent, and it's doing really well, 12, 13 years in really to kind of adoption, far ahead of the curve for mobile phones. It didn't get adoption for almost 30 years really post, the first creation. But we've got to think differently. We've got to think about concepts, we've got to think about benefit, we've got to think about user, and ultimately we've got to think about where are the opportunity sets. And you wouldn't go and build Facebook today, you wouldn't go and build Uber today, it's been done. Right? But you could go and build the next generation non-custodial neobank, which gives the user the benefits they want in the place they want them.
And maybe decentralized, because I know with the Celsius debacle, I loved that whole narrative at the time when it was there. I believed it. And
Can I just tell you a really funny story about Celsius? Alex, the erstwhile CEO of Celsius, told me that they never liquidated customers because that made a bad consumer experience.
they never, what, sorry, say again?
They never liquidated customer loans because it resulted in a bad customer experience. So if you think about that from a borrowing and lending perspective,
Oh,
just think about that for a moment. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, so Jonathan, I'm going to ask you closing remarks now. So where are we? We haven't really had a fight on stage today. We've had a love-in between these two. So
Yeah, I feel we're a few years behind.
Maybe stop being so arrogant. Is that maybe what it is? Maybe build things that people need.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of arrogance in this space right now. Then I don't think that the next million of users will use Twitter the same way we do and can find all those shitty NFTs and so on and just take the high risk. So I think there sort of needs to be someone that bridges the gap. Could be a neobank, bring on the next million of users, giving them sort of safer alternatives in DeFi, just bridging, giving fiat rails to Aave or something like that.
Yeah, because I mean, I really don't want the TradFi to win. The banks took my home, confession. I'm not fond of the banks, and they did it in such a way that was so arrogant and meaningless, and not even commercial, which is crazy. So, Lex, you're going to get the last word here, I think. What can we build? Can we not be arrogant in Web3? Can we build something that's meaningful and that serves purpose and doesn't go to the moon? You know, is that possible? Are we capable of doing that? And so that TradFi just goes away?
I think we have already built something meaningful. I think the metrics across Web3 are better and higher than ever. So the ennui and financial nihilism that people have is either undeserved on the fundamentals or a reflection of what people want, which is for prices to go really high, rather than for things like, you know, how many millions of people are unbanked. You know, pick your poison. I think we're a little bit past the trove disillusionment. You know, we've had that ride down, and now it's sort of like a slow, salty grind up. And I don't see it getting worse, but I think we're past that initial sort of Cambrian explosion of anything's possible, and now we see what the things that are possible are, and they're being built and they're getting better. I think arrogance is a required and important thing for a founder. It is insane to spend time building anything. Your odds are horrible. You should quit. Keep working in Google or JP Morgan. You'll have a much better and safer life. And so only the completely insane, arrogant people are out there building things, and that's, you know, that's exactly how it should be. And then the last thing I'll say is that finance is the same, whether it's on Papyrus, Fax, core banking platforms, or DeFi. So, you know, end of the day, I don't think that we need to feel entitled to DeFi or decentralization or any of these things and say the prior generation got it wrong, because end of the day, the financial functions that we're talking about, payments, banking, lending, savings, investing, insurance, they've been the same for millennia, and you know, prior generations just had different tools. So I think we are in a common project, and I think that common project requires courage and commitment.
Thank you very much. So keep building, be arrogant maybe, and I think you're right, we have to founder need to be arrogant, but let's get real solutions. I'm taking that from this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this panel. If you'd raise your hands for our guests. Thank you.
How amazing was that panel, everybody? Please don't go away, because we have something very, very exciting coming up next. And just so we get everyone in the room, we hope that you're having an amazing time at Zebu Live. Thank you so much for being so attentive, for being so engaged. We hope that you're having a wonderful time. And don't forget that today is actually the closing party, so make sure to sign up for that. Hang out with your fellow speakers, meet your fellow attendees. It's going to be epic, as Zebu Live does every year. Now, our next panel is actually on Web3 marketing. We have spoken about capital. What do small communities have? They have energy. They have social capital. And big brands have, well, capital, money, period. So next up, we're going to hear from a number of amazing speakers who are going to share the strategies that they have amassed in the last number of years in the space. Here to moderate the panel is the one and only Eleanor Hudson. Please take the stage. Please, round of applause for Eleanor, everybody.
Hi everyone, I'm really excited to be here this morning and talking about something that's really important, which is distribution. How do you get your product in the hands of users? And marketing has a big role to play. So I'm really excited to be on the panel with 4 amazing marketers that I'm going to invite up to take their seats. So basically we've got Matthew from Kraken, Ben, who's the CEO of Alchemy, Emily, who's the CMO of Hype, and also Indy at Blockchain, so who's a head of marketing at Blockchain. So I'll allow you to take your seats, and then we'll probably start with an intro. I might also, oh, we've got a chair. Amazing. Okay. So
That's very cozy.
I think what would be amazing if you could all just give like a little intro on yourselves, your background, what you do, and also how big your teams are, your marketing teams as well.
Yeah. Shall I kick us off? Hi, I'm Indy. I'm the director of marketing at blockchain.com. I've been at blockchain.com for 4 years, but before that, I was really focused on fintech for B2C apps. So the biggest one of those was Monzo, which everyone loves to ask me about. But I also worked mostly in fintech startups. My team is really, really small. So I have Jess here today, who's fantastic. And then we have one other person full-time in marketing, which I think will be very different to what you're looking at.
I'm Matt, VP of Growth at Kraken, so run all of our growth team globally there. Team's about 35 or so people. Obviously, the marketing team, much bigger, probably close to 100. I've been at Kraken now for about 2 years. Prior to that, I was fully on-chain in the Web3 game studios, CMO over there, and spent, for my sins, best part of a decade in the B2B software space prior to that.
Hey everyone, my name is Emily. I'm the CMO of Hype. We're a full-service go-to-market crypto-native agency. There's about 90 of us. I've been in crypto marketing full-time for the last 3 years. Prior to that, have done a lot of performance marketing for e-commerce, SaaS. A lot of the clients we work with are ecosystems, infra, and protocols.
Hi, I'm Ben. I'm CEO and co-founder of Alchemy. Alchemy is a online digital marketplace that helps big brands find their audiences and websites, apps, TVs, generate revenue for doing so. We have, I think, 8 or 9 people in our marketing team, but then we also work with a lot of big brands to help them advertise. So we kind of sit on both sides of the fence. Like we get to see what big brands do and how they implement that really well, and we can take a lot of that into what we do as a business when we're trying to raise awareness about Alchemy in general.
Amazing. Thanks so much for the intros. I actually remembered I didn't really introduce myself as well, so I'll go last. I was too excited to introduce all of you. So I'm head of platform and ecosystem at Fabric Ventures. We're very much like an OG VC in the space, Web3 native, investing across like infrastructure, DeFi, Web3 AI, social, etc. And I really run the marketing team, but also post-investment portfolio support, partnerships, etc. So my first question today is really like, actually within the Web3 space, there's lots of different types of companies. So I'd love to dive deep in like, what are the different types of companies, pre-token, post-token, categories, etc. And should that actually dictate their marketing strategies? Who wants to take that?
I'd love to start on this one because Web3 marketing, I love diving into the nuance of Web3 just because marketing strategies absolutely differ. Even in Web2, there is consumer, there's retail, there's food and beverages, there's supplements, and so many other categories I'm missing. Specifically in Web3, infrastructure would be attracting a different audience in a consumer dApp or even a DeFi protocol. With ecosystems, it's B2B to C marketing, meaning we need to attract developers that are building apps that attract consumers. And then also with the stages, pre-token versus post-token is a completely different strategy. And I know a lot of these folks here can talk a lot about retention as well, so I'll hand it over.
Yeah, and I think like bolting on a little bit there as well, when we think about like Web3, I wouldn't necessarily say like a centralized exchange like Kraken or blockchain.com are like what I would class as Web3. And in Web3, even thinking about like what is a big brand, there's not that many big brands in Web3. In fact, probably 99.9 something% of projects in the space are still pre-product market fit, right? And it's like a lot of this is evolving and growing. So when you're thinking about growth, whether you are, like you say, Emily, like a consumer-facing app, whether you're targeting an institutional audience through on-chain tokenized assets or anything in between, like your entire go-to-market is completely different, and the way you think about growth and marketing is completely different.
Yeah, I think it's really dictated by most campaigns, like what are you actually trying to achieve, as opposed to like, to some degree there is like, who are you and what do you stand for, what's your mission, what's your values, but like that's just like generally your brand messaging. I think then you really have to think quite hard about like, what is it that I'm trying to do? Am I trying to get more people to use my dApp? Am I trying to get people to tell people about it? Am I trying to increase TVL, increase trading volume? Whatever it is, there will then be kind of specific strategies you can use with a key core kind of KPI in mind, and then deliver a strategy against that, as opposed to, I'm this kind of company, so I think I should be doing this. Like there'll be certain nuances to the type of people that start off in your community and like the team at Flight 3 talk about this a lot, but like building your first 100 super fans is probably the most important thing, because they will tell other people about it and they become advocates for your platform. Really then are the beginnings of what like drives brand loyalty, brand recognition for your particular company or project. So I think, yeah, it's really about what you're trying to achieve, figuring out how best you can achieve it, and then creating like a fully fledged strategy against that.
Yeah, I'd agree with a lot of that. I think like everyone's strategy should be bespoke to the company goals and KPIs, so that makes a lot of sense. So ultimately your marketing strategy is kind of different based on stage, category, what you're doing, what your KPIs are, etc. But what sort of like Web 2 marketing strategy should we actually bring across to Web 3, and like fundamental marketing should we bring across? I mean, Indy, you mentioned obviously Monzo. I'd love you to take that question. We'll start with that question.
I think a big thing that we've brought across, I think Web 2 companies, depending on whatever definition we're going with, do personalization incredibly well. They're really good custodians of data from a marketing perspective, and they're good at leveraging that data to serve personalized user experiences. And often I find smaller companies can do that really quickly, and blockchain.com taken a lot of that from Monzo and from smaller fintechs I've been at, where we take user data to serve good experiences to them, both from a marketing perspective, but inside the product. So blockchain.com does a lot on CRM activation, so emails, pushes, and in-app messages. Price alerts are a big thing in centralized exchanges, but being able to serve the right price alert to the right user at the right time to generate the KPIs that we talked about, so engaging users. I think that's my favorite thing to have brought across.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of people as well that are maybe in projects that are more on-chain, right? Probably sitting thinking, well, my users have an allergic reaction to the idea that their data is being stored by me. And actually, I don't even know how the hell I'm going to go and email most of these anonymous, like hashed wallet addresses. I think that's a huge challenge, right? Like centralized exchanges have, to a certain degree, the benefit of the fact that people have to go through KYC, right? We have to verify someone is there is a liveness check. This, for the lion's share, should be real people, and that's really challenging. Then you have on the on-chain side, just a ton of, anonymous wallets, and most of which, or at least a big chunk of them, you have to assume are bots as well, whether they're trading bots or just spam. So it's like really hard to siphon through a lot of this. And like the kind of last point I'll just make on this piece really is, when you kind of think about these two things together, it's like, what are the kind of things that you can pull over from Web 2 and Web 3? For a lot of companies looking to build in the space, whether it's DeFi or whether it's more like the TradFi rails bringing people in. For a lot of projects, there isn't a whole lot of kind of like effective demand out there. Most of it's latent. By that, I'm kind of saying, right, the majority of the demand that people could potentially have into your product, they either don't really understand that they need it, nor do they understand the technology or the reasons why, or there's a big technological, price, like geographic, licensing barrier to them even coming on board. So it's whether you're going to shift more towards, hey, do I actually just need to be talking about why crypto or why this specific technological category versus why my project? I think that's like an area where a ton of wastage can happen as well.
I'd love to add on to this, because I think tracking the user funnel and connecting Web 2 and Web 3 data is so powerful. And coming from the agency side and working with a lot of brands and projects and protocols that are really pro-decentralization, we've had to meet them in the middle of, sometimes they don't want to use Google Analytics or Amplitude or Apps Flyer, and these are tracking tools from the Web 2 world that could be really effective. And we'll try to settle in the middle of Matimo or PostHog, something that is more open source. The way we've mapped things out at Hype, and it varies, it's very bespoke, but you can track a lot of early funnel metrics with Web 2 native data. That could include social, that can include website views. Then you can actually track on-chain metrics, and you can connect all of this together. We used to use Tableau for this before Cookie 3, Safari, and some of these attribution tools have came out. And then one more thing I want to add on is about fundamental marketing. I think something that is so important in the space outside of the data tracking is positioning. And that is something that we always want to start with our clients. What is your market positioning? That will never change, but where it's difficult in Web3 is the space is so competitive. A lot of it is shipping constantly new features to a very small audience. So you need to have a very clear scope of where you are relative to your competitors. And I have noticed the positioning cycles change a lot faster, even than in early stage tech outside of crypto.
Yeah, I think everything you guys have just spoken about there takes time to do, you know, and I think that is one thing that people don't feel like they have a lot of in Web3. For exactly as you said, it's like, okay, if we change this feature slightly, we might get 10 more users, and we change that feature slightly, we might get 10 more, you know, like that happens a lot, and I think that some things that the biggest and best brands do, like I was on a panel here yesterday with James from Coca-Cola, that's a 138-year-old brand, like they do innovative marketing strategies. At the end of the day, it's a fizzy drink, right? And it's just remained relevant from using the right strategies, the right technology at the right time, but being careful and considered about when they do it. And maybe that is something that we try and do, is just like commit to a plan. A lot of what we have to do at Alchemy is just tell people about the infrastructure that supports the real-time buying and selling of ads. Like that is, I don't think it's dry, but can be quite dry and wordy, but just educating. The first step really is like, what is it that you do? And you just need to tell people what you do over and over and over and over again. And then when you feel like you're bored of saying it, they probably like, oh, I kind of get it now, you know? And I think that takes time. So like patience is really key. I think that is what big brands do well, is they're patient, the successful ones anyway. And I think that is something that Web3 in general could do a better job of. It's just being a little bit more patient. Now I understand there's some external factors, but patience is key.
No, I think all really good takeaways, and definitely brand building does take time, and also consistency, like just being consistent with your messaging and consistent with how you're messaging, what your tone of voice is, etc. I think, on that point, so if you're building a brand, how much should you focus on like guerrilla marketing or like hype or token launches versus actually just community building? I mean, do you want to take that one?
I will, and then I'm sure Emily's going to have a load to say on this. So my first piece around this more specifically, and I don't want to keep like banging the desk about this, but understanding whether you're at or on the road to product market fit is incredibly important before you start throwing a ton of dollars at the wall, right? And I think like building a community, irrespective, is a pathway and a gateway to helping unlock and understand that. Building a load of hype, right? It's kind of like kickstarting the engine. You still got to put it in gear, still got to accelerate, and more importantly, you need to know how to drive, right? You don't have those loud pieces. You kind of just got a motor running right now, and it's just burning fuel. So I think thinking about this before you're diving in, people look at like some of the bigger brands that do huge activations, events in Web3, right? Let's take like Yuga as a great example of this, probably the poster child for this. And then you look at the likes of us, right? On the centralized exchange side of things, Formula One sponsorships, like sponsoring football teams. This is about like, how do we increase our TAM and reach? But we have very clear product market fit. So it makes sense to do a lot of this stuff. I know, Emily, you'll be like ready to talk about like the mechanics. I think you're better placed to.
I was telling Matt right before this, sometimes I really miss and I'm jealous that they have a measurable CAC and LTV.
Be careful what you wish for.
At Hype, we've done a lot of TGE, mainnet, devnet type of marketing, testnet marketing, and I have a lot of thoughts on this, but I'll keep it short and simple. Ultimately, what you said, actually, I'll echo, like finding your 100 first superfans. And it does take capital and patience as well, which I don't think it's a secret out here, but some of these projects don't get a lot of pressure and they don't have that time. But the more you can talk to your users, which is why you are seeing tactically a lot of founders connecting on X, connecting on socials, humanizing the brand to build that community and build that audience, that is a tactic to lead up to TGE event. So I think it's not one or the other. I think community is part of TGE. And granted, you will see a lot of mercenary capital with some of these campaigns. But the way you do strategy and the way you think about it is really, how do we build a product people want to use? And that comes from the comm strategy, selling the purpose, and making sure you're talking to real potential users.
How do you unravel those though? Like the TGE piece, where it's just like, when am I going to get a token to dump? And building an actual community, because it's like the struggle is real. Like you go into most Discord channels and it's kind of like, you know, the lunatics are running the asylum sometimes in there, and it gets really difficult to figure out who is actually the user of this and who is waiting for the TGE exclusively.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I think has come out of that as well is like ultimately if you're a big brand, guerrilla marketing and actually like building hype makes a lot of sense ultimately because you just want to grow.
Yeah.
If you're a smaller company, like really you just want to find product market fit and find your initial users, which means like community is really at the heart. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding. I'm very passionate about community building and really think like community is peer-to-peer knowledge exchange, or like actually when you add value to people and then they give back. I think I'd love to understand like perhaps examples of communities that you've built or how you engaged your initial sort of 100 users as such, and maybe some tactics that the audience could use.
I think one thing I've done at previous firms is we focused hyper-local. So we decided we wanted to get every developer in Shoreditch to use our product. And instead of looking at a really big area, we're like, okay, where do these people hang out? What are they doing? How do we make sure we're in their pocket? And then we kind of like rolled that out bigger and bigger, and you build a little wheel that way. One thing you did talk about is when you're a bigger brand and you have a bit more money and you can track things, you can do these guerrilla activities. I have found in this space, blockchain.com is working very closely with regulators a lot of the time. I come up with what I think are fantastic guerrilla marketing campaigns that are really low cost, and the compliance team are like, we are in talks with the French regulators. Please don't go and do that in Paris. Yeah. I'm like, oh, this would be really good. And I think there's a balance that way that I'm not sure how much you guys touch on it, but keeping the compliance team happy and doing, I think if you're maybe a smaller company or in a slightly different area of Web3, you have more of a luxury to do.
I think if the compliance team aren't sweating, you're not doing your job, right? I think that's like the general state that we live in.
Mm. Yeah, our general counsel's in the audience, and be careful what I say. I think I'll speak just to Alchemy. I think the hook we had is that everyone that ever came across us has been on the internet and seen an ad. So like there was some exposure to a degree, and then there are similarities between the way in which they might buy and sell crypto on Kraken to the way in which that we buy and sell ads to people, right? So like trying to draw parallels from what people understood and then just explain it in a similar way so they understand what exactly that we do and the problems that we're solving. And that has been, we've been doing that for 3.5 years, and there's now, quite proud to say, like the conversations that you see in our Telegram and our Discord are around people understanding how it's not good that Google have been doing what they've been doing, and it's why they're in trouble, that they're in court, and it's why decentralizing digital advertising will allow for more transparency to allow people, like Kraken's a good example, to get more value from the media they buy online, or publishers can generate more revenue, and then that has just really just been patience and saying the same thing all over again, getting people that do it day to day. Like we had a podcast that used to have tens of listeners, and I'm glad to say it's slightly more than that now. So I'm not just talking to myself, but people that have that challenge spoke to us about it, grounds it in like, okay, that's a brand I recognize, they have that problem, I understand something already. It kind of adds that color to how they understand it, and that is just, we'll continue doing it every day, but has been a slow process. But I think, you've got to do it.
I think that's great. When you bring together people over like a mutual passion or something that they actually care about, then you start sort of having something in common, and you can kind of go from there. I think one of the wonderful things about like blockchain technology, or like even DAOs, as much as, do they work, do they not, this conversation continues, but Web3 thinks about governance more than Web2 does, or anyone else does. And so like from an incentive side, or like the tokenomics piece, I think we need to pull that in. Like what do you think about like incentives in Web3? Emily, I'm looking at you because I can imagine clients come to you with that question. So yeah.
This is related to the question we just went over, right? And I wanted to actually riff off what you said of community is when people are co-creating and contributing.
Yeah.
And it could be contributing through referrals, talking about it with friends, or adding to the purpose and spreading the purpose. Yeah. But that does come from having a very clear positioning of why should your brand or project exist, and ensuring that these people that you're finding are co-creating and co-building it with you. Specifically on how you differentiate community versus mercenary capital, I definitely think my answer right now is it's changing, because Uniswap had I think they kind of set the stage for airdrops that no one expected it. It was a surprise. And 3 years later, people are purposely doing things for a set incentive versus doing things because it's fun, because they love the brand, or because they love the community. So when you're thinking about community, you need to think about the values that you want to instill. And that's where you make that differentiation between gamification and incentive structures.
And I think like there was a few things that have been like talked about. I think you mentioned about, you're going to focus hyper-local on 100 developers in Shoreditch. I think in crypto, one thing that's always interesting that when you look at pretty much any company that's building an audience in the space and ultimately trying to build a community, nearly every business in crypto is a marketplace business, whether that be about the supply and demand of driving liquidity into a lending protocol, whether that be a consumer gaming app where you need like player liquidity for other players to come in and also experience that with them, whether it be online social where you need users on one side that are posting and sharing content to consuming the content. Everything is a marketplace. And when you look at like the community side of thing and how incentives wrap into this, you got to think about, okay, like what is it that gets this kind of like flywheel going for either boosting the demand on one side or the other to effectively get these growing in a nice balance. And you start with like this small tribe, right? And you build out to like the village, to the town, to the city, and eventually, you're an entire kind of country size. Not many projects are at that level. But incentives play a really important short-term role. And they can take you from the tribe to the town. But you've got to understand that when the incentives are gone, it is very quickly for, there to be everything go up in flames after that. This is a kickstart for something. You need people to come in and start lending on your protocol. Well, you need there to be liquidity on there to do that. Can you incentivize that to kickstart it, drive enough so that people are building a habit and getting to use the product on the demand side of this? And then eventually, you have enough people that are lending. It means more people are going to want to come in and supply capital on the other side, and this kind of takes over until you reach escape velocity. It's a delicate balance, but the incentives are not going to drive you to product market fit. It's, that needs to be there in the beginning.
Yeah.
Was there anything else anyone wants to add to that? No. In that case, I guess we've sort of spoken about, so we spoke about fundamentals from Web 2 that we could bring into Web 3. But obviously we can't ignore the fact that like people in Web3 just hang out in different like forums and spaces, whether that like be Telegram or Discord, etc. So, I mean, I'd love to sort of ask the question, what are the different ways to actually reach Web3 users and those first 100 users, or how can you get your brand out there in the right places to the right people? Wallet addresses, I know, Ben, you on the prep call, you were keen to also, this is an area that you wanted to...
Yeah, I think there's, identifiers have been great for marketers. So like you had cookies, still have cookies, you had device IDs for a long time, and now you have this new one, which is a wallet. And there's some really great companies, I think you mentioned them, Cookie 3 and Safari, that's like, in my mind, it feels like the beginnings of when the internet kicked off and you had like Google Analytics that came to you and said, do you want to understand the people that have been on your website? You're like, yeah, I do. And then like, how do you want to start monetizing that audience? Or how do you want to find that audience elsewhere on the web? And I think that is something that will certainly become very interesting. Now, there is challenges. Are those wallets real? Is someone going to use a wallet that has valuable information in it? If it's like you're looking for people with a lot of crypto, like someone that could be high value to you. So there's certainly challenges with actually how operationally that would roll out. But to me, it like kind of rhymes with internet, desktop computers and then mobile devices. And now you have like this crypto wallet that's a really cool identifier that as soon as it becomes more ubiquitous, almost certainly will be used, in my opinion, as the new identifier online to help you find the beginnings of your audience or find your audience at scale or move your audience through a funnel, like that. To me, I don't see anything else. And I mean, in ad tech, this is a big deal. Like cookies have been talked about disappearing for a long time. And this is a $600 billion industry that bases a ton of what it does on, do we know the last websites that you went on in the last 30 days? Or do we think that you are a male that lives in North London and might be interested in Adidas, like that underpins a lot of the way that brands and media agencies report back to them in terms of the performance of particular ad campaigns and KPIs they're looking for, like underpins what happens online. And this, to me, like a wallet as an ID is a really nice B2C metric that has a unique identifier that can be used by businesses at scale to find new audiences. So that is one thing that kind of happened by accident, I guess, but will be a big use case as it becomes more ubiquitous.
I will say for channels, specifically with the projects we work with right now, so this year we've done a lot of restaking protocols, DeFi protocols. The main forum, I would still say, is X. This can change at any time. There are some sub-channels, so very similar to Web2 marketing. I did a lot of performance ads. Usually you start with one main channel, you get to a certain CPA, it stabilizes, and then you put experimental budget on other channels. So with the current projects we work on, and what I define as Web3 or crypto native, X would be the main audience or the main channel, and then you can test things on Farcaster, on Lens, on Reddit. Yeah. There's also a new tactic I'm seeing of short form videos on TikTok, Instagram. There's also some SocialFi apps, but that's currently what I'm seeing right now. It could change. So it does come down to channel distribution, and what you decide as channels is part of your marketing strategy. And I think it echoes what everyone here was saying of positioning, KPIs, and then think about where your audience is.
And I imagine you do quite a lot on the partnership side as well. Like, I think about restaking, especially Web3 and crypto, composability is pretty much like the #1 thing that gets touted across everything in crypto. If you're trying to tap in and go through the cold start problem of building an audience, the most friction-free, logical first place is to tap into an existing audience through simple partnerships. And I think you look at, especially in DeFi, this is great because say you're launching like there has been a lot of like a wrapped BTC competitor, right? Like you can go in and build a derivative of that with like restaking protocols, and you're effectively funneling incentives to other partners versus users, but now able to tap in and do co-marketing. This is like compounding effect that gets people through the door.
Yeah, I can see you nodding.
I'm just agreeing. Partnerships have been a huge addition for us. There's one thing I'm a little bit unsure of is if you go and partner with other DeFi protocols, do you bounce around like the crypto space? Like everyone here is excited to hear what you're talking about. I spend a lot of time thinking about, it's really easy to tell people who are already in this space what we're doing and find they're excited, but how do you bring that further out?
Yeah. I think that's like building the tribe, and I think it is the TAM for that kind of part of your stage is actually pretty small. Like it's easy to forget when you're working so in the weeds of this space for so long, the TAM is still very, very small. It's very small. It's expanded quite substantially, especially on the institutional side through this past year, but it is still very small. And I think if you want to kind of like build the nucleus and get from that cold start 0 to 1, that is the best, at least in my opinion, best starting point, and you combining all of the channels. Is that going to be what gets you to like escape velocity? No way. Like, the TAM has to grow with you. You start building, and obviously that sometimes means alienating that initial tribe, but you grow from there.
Yeah. I love that. It's like as a group, we're marketing the industry and the space, and we can compete down here.
And then bring people in. Yeah. I think at this point, I really want to open up questions to the audience and incorporate, if anyone has any questions to actually ask, here's your time. Anyone? If not, I can ask another question. Yes.
I have one question. So building a product that targets web customers.
Oh, sorry, we're going to wait for a mic. Here we go.
Hi, yeah. Thanks for the panel. It was really informative. So the question I have is really, I'm building a Web3 product for Web2 customers.
Yeah.
And then the challenge is that when I'm trying to explain what I built for Web3, it's like, got it. Buying it. For Web2 users, like, do you have like 1 hour to sit in me in the room and like spend it on 1 hour with me, and I will explain things to you, and then maybe you'll get it?
Yeah.
How do you get around that? Because obviously Web2 market is way, way bigger than Web3. I didn't want to build for Web3 because it's just like small market, but go to Web2 seems like super challenging.
Yeah.
What's your just like maybe insights on that? Is it too early for that right now, or like what's the way to go?
Can you hit us with your elevator pitch?
Ooh.
So elevator pitch is, I'm a wrapper around DeFi protocols. So I'm using a business savings account. We're using your pounds directly. So it's like neobanks but the yield is like your LP on DAX. And I'm just sucking the DAX for you. That's what I do.
Cool. I think it kind of comes back to like jobs to be done, right? Like these are two distinct audiences at very different stages in like the consideration process. The Web3 customers are going to be like, you know, I get it. It's like on-chain savings account, like 100%. You don't need to go into like all the crazy detail. I actually care way more about like the efficiency of this, maybe fee structure, how it integrates with like some of the other stuff that we're doing on-chain. I imagine for the Web2, like, or like traditional businesses, they're like, how do I on-ramp and off-ramp? How do I like turn, like, what's the catch here? What's the security risks, which come up probably like endlessly, and you have to get into the details of like explaining blockchain technology versus your technology. And I think this kind of comes into, I think one of the things I mentioned really early on is like, at this stage, for some of your customers, are you selling your product right now, or are you selling crypto, right? And I think it's like bringing people on that journey and just accepting that like, there is going to be a much longer like sales gestation period of bringing those users down. Arguably, when you do get them to take that step, go through all that friction, that learning curve, you would hope that the retention of those users would be way stronger than the Web3 users that are much more happy to go and compete with, like, and jump to other competitors. So it's probably a balancing act, but
yeah. I'd also say, like, you explained how it does it, right? But like, what problem do you solve? Like,
Exactly,
what are you gonna do? Like, so I talk to media agencies and brands about this all day, every day. They couldn't give a shit that it's built on a blockchain, right? Because that's not, it's like 1% of what they think about at home on their own. What they care about is driving more value for their brands they work with, being able to see the performance, and making their media buying more efficient, pardon me. Like, at no point, now that is facilitated by a blockchain, but you don't need to say, I've done this, it's built on a blockchain, because like, and I get it, I love blockchains, it's super cool that we get to build on a technology that is really innovative, but you need to be saying to these people, here's the problems I solve for you, it's super easy, you make more money if you use this product. Like, that is a cool product, you know, not how it works, no one cares, right? Which, not to trivialize it, but literally no one cares about that. It's just like, what does it do for me? People are quite selfish. How can I use it day to day? How can it make my job easier to do? And the technology just does what it needs to do in the background.
A simple framework I have for this, to echo and simplify, is the why, how, what. Most people don't really care about the what or the how it works. It's truly why. Like, why does this benefit me? Why should this exist in my life? So if you can nail that positioning and repeat it over and over again in different forms, you can do like long form storytelling as they're further down the funnel to educate them on crypto, but you need to start with the why.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with those points more, actually. You can't get someone excited who doesn't understand what they're doing, and it's, you know, it's a steep learning curve as Web3 and crypto. So you get them excited by what the problem you're solving. But I mean, we're actually out of time, unfortunately. But Indy, I'm going to just say one last thing. If there was, in the next 5 years, what do you think, how do you think marketing in Web3 is going to change 5 to 10 years? And then we'll
on the
end it there.
spot.
I know.
Yeah.
And what the
Like, we
Bitcoin
need
price
I can talk about one thing I'm really excited about, and I look a lot to. I think the overlap in between Web3 strategies and kind of the gambling industry is something I find incredibly interesting, especially if we're working on an exchange. There's a lot of similarities, and I want to steal some of those strategies, see what applies, see what I can pull over. So that's probably what I'm most excited for.
Amazing. Good. Please may I have a round of applause for the panel there.
Thank you so much, guys. The panels on our stage are changing as fast as the industry itself. So next up, we have Anna and Joey, and they're going to talk about the regulatory landscape in the UK, and can London become the next Dubai? Let's welcome Anna and Joey to the stage.
Well, good morning, everyone, and what a beautiful day, and thank you for the previous panelists. The insights were really invaluable, and marketing, regulations, trying to build a business, all those things are so pressing, I think, for each and every one of us working in the industry, trying to build something in this industry, or trying to comply with ever-changing regulatory landscape. And I'm so happy to share the stage with Joey Garcia, Director of Zappa Bank, and also Specialist Consultant to the United Nations. For me personally, Zappo is a crypto household name. So I would love to hear more about Zappo, and first of all, how you're different, and then let's move on to discuss how London can become a crypto Dubai.
So the story, I mean, we've been in the space for a long time, right? So there are lots of financial institutions around the world. There are lots of banks that are exploring the application and use of the technology, and that's very interesting. We're a bit the opposite. So we were the largest Bitcoin custodian in the world before we sold the institutional piece to Coinbase, et cetera. We're a Bitcoin and blockchain native business that's become a bank. We're not a bank looking to explore blockchain technology, and we've been around since 2013. So in blockchain terms, that's like 150 years, basically. So we've been around, and as you say, and I've been involved in regulatory developments all over the globe on behalf of the UN. I train and assess authorities across most of Southeast Asia, and I'm part of various working groups in the West as well. So I've got a good finger on the pulse of what's happening. And I think what we've done, Zappo as a group, we're passported and authorized now in the UK. We're a Bitcoin and blockchain native bank or credit institution. That's pretty unique. And in the context of, as you say, regulatory developments, it's a question of setting the standard at the right level, creating that ecosystem that provides people a degree of security through which they can access that ecosystem. And lots of people are kind of a bit anti-regulation in some parts of the world. I remember back in 2015, I would have these conversations with lots of exchanges. We were talking about it earlier, and they would all sit next to me and say, "Oh, Joey, you don't understand anything. Like, governments aren't going to exist in 2 years, and regulators will never catch up with us," and all of that stuff. And they were spectacularly wrong. And I just hope that the ecosystem can accept that there are standards that need to be met and developed, and getting those standards set at the right level is probably something hopefully we can talk about. That's critical. It's critical and fundamental if it's going to be a true success story. So that's a very brief snapshot sort of overview.
Well, first of all, congrats. Crypto native credit institution in the UK. I can only imagine how hard, how long did it take, and it's truly impressive. So congrats to you and all of your team. And speaking of London and UK in general, of course we have United States that are really grasping how they're going to regulate the crypto industry. Then we have MiCA in the European Union that brought a lot of good and bad. Then we have UK that has developed certain regulatory framework and continues to work on more comprehensive pieces. Where do you think UK stands right now in the global regulatory landscape?
Yeah, that's really interesting. So I was last week I was in the US, and I was at Wharton University. I've been part of their RegTech initiative, and I always tell them sort of jokingly, I've been doing that since 2017, and I was there last week, and we're still arguing and talking about what a security is under US law. And it's absolutely spectacular, the some of the gaps and errors that they have. And, I mean, it's all very well. Donald Trump the other day gave his speech at Nashville, and he sort of said that were he to come to power, he'd have legislation and infrastructure built and sorted in 180 days. That's not going to happen. But the US is, I mean, I won't repeat what everyone knows, but it's been that kind of regulation by enforcement approach. They try and target relatively large groups, set something of a standard, become relatively aggressive, and that sort of filters down to everything else. But the lack of clarity is pretty painful. You've had, everyone probably knows about MiCA, although a lot of people talk about MiCA and they forget about the transfer of funds regulations and the implications around the travel rule and how it's been given effect in the EU. They forget about the Data Act and how that's going to affect the management of smart contracts under European law. There are lots and lots of pieces that are beyond just MiCA.
And then we have DORA,
Exactly,
GDPR that didn't go anywhere.
Exactly. So there's a lot of complications. MiCA for me is, I mean, I was part of the Libra Association when we were going through that process, and I don't think the e-money token and part of that significant class that was built was an accident. I'd say that MiCA's, like, it's stepping over the mark of being tech agnostic. So, you know, you've developed a framework where, you know, you and I can enter into an eBay transaction to agree a market price of a baseball bat, and I can send you £15 and you can send me a baseball bat, and that can operate under relatively simple rules. Now I digitize that baseball bat, and I'm using an efficient blockchain-based peer-to-peer settlement system to pay and have the digital bat delivered to me. Now I'm full-blown financial services regulated. That's too much. It's also very, very weighted to the incumbent industries. So most MiFID firms or banks, etc., effectively carved out of MiCA in lots of ways. So, and there are lots of issues, lots of interpretation issues around MiCA as well. There are many, many questions. So I'm not convinced, and I know whenever you hear someone talk about MiCA, they'll talk about it's the sort of solution of the world, and it's the GDPR of crypto regulation that the rest of the world is going to copy. I'm definitely not a big believer in that at all. And I think that the UK, the reason I'm giving that broader sort of context, and it's obviously a bigger world than just the EU and the US, and we can talk about that as well. But the UK, there is an opportunity to identify the gaps, to address the issues that have been developed by some of those frameworks, and to build in an industry, in a city, where the skill, the resources, I mean, even the basic sort of principle of common law and the way that it can adapt to technology in slightly different ways, as opposed to a civil law-based system, is something that absolutely can be taken advantage of. But there has to be dialogue, there has to be collaboration, there has to be a recognition by the industry that there are risks that exist and that they have to be addressed. So if you go too down the crypto sphere of speaking to people saying, no, like, you know, no one understands this, and like the world has to operate differently, that's not going to work. That's absolutely
It didn't work in 2018, 19,
exactly.
20, 21,
exactly.
22, and now we're in 23.
Exactly. And you know, we're not going to go into lots of different areas, but I suppose like the DeFi kind of universe is the most obvious one. We talked a little bit about this earlier. You know, it's fascinating. The ecosystem is fascinating on what can be done. I speak to lots of the DeFi community. I spend a lot of time with some of the Bitcoin L2s as well. And I find it incredible what can be achieved. But at the same time, I sit with the authorities. So if you sit with an authority and you talk about TradFi to DeFi or CeFi to DeFi, and then they produce a liquidity pool risk report, and you see 55 sanctions breaches, masses of fraud, Ponzi scheme touch points. It's basic analytics assessments that you can run on liquidity pools. If you are not comfortable that it isn't Hamas and half of North Korea funding a liquidity pool, there is no way that any authority is going to tick the box and say, oh, cool, don't worry, you know, go to work. So you've got to be able to identify that risk can exist, and you've got to be creative and innovative. It's regulatory innovation. You need to show how the technology can be used to address, monitor, and manage those risks. If that's done constructively, then you are in the A grade. That's where you produce a really secure, vibrant ecosystem that the world can sort of benefit from. If you take too opposing a view, you will lose. And ultimately, it'll come around and different ways, but yeah.
100%. And you know who will lose as well? Actual crypto and retail users, because we know from every wave that is incoming, of course, lack of education, lack of understanding the risks too. But if users will see all this cumbersome and platforms, they're not aware of QAC, they will go to uncontrolled DeFi. Probably they'll get dragged on, or something will happen. They will go back to the regulators, to the law enforcement authorities, and then all of them will come back to regulated platforms and start tightening the belt even further.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, the crypto ecosystem can evolve in lots of different ways. There's been a sort of transition period to regulatory standards to a certain extent. I mean, the FATF, you know, in 2019, when they produced the first recommendations, you know, it's effectively a registration or licensing system, but to comply with the recommendations, it was pretty much compliance only. Then they updated the guidelines in 2020. They were talking about things like market integrity. They were looking at things. So we're coming more and more along the lines of, you know, prudential supervision of this industry and what can happen in a right way. And the industry can oppose that, of course, but then we'll end up in this divergence of having the regulated ecosystem and the fully unregulated ecosystem. Let's just call it the unhosted P2P networks versus the CeFi, the CeFi world. And the bigger that divergence, the more difficult it will be to interoperate. So from a Zappo perspective, we're the 100% opposite of that. We're trying to bring everything together. So we have, you know, blockchain-based stablecoin settlement systems into your bank account and out of your bank account. So we're trying to migrate the spaces together and show that we can operate to this standard, but we can bridge the ecosystems in the right way and do it correctly. If people, not everyone will agree to that. If some people don't agree to it, and you'll end up with this diversion, you'll end up in a system where it's impossible for a tainted space to interact with a regulated space, and that is very destructive.
It is destructive, and also it will hinder our growth as an industry, because this side, unregulated, unhosted, we will continue to be labeled ultra high risk. Yeah. And we don't want to go back to 2016, 17 times when crypto, and that crypto will become untouchable.
Exactly.
We really would like to avoid that. So I'm very happy to hear that Zappo and hopefully more companies will join this mentality on how we can bridge technology, ethos of what crypto is, and actually service the clients, you know, and institutions. Coming back to the United Kingdom, do you see, and especially since you launched in the UK as well, do you see a growing interest from family offices, institutional investors, seeing what is happening globally, what is happening in the UK? Do you think that they're happy, and B, they're ready to deploy more into digital assets?
Yeah, I think they are. I think that, again, like not to sound like I'm on repeat, but regulation is like pretty critical. When you get to institutional grade level, or even the serious family office level, or even the serious high net worth kind of space, you know, who is your counterpart? How secure am I around deploying an asset within that platform XYZ? And you know, we've learned some of the blow-ups. Everyone's lived the FTX scenarios, et cetera, et cetera. So those counterparts need to be comfortable with who that entity is and how it's being operated, managed, controlled. You know, basic governance standards that we take for granted don't exist in large parts of that ecosystem. So, you know, you have institutions that are now saying, well, great, the BlackRock ETF has gone live and that produces a secure way for me to gain access to the price, but that's not the same thing. That's not the same. That's
it's
not
a very
the same
different exposure.
Yeah, but then if you say to them, if you say to a family office, or if there is institution X, Y, or Z, and you say, yeah, this is fantastic, you should look at price exposure of 1 to 3% of your portfolio, and you tell them to open an account with an unregulated exchange in jurisdiction X, Y, or Z, send a cross-border bank transfer into a platform where, I mean, who is managing that platform? How is it controlled? We've seen the Quadriga situations. We've seen so many blow-up situations. I think the week before last, or 3 weeks ago, I think the German authorities shut down 89 exchange platforms like overnight.
Yeah.
You know, that's not what gives something like an institutional family office. So counterparty risk is very, very real. And again, if MiCA will tick some boxes, the UK could tick a lot of boxes if it can develop that in the right way. I mean, what I will also say though, like in the UK, not specific to the UK, I think it's quite wide. Sometimes there's a bit of a disconnect between sort of political positioning and sort of regulatory positioning. And sometimes there's a very strong message of like, we want to be the crypto hub of the universe. The Donald Trump example is a good one. He called the crypto industry a new version of the steel industry. And he called all of us that have been in the space for a long time, you know, the Henry Fords, the water, whatever, of a new industry. And that's wonderful. That's a really strong political message from a presidential candidate. And Kennedy the day before pretty much said the same thing. So there are 3 presidential candidates saying pretty much the same thing. That's great politically, but have that discussion with the SEC, and that is not the same discussion. And in the UK, to an extent that can happen. You have sometimes quite strong political messages, but then you hear very different things around FCA engagements and feedback and the financial promotion regime and how that's been developed and adapted and everything else. So that's a danger.
Unfortunately, it's very often the case, and now, again, we discussed a bit earlier, we see it with MiCA, so we have this pan-European, very harmonious package, amazing. Then we have ESMA papers, and then we have national authorities, and let's call bureaucrats on site actually dealing with applications. And the burdens, or lack of burdens, in some of the jurisdictions can lead to a very interesting scenario when crypto companies that our industry is known to like regulatory arbitrage, the easier jurisdictions, the easier banking partners, the more laxed rules make operations much easier, to be fair, right? What do you think will happen with MiCA, UK, US we're putting aside, and also Singapore as an example, and other Asian markets? Where do you see it's coming? What companies, how they're going to arbitrage?
Regulatory arbitrage is a massive, massive thing in the crypto space. Most big platforms will do jurisdictional assessments across 6 to 8 countries before deciding whether they're going to domicile the sort of home base, because it's digital, it's cross-border, it's international, it's happening through the internet 98% of the time. Nobody who opens an account with an exchange wants to visit their physical office to see how they're operating or anything like that. They'll look at the website, they'll look at social media platforms, they'll look at influencer commentary, they'll follow feeds on Twitter, and that's due diligence.
That's more than enough.
Yeah, so and some cleverer platforms will do an assessment across 5 countries, and they'll look for the gaps, and they'll domicile themselves in areas that they're not captured, or they're slightly out of scope, or it's easier to comply, and that's historically been quite easy. But now we're seeing all of that starting to change. So the financial promotion regime in the UK is a good example of that. Now it doesn't really matter where you're based. If you're servicing someone in the UK and you're offering them a service and they're being onboarded, that's going to be an inducement. That's a criminal activity, and they're going to start to be more cross-border enforcement actions. Like the SEC have been doing that for a long time. I don't know if there will be. Let's see what happens. But I think there'll be some case examples that will start coming through. In the EU, you have the ESMA paper now, and they're looking at the same thing. But forget about the EU, forget about the UK, forget about everyone else. You've got the bigger groups like Apple. Now Google, you have most of the social media platforms are doing the same thing. So Apple, the App Store updated their guidelines in November the year before last, and they've started to ask the exact same questions. If you're an application, you're being offered in jurisdiction X, they ask you the question, are you licensed or registered in that country to provide this service. And you need to satisfy them because they are worried about their own risk. They are effectively the arranger or the intermediary to an extent, and they have very deep pockets, and they know that if something blows up I'll make up a country, Ethiopia, it doesn't really matter, and every person in that population loses a ton of assets, they will take action against Apple.
And what is on one side, I'm happy that they're trying to protect their users, but on the other side, I saw how smaller companies, they got shut down by Apple. They had their authorization, because it's still in Europe, it's mostly authorizations, we don't have licensing per se, because they didn't provide Apple and their, I'm not even sure it was a legal committee, the assessment of all jurisdictions per jurisdiction.
Yeah.
And it leads us to the question, regulation will protect indeed investors and capital deployers and users, and regulators will have peace of mind. What about this innovation and burden on the smaller firms, on the few guys and girls with unbelievable ideas that just want to go, because this is how we drive innovation?
Yeah, and that's the critical balance that needs to be met in the UK. I would say that the EU's gone well over the mark. And I'd say there are other countries that have also gone well over the mark. But it's a reaction to fear. So if you are seeing things blow up and you're being reported negative stuff and you're shown like dangerous, OFAC sanction breaches and you're facilitating transactions from North Korea, the authorities don't look at that calmly. They react to it very, very negatively, and it becomes like too protective. And that is too far over the mark, is a destroyer of innovation, or just call it the startup mentality. And it is still an innovative, young, nascent industry, and it needs to have that. But finding the right balance it's very, very critical. But to find the right balance, that industry needs to engage. There has to be dialogue, and they have to accept that there are risks that need to be addressed. And I think historically in some countries what you've seen is like an outright refusal to do that and to just say, no, like it's all fine and it's all good. And that leads to overregulation. It leads to panic reaction. And like I say, even the basic travel related stuff and the way that it's being implemented, not just in the EU, it happened in Singapore, it happened in Switzerland, it's happened in lots of different countries in different ways. If you're having to exchange originator and beneficiary data on 8-cent transactions or 5 or 50 pence transactions, it just doesn't work. The cost of doing the business is just unfathomable.
It will cripple so many firms.
It doesn't work.
Or it will lead to the examples where firms would just say, no, we're just going to make as much money as possible, disregarding. Then we'll pay a fine or move to maybe third-tier legal regime to avoid the fines.
Yeah.
And then again, who will lose? Users, most probably retail users. They will leave regulator very unhappy for all the remaining reputable actors on that particular market.
Yeah, I mean, like you've seen now, like in the EU, even on the stablecoin related stuff. I mean, the Circle guys got their registration. That's great. Tether will never ever do that. They'll never get regulated in the EU. They don't seem to be very bothered by that. If you're a more nascent, more startup, unless you're a bank and you're operating to that level, if you come into the EU and want to issue a stablecoin and you get anywhere near to that significant class where you're also brought within the scope of the ECB and everything else, I mean, that's like absolutely impossible.
It's unattainable for any firm. And also, just to sum it up on how essentially EU with MiCA shooting themselves in the leg, the innovation and the volumes and trading will move to other jurisdictions. The whole world is not European Union with our...
It's a very, very, very big world. There are, I mean, we've talked a lot about the EU and a little bit about the UK and a little bit about the US. I mean, and just forget about Singapore, even forget about Hong Kong. But I spent a lot of time with the authorities in Indonesia and the Philippines and Malaysia, and how they're approaching this and what they're looking to do and welcome. And that is a very nascent, tech-heavy, adaptive, fast-moving part of the world, and they are really hungry. I mean, in the UK, people might talk about how difficult it is to open a bank account. In Indonesia, the banks are visiting the crypto firms like on a revolving basis every 3 days to try to get them to use those banks and platforms. It's just a completely different mentality, and they're servicing a lot of the world in lots of different ways. So it's a competitive landscape and a much wider outside of the US. So the US is its own world, but the rest of the world is one competitive landscape. London has a brand, it has a power, it has a lot of things it can take advantage of. But if it gets it a little bit wrong, the world isn't going to wait either. So, yeah.
It was a beautiful summary. And I think you incentivized a lot of crypto business owners to explore other markets than UK.
Well, no, I hope not, but... well, anyway, but thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anna and Joey, for exploring in such depth one of the most existential questions: how do we build an industry that is so centered around freedom while still managing to regulate and keep everything in check for everybody's protection? Now, our next panel is going to dive into private capital in Web3, which, if you ask me, is another quite existential question, especially if you consider yourself a degen and freedom seeker. Please welcome to the stage the moderator of our next panel, presented by Goliath Ventures, Itai Ellis. Please welcome to the stage.
All right, we're going to do this informal. Let's get our panelists on stage. We got Juanid, Assad, and Chris from Goliath. Come on, guys. Come on, come on. Actually, let's do it according to... You sit here. Sit here, sir. Let's go. You're going to go to the last one. Perfect. All right, cool. All right, thank you for joining us, everyone. We're going to try and keep this kind of light and less regulatory, less bleak.
Thank God.
Yeah. All right, before we start, really briefly, if you could present yourselves and how did you get into this wacky space of talking about crypto in London today?
Yeah, so my name is Chris Salgado. I'm the CEO of Goliath Ventures. We're a private equity fund. We operate out of the US and Dubai. And our firm started about 6 years ago. We look for projects in the Web3 space that utilize technology that we want to invest in and then further expand. And two of the companies that we've invested in are up here on stage with me as their founders. So we're, explain to you guys why we chose their companies to invest in. And if you like money, we're looking for other companies to invest into as well.
Love that. All right, perfect. We're going to get into all that. I love it. He's already taken out the panel. He's already, I love it, love it. Please.
So my name is Junaid Dar. I'm in the software industry from the last 20 years. 4 years ago, I sold the software houses and went full-time into crypto, started building my own projects. And today I'm founder and CEO of Bitwat, which is also a VC, and also the CEO and co-founder of Seed Hunter, which is an early stage launch pad. So this is where we came actually together here.
We'll get into all of that as we go along.
Yeah, hi, I'm Assad. I worked almost 15 years in the pharmaceutical industry, but more in the IT sector, in digital marketing and then IT consultancy and digital transformation. And digital transformation is actually the point where I changed to the blockchain industry, because I truly believe that blockchain technology will change a lot of industries, from healthcare to gaming to financial industries, because everything based on ownership, blockchain is the best technology in the world to utilize that. And then after 15 years in the pharmaceutical industry, being a manager in a multi-billion-dollar pharmaceutical company, I built my own startup called Medieval Empires. It's a mid-core strategy game using a very big actor, actually the second biggest actor in the Muslim world, who was in a TV series which had 3 billion views. He's the face of the game, and we have a great gaming team from big gaming studios, and working on that since 2.5 years now, and doing good progress.
Perfect. All right, so the title of the session talks about private capital and investing in Web3. So, Chris, what is the difference between private capital and, I would say, what we know as other or traditional capital? And how does that let you operate a bit differently?
Yeah, so the biggest difference is private capital means that it's either all of my money or it's close friends and family. And that's the best thing about how we built Goliath. Was I had 2 large companies a couple years ago. One we went public and one was private, and we ended up selling both of those. And I started the fund with my own money. And the reason for that was I wanted to be in control of where I put my money, the companies I invested in, and also have control into the companies that I was investing in. With that and the success we had with my own money is when we opened it up with friends and family. So everyone invested into our fund we personally know. They trust us, and we've had a proven strategy over the last 6 years of winning. And so we're allowed to allocate funds based on the in-depth audit that we do for other companies, and to bring them in without a board, without approval of our investors, and just solely reliant on that. We've had a very successful track record.
And specifically in Web3, does that give you the ability to maybe cancel a lot of the short-term noise? Because I know that when you, traditional Web3 VC, which is a funny word to say traditional and Web3, but it's, or you took non-crypto people's money, and then every time that Bitcoin goes down by 5 or 6%, you're getting all these frantic phones or whatever. So day to day, why do you think that the way of operating with private capital, specifically in Web3, gives you more agility?
Well, it just allows us to make decisions on the move, like you said. If Bitcoin goes up or down, or the market goes up or down, we can make a call in that split second, rather than calling a board meeting, rather than giving all our investors a chance for a call or something. They allow us to move where the market moves. And like I said, we've had such a successful track record, and we have the trust of our investors that we don't need to get their intake on where the market moves. Because everyone wants an insight, or everyone wants a say when the market drops 10% or 20%. But if you look at where the market has gone, I mean, Bitcoin's up like 600,000% from inception. So,
still doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Better than those dollars in your bank account.
All right. Yeah, exactly.
So I want to move down a bit. So move to kind of the founder side. And again, you guys are also launch pads and VCs or whatever. So how do you see the space changed a bit in the past few years when it comes to fundraising and also allocating funds? So I can tell that like a few years ago, literally founders would send 3-4 words, 2 slides, and their tokenomics. And that was like, all right, then you look at that. Now, then it was like an equity move with maybe a SAFT in the background. So is it like, are you looking for like huge rounds, small rounds? How is it changing? Is it more public? Is it more private? How do you see crypto fundraising changing in the past few years?
Yeah, I mean, like especially in the last bull run, we saw everything.
There was a bull run? I didn't see it.
Yeah, I mean, like in the last few years, like back then, right? So everything was built on hype, right? So you didn't even really need to have like proper tokenomics, right? Nobody really checked it, or those super sophisticated white papers, right? So nobody read it back then, right? So, and I mean, this is maybe still true nowadays, but what you see in the market, especially when we talk about private equity or the VCs, they're, I think, taking this like way more serious right now, right? So they're really checking the fundamentals. Is a project market fit, right? So is there a really like real life utility? Back then, it was just like, okay, it's hype. Many people will jump on it. Okay, let me invest early, right? So, but nobody really checked like if this is really a sustainable project or not, right? So, and I think there is a slightly shift, and we can just call it the normal maturity of the market, right? So, which always happens, right? So you can compare it with the IT bubble in the early 2000s, right? So you just put on the bakery, IT bakery, and you got just money, right? For it. Nobody checked, right? Yeah. So, and then of course the more sophisticated investors took over, made smart decisions, and like were successful with those investments, right? And we see that this shift is like very naturally happen here as well, because Web3 is still Wild West, right? So, and this is also like why we have built Seed Hunter, right? So Seed Hunter is really like looking into the projects, doing a proper due diligence. So we have different partners as well. We have our own team, right? Bringing projects on, really checking them, and then providing them like a stage for the crowd to invest, right? So we are trying to bring like more maturity to the market or grow the market, yeah.
Okay, so I just want to riff on that and then I'll move forward. No disrespect to anyone's business models or whatever, but don't you think in general that we've been building enough in crypto in general? Like, so a lot of things have funded, a lot of projects, and again, the fact that as a marketer in the space as well, we built the industry to launch shit. Sorry, but there's launch pads, KOLs, allocations, whatever, but how about the process of like scaling shit?
Yeah, I mean, that's actually the perfect segment as far as the last bull cycle, we gave the influencers and the KOLs the keys to the castle. Yeah. And they, excuse my French, but fucked it all up. And
so apparently when you pay someone to say you should buy something, then maybe the quality of what they tell you to buy isn't gonna be the best in the world. But
yeah, where we came in and why we've had success is my background's in corporate America. And I've had executive positions in corporate America for the last 10 years. And you have people that have 1 million followers on Twitter shilling a company or shilling a coin, but they have no idea on actually how to run a company, on how to produce profit.
They also just post ChatGPT created prompts or whatever.
These KOLs don't even know what a balance sheet is. Yeah. Every morning I get a balance sheet from my accountant that shows how much capital I have in my personal account, in my business account, and how we can allocate funds. These guys have no idea what their token holdings are. And they're like, oh, we found, I mean, look at FTX. They're like, oh, we found $500 million. Just don't find $500 million. Yeah. Like, where is that allocated at and where's that capital is? So, I mean, yes.
Funny story out of that. So I run a marketing agency. We were FTX's PR back in the day. We worked with them for about 1.5 years and they paid us. I'll get to it in a second.
Oh, so it's your fault.
No, they paid us, but no, this is a lot before things exploded. They paid us, but actually today, if you go to the courts, we're considered a company that they're owed money to. They don't owe us money. They just didn't have a balance sheet. So literally all you see is that they had debt, but no one on the capital, on the balance sheet even locked it that they've been paid, but never mind. So talking about KOLs, you specifically said that you embedded a very influential person into your core business. You go and say, all right, I need reach. I need someone who's going to be a figurehead. You said yourself that you guys have like one of the business models, one of the key things that you have, one of the most influential actors in the space, but he's not a KOL. He's a core part of your team. Can you explain why you went on that route and not just try to give tokens to a bunch of famous people with clout to promote you?
Yeah, I mean, maybe also to answer first on the question you had before, like, don't we have enough projects and stuff like that?
Yeah.
I just read an article that we have like 200 layer 1 chains.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get that. We're gonna get that in a second. There is, so Parify, I think, just did a report. By the end of this year, there's supposed to be between 200 to 300 VC-funded L2s.
Yeah.
200 to 300 VC-funded Ethereum L2s. Yeah.
Exactly. So, I mean, and this shows that VCs, they invest in infrastructure a lot because for the risk sharing, right? Like more apps on that. But the actual dApps on these chains, like there we have lack of quality, I would say.
There were more side events in ETHCC about infrastructure than people using a blockchain to do something other than buy and sell a meme coin that day, most likely.
Exactly. But this is the reason why like everyone focused on infrastructure, and because of that, it's a lot of infrastructure, but not enough dApps. Because the risk sharing on a single dApp is obviously, or the risk is higher, obviously, because it's just one project, right? And you have nothing else running on it. But how we solve it, like as medieval empires, first of all...
Trying to solve it. Yeah. We haven't solved it just yet.
I mean, we have a world-class gaming team. If you compare our team to a lot of Web3 games, you will see that we have Our CPO, CTO is from King.com. They made like the most successful games in the world. And our art director is from Disney, 20 years at Disney, worked on the big Disney movies. Cool. So we have a world-class team. I think this is one thing which is important. And then for the go-to-market, I think this is also something, I mean, I worked in a multi-dollar billion company in marketing. And I understand how people perceive products. And this is the reason why I went to this big actor, who is like the second biggest actor in the Muslim world, and brought him in as the face of the game, because a go-to-market strategy for games is obviously hard, because you pay for everyone who needs to come to your game, obviously, and they need to make money in the game, so it's very expensive. But if you have this big guy on board, who's not just a simple influencer, but he's like a big actor, he brings his own community into this game from the beginning. So you have a
look at celebrity-run liquor, or not run, promoted liquor companies. That they've been taking over the world. Whatever, it's a generic liquor company, but the face of that person is.
But it's even more. Like in a game, it's more, because he has so many fans. And they can play with him, basically, right? So they're playing with him in the game. Like he is in the game, they can experience this guy directly in the game. This is the whole difference you have.
So Chris, as you said, it's your stage, you've been invited here, and you actually decided to share it with two of your portfolio companies. Not something that most VCs I know would do. Both companies here are not deep infrastructure. You're not doing ZK, intent-based, monolithic, is that part of your investment thesis? Are you, what are your thoughts on that?
No, what we tell people is everything that we're doing, we're not changing the face of crypto. We're not investing to re-landscape because no one knows what this space is. No one quite honestly can say, like, we're gonna change the way this happens or the way that happens. What we look at is the leadership team. Both these people both my friends come from very diverse backgrounds and have a lot of experience. They know how to run companies. And so when we entrust them with our own capital, what are they going to do with it? We've invested in companies in the past, or I personally invested in companies in the past, and a week later, the founder's driving a new Ferrari.
Yeah.
And so it's like, where's that money actually going to? So yeah, you're right. Like what we're talking about here is, as far as infrastructure or anything in crypto, they're not changing the face of crypto in a sense, but they are building a profitable company.
Well, if they bring users, they're going to change Web3 because we don't have a lot of those. So I think that's a very kind of big center. So when you guys build your businesses today, the dream is that people will be using blockchain or crypto, but they won't know that they're using it. So again, today when I go into Facebook or whatever, I'm not told that I'm in an AWS server or whatever. And of course, if I need to change websites, no one tells me move from Azure to AWS or whatever. How do you guys build products or companies or projects today with that in mind? So it's or I go full crypto degen because that's the user base, or I try to make it seem like there's not a lot of crypto in that, but then I actually have to try and attract people that are not in crypto. So how do you kind of do that balance?
Yeah, I think by doing both at the same time, right? So providing the infrastructure, or providing, in our case, for our platform, the login for the crypto natives, right? So login with your wallet and so on and so forth. But then now talking about the non-crypto people, so they still maybe want to invest in profitable projects. So you bridge that, right? So then you have a fiat system, you send your fiat, in the background we convert it to crypto, send the crypto to the projects, right? And then have a custodial wallet, right? So holding it. Yes, I know it's somehow against like maybe also our belief of a decentralized, and you own your own tokens and so on. Yes, so you can say so. But I think teaching people that they can invest their money into like good crypto projects, maybe it's a first step, and later on they will just learn how to operate in their own wallet and so on and so forth. You don't have to teach them straight away how to do everything, right? Just
I really agree with what you're saying. I actually think that the way for, I don't know if everyone's like, oh, we need 1 billion users. Let's try to get to 10 million first. Right. And I think the way to do that, so everyone try to do everything super decentralized from day one. And I think that not every business needs to be fully decentralized. I always say this, would you drive a decentralized car? I wouldn't. Like, would you fly a decentralized airline? I'm not sure. That doesn't mean that they can't use blockchain or crypto. Doesn't mean that they can't have different reward systems or whatever.
Look at NFTs.
Yeah.
What a dying market that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, to your point, decentralized car, a decentralized picture died real quick.
Yeah. There's a problem with scarcity when anyone can go to any AI company and just like do that and then create new monkeys or apes or whatever.
A screenshot fixed that real quick.
Yeah. So we're getting onto the kind of, I would say, later part of the panel, and I would love your opinion. So we have to touch on, I think, so there's two things I'd love to touch about. Guys, come on, 5 minutes, give me. So meme coins are one of the biggest narratives of this cycle. A lot of people complain. They say, oh, it's bad, it's ruining the industry, we have to clean it out or whatever. I, as maybe someone who's been in crypto for a long and came through like cypherpunk issues, so I don't like meme coins, but it's also market, and the market can decide what it wants. So why do you think that this is what's the most prevalent part of this cycle? And I can give you my 2 cents, and if you ask me, it's retail telling us founders that they don't even care about our white papers anymore and our ideas for AAA games we're gonna build with $800,000 funding, not that you can. So they're like, let's just do a picture of a dog and start rugging ourselves. Like we don't care about the founders that are gonna get a Lamborghini tomorrow. Why are meme coins so big? What do you think that they kind of capitalize? And is there anything good about it? Is it 100% bad? What do you think about it?
I find it like truly fascinating how memes works, right? So because you see it's somehow a bridging between like culture, community, finance, right? And this brings it all together. So which is really stunning. And then exactly what you're saying, it somehow looks like, if you look into meme, that somehow they just don't like white papers, as we mentioned, right? And all the complexity around the project. But maybe it has also to do with the new inflow of users into Web3 and this narrative you can get rich fast, right? Which is, I mean, in this case, not really true. You always have those 1%, 2% with a success story with, oh, I make like this and that much money, right, in a day or two. But it's not true for everyone. Like, if those guys win, usually in a Ponzi scheme, and I don't want to compare, right? So, but there's a small amount of people who win, who shout out the success story, and most of like everyone else is losing, right? But
there's been a lot of on-chain analytics, and I think actually Blockworks did a cool report about that. So with NFTs, there was actually, first of all, NFTs brought new users to crypto. Actually, MetaMask said that NFTs was the biggest cause of opening of new MetaMasks, I think, in recent years. But also a decent amount of people did make money off of it. Meme coins, did not bring a lot of new users. We're talking about maybe 5 to 10% of people trading meme coins are new to the industry. And we're talking about less than 2% end up with more money than they started their excursion into meme coins. So
but this again, I think again like an immature.
Again, on a wallet basis, I don't know how to say if that wallet and that wallet are not the same people, whatever. But if you look at single wallets, their first meme coin, and when they stop trading meme coins, about 1 or 2% will have more capital in their wallet than when they started.
Yeah, but this is again like immaturity of the market. It's again the Wild West thing, right? So people are trying out like whatever you can do, it will be done, like 100%. But I think at the later stage, look, if we talk finance in general, there is only this one way in finance. And crypto is somewhere a little bit off. But like throughout the time, it will align, right? So with the maturity, with the regulations and everything, so it will come all to one way. I don't say
I sometimes say that
into finance, but like,
crypto is tokenized narratives.
Yeah.
What do you, as a VC, you look at that space? Did you ever think about, oh, maybe we should invest in a meme? Like, I'm just like something with no fundamentals. How do you look at it?
No, we actually tell our partners that are invested with us that the day we launch a token is the day you should pull all your money out of our company. Yeah, we look.
I said the same thing to my clients. If I ever do a token, you can call me and be like, dude, are you okay? Do you need some money? Like, what's up? You know.
I mean, you know, I like the meme coin world in the crypto because it is the Wild West. It's like the rebel cause, you know, going against traditional finance. But at the end of the day, traditional finance built the biggest cities that we live in. And there's a structure and a plan to that. And we follow that structure and plan. And just like everyone goes off the stock market, Bitcoin trades just like the stock market. So as much as they want to be the rebel cause, they're following the same pathways to that. So we follow the same pathways in our investing strategy as well. We love the industry. It is a bit of the Wild West, but there is a game plan that needs to be set to make money. And like you said, most people that invested in meme coins are now broke or didn't make as much money as they thought they would.
Because it's a zero-sum game. It's like playing all-in poker. Even if I win 10 rounds, if I'll go all in on the 11th round and I lose, then I'm out. Asad, so I just want to touch with you before we kind of go out there. So you're going into gaming, and actually you said something I want to kind of react to. So you said that in a Web3 game, it needs to be a situation where people earn money. Why? I play Assassin's Creed all day long. I barely had a girlfriend in high school because I was playing so much games. No one gave me money. They didn't give me anything. So why is this? Yeah. I think that crypto products are like first based on how to incentivize people and not how to make them want to play.
No, I don't think you need to earn money in crypto games or whatsoever.
Okay.
We believe in the ownership part of everything, right? This is why I changed the industry, like bringing ownership to the gaming industry. And then what happens naturally is if you have property in a game or items in a game and you can sell them on any open marketplace, you can make money with it. That's not the first incentive for people playing that. The first incentive is, do I have fun playing this game? If this is the first incentive and there's a community and a culture building in this game, then the items get value, then the property gets value in the game. Then you can sell it and you can make money with it. But at least there is a chance to make money. And if we talk about ownership, it's very interesting because in the West, the ownership was not very good perceived, but in the East or in countries where they had communism, where there was no ownership, from a culture point of view, they adapted ownership in Web3 much faster. So it was also a cultural thing more in the East to work with ownership. In the West, it's coming now more and more. They understand it.
Also has to do with a lot of people in the West are like, oh, I don't know what's so cool about Bitcoin, Ethereum, it's funny money. And then you meet people who are from Argentina, or people who are from Turkey, or people who are from countries where their prime ministers or regimes or whatever have told them they can't take money outside the country, or those type of things. And then you understand that it's very easy for us to sit in a world where 11% inflation is the end of the world for us. There's countries who have 500% inflation. So,
and that's why I don't think the incentive again is to earn money, but there is a potential to earn money. But the ownership part is what we really believe in.
All right, perfect. So we're kind of out of time. I just want to do a flash kind of last round. I believe if you can give people something like news you can use, a term they should read about, a company not yourselves, please, that they should check about, something you guys really believe in, and then I'd kind of really want to throw that out there. For me, personally, it has to do with just learning about self-custodianship. So I'm just shocked. I'm here talking to a lot of people in crypto and a lot of people who are more newer, and just people who told me that they still keep 100% of all their crypto assets in exchanges. So for me, I just really want to urge people, if you're in crypto, I'm not saying put all your money, but one of the coolest things in crypto is you actually hold and own your funds. So I really, really urge people to learn a bit more about self-custodianship, download some wallets, play with that. But for me, if there's one thing I can really, really urge you is that it's illegal for us to hold our money in our actual world. Your boss can't pay you in cash. You have to go through this thing called a bank. A bank sometimes can tell you, I'm giving you or not giving you your money. So I really, really urge people to learn more about self-custodianship of crypto. But that's a very larger narrative. What about you guys? Anything that people can take out of this that they should read about or check out?
I mean, I think for us, the biggest thing is if you have a project or a token, to really go back to see the viability in the marketplace. We heard a lot of pitches yesterday, and not to hurt anyone's feelings, but like you said, not everything needs to be tokenized. Not everything needs to be on the blockchain. And you could have a really great idea, but doesn't mean that there needs to be a token that follows behind it, or it doesn't need to be on the blockchain. It is an investable asset at that point.
Or how about a business that makes fees in Ethereum or Bitcoin? That's pretty cool, right?
I mean, transaction volumes is where we make our most money. So, so it's really going back to what is the emphasis on your business? Can you utilize capital? And the market, gaming is huge. Gaming is a multi-billion-dollar industry, which is why we invested in them. Not to give them a spotlight, but Bitward and Seed Hunter are also a massive space in the crypto world, which is why we invested in them. So there is viability in the marketplace, and they had a company before we they had a company fundamentals that we could invest in, and then came a token.
Perfect. Guys, anything people should look out for?
I mean, this is a very classic advice, but also from our VC part.
I told people to open up a wallet.
Yeah. I know. So it's we have different products, right? We have mining, we have the trading part, liquidity providing, and then people that check different products, and maybe this product does maybe more gains than the other one, right? Yeah. And everyone is urging us put all my money in your VC into this particular product, right? Yeah. So, but just diverse your portfolio, right? So, I mean, maybe you get more here, but maybe less here, but at the end, you're way more stable, right? So, and this is something classical advice, just diversify your portfolio, super important, even also in crypto. Don't just jump on the highest gains, doesn't make sense.
Perfect. Any thoughts?
Yeah, for me, it's a little bit biased, but I would have a look on crypto.
Play my game.
Yeah, also, but have a look on gaming and crypto. Why? Because first of all, gaming is a $200 billion industry, getting to 400 billion in the next 10 years. And also you have 3.5 billion players at the moment playing games. And this in countries where they don't have internet yet or mobile phones or anything. So this will also grow in the next years. It's such a huge industry. It's bigger than the movie and music industry combined together. So huge industry, huge disruption potential because of the ownership, because people spend time and money in a game, play it 1 year.
People do this all day long without being incentivized or getting the tank or the sword. So we think that if we incentivize them or give them the sword, maybe they'll spend more time.
Exactly. So I would really have a look. And then if you ask me, like Immutable X as a chain, I think they will make it, because if you look at events, they're not going to Web3 events, they're going to Web2 events, gaming events, because they understand we need the Web2 users to be successful in Web3. And this is also our approach.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much for our panel. It's been great. They're going to spend a few minutes here on the side if anyone wants to come talk to them, most likely Mr. Capital here. Thank you very much, and see you around.
All right, big round of applause there. Big round of applause there. How many people also founded their own organizations with their own capital? Chris, where were you when we needed you, bro? No, but they're going to stick around. Please come grab the guys. Also, a big shout out to Goliath Ventures, one of the core sponsors of Zebu Live. So we are actually, that was dropping some alpha for us there. We have a very, very amazing session from Daria next, and she is the CCO of Tangem. She's going to jump in and tell us about enhancing digital security and catalyzing adoption. So ready for the alpha, and welcome Daria to the stage. Big round of applause for Daria.
Do I need to use this one or this one?
Oh, you've got one.
Yeah.
Just a back.
Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. Good. So, very excited to be here with you. Thanks for joining us today for this session about the hardware wallets. So I'm Daria. I work for Tangem, leading sales and marketing teams. Can you hear me well? Yeah. Leading sales and marketing teams. And today we're going to talk about how hardware wallets is helping the industry to boost adoption and enhance security. But before we jump into the presentation, I want to ask you guys, have you ever heard about Tangem? Anything? Just raise your hand if you know Tangem. Great. And my next question, are you guys using any hardware wallets? Do you have one? Okay, good. So we have a few people here. That's good. So let's get into some data first. So the crypto revolution is actually happening, completely redefining the financial landscape and driving adoption, driving extra investments in the space. Different researchers are saying that 6.8% of the global population owns some digital assets, and that's a huge increase from the last year. And we see that the ownership rate in different countries is increasing rapidly. We see the MENA region with United Arab Emirates have 25% of adoption, 11% goes to Latin America, 8% in Asia, and of course leading the charts is the United States, where adoption is from 40 to 50%. So 40 to 50% of adults in the US own some digital assets. Of course, adoption is fueled by many, many markets development. I have some on the slides, but there are, of course, many more, including the Bitcoin ETF, the unstable economy, high inflation rates, etc. But what remains is the security crisis. I think what is one of the main questions that remains in the crypto space is the security. So we have, on the one side, we have a huge adoption rate. On the other side, we lost billions and billions US dollars every single year due to the compromised seed phrase, hacks, exchange failures. So how can we make sure that newbies that are coming to the crypto space, they stay safe? We in Tangem, as we are a hardware wallet provider, we truly believe that the hardware wallet is the tool that keep your crypto management secure as possible. And what statistic is saying that only 2% of the crypto users own some digital wallet, some hardware wallets, which is very, very low numbers. And we did some polls in our community asking people, why don't they use hardware wallets yet? So what are the issues they're experiencing? And here are the most popular ones. First of all, it's a cost. It costs on average from $50 to $300. Second is a complicated onboarding. A lot of people are spending hours and days to onboard their hardware wallets. It's the poor usability. So a lot of hardware wallets are done just for the holding your crypto, but not for the management reasons. Convenience versus security. A lot of hardware wallets providers are focusing on security and they're forgetting about the convenience of the daily use. And of course, the education issue. There is a lack of understanding why do we need the hardware wallet. So that are the common trends. And I'm going to walk you through some industry trends that we in Tangem identify while working with our community and asking the community. And also, as I'm from Tangem, I'm going to show you how we are trying to adapt them in our wallet. The first trend is, of course, the simplicity. We believe that hardware wallets should be as simple as possible. Obviously, users don't want to invest time in research. They want a device that they are familiar with. In our case, our hardware wallet is just a bank card that fits in your pocket. So it's the form factor of a bank card, and it works with your phone. So two things that I usually have in my pocket is my phone, my bank card, and my Tangem card, and they work together. Going further on simplicity, of course, the intuitive onboarding is a key. We have some hardware wallets that it takes days to onboard, and we believe that it should take a couple of minutes, like in our case. We also introduced, we were the first to introduce the seedless option in the hardware wallet, where you don't need to memorize or write down or make a screenshot of your seed phrase. As remember the security slide, people lose billions and billions of US dollars just for compromising your seed phrase. What we've done, our philosophy, if you want to hide a secret, you should hide it from yourself, and that's about the seed phrase in general. So the seedless option means that your private key is generated inside the wallet chip and it never leaves the chip on the card, and no one knows your private key. That is one of the options how you can activate our wallet. The second industry trend is usability. We strongly believe that this is an outdated wallet that is only done for the holding purposes. It should be a one go-to place. Before Tangem, I used to have a couple of hardware wallets, a hot wallet, an account on exchange, and I used them all for different purposes. Now, with the extended usability, you can use one hardware wallet for your everyday needs. As an example, you can swap your cryptocurrency inside the Tangem app with ease, just pressing one button and choose the provider you want to swap with. Same for staking. You can stake your cryptocurrency, just simply push the button stake. Recently, we have also introduced some feature that is called markets, which is similar to coin market cap, where you can see the real-time data about the coins. You can see the top gainers, top losers, so you can so if you're actively trading, you can have a careful investment decision. Number 3, of course, security and trust. Before you do your own research, right, on the hardware wallet industry, please make sure you understand what is the hardware, firmware, and software of the device you want to buy. In our case, our hardware wallet, the chip on the card is certified, the firmware is audited, it's not updatable, and the card can verify that the firmware on the chip is the same firmware that was audited by the company. And our software, so our application is open source, it's just a screen for your transaction, so it doesn't store any sensitive data. Number 3 is convenience. Convenience is all about the different form factor of a hardware wallet, right? It should not be only the USB stick as we have some providers. So recently we have introduced the crypto ring. So that is the first hardware wallet in the form factor of a ring that you can wear. It looks like a fitness ring or a health ring, so it's black and the logo is inside the ring and it holds the same functionality as the regular hardware wallet. And we also have we gain a lot of attraction from the community that want to use the ring also for the proposal point of view. So it's kind of crypto ring for modern commitments where you can share your financial commitments with your loved one. So that's the crypto ring. And I'm gonna There is no sound, but that's how it looks like. It's very durable. You can swim with it. You can, okay. So there is a chip inside, which is ELA 6 plus level of protection. So it's very, very sleek design, as you can see, total black, that no one really knows that it's a crypto ring. It's very durable, it's waterproof. You can wear it in the gym. Yep, and it works also, it has NFC antenna and it works with your phone, and it opens up the Tangem application where you have all the functionality of the wallet. So that's the convenience. Privacy, of course, when you do your own research about the hardware wallets, so please make sure that the hardware wallet should not, as is a self-custody, right? They should not keep your sensitive information. That should not. It's all about the privacy, so it shouldn't be any KYC involved, et cetera, et cetera. And on the slide, we see one of our collections is called the Stealth Wallet. It's just a plastic card with no logos. It's for the one that respects privacy, and no one really knows that it's a hardware wallet, so it looks like a black plastic card. The next trend is actually bringing crypto into everyday life. I'm sure you know a lot of cards like MasterCard and MetaMask, a lot of payment crypto cards. What we did, and we are launching early next year, the card that is called Tangem Pay. We are working on it together with Visa. What we did is we integrated the Visa applet into the hardware wallet. So it's the first fully self-custodial solution where you own your funds and you sign transactions. There is no kind of third party involved in this. So it's the same concept of the hardware wallet that you can pay in 90 million of Visa terminals all across the world. It will be firstly launched in Europe, then in the UK, and later on in other countries. So it's going to be launched early next year. So personalization, a lot of companies start doing that, and we do it also. We are branding our wallets for different communities, for Web2, Web3 companies, for influencers. It's a great gift for your community, and it also helps us to boost the hardware wallet adoption in general. Of course, the education, we feel like that is a lack of education in the space, and we want to have more events like this to share the ideas, to talk about hardware wallets. We have our own free resources like Tangem Academy, our blog where we talk not only about the Tangem, but the industry in general, and our community. We do have a different Telegram chats in different languages, English, German, French, Spanish, Japanese, Russian. Please feel free to join us. And that's my contact. So let's stay in touch. I will be happy to grab some coffee with you if you want to discuss the hardware wallets. And we also have a booth downstairs in the main hall. Yeah, you have a question?
Can you take us through the payment process if someone wants to use hardware wallet to pay a merchant?
Right, so that's a separate product that we're going to launch early next year. It's called Tangem Pay. So that's a literally hardware wallet where we integrated the Visa applet that our developers has rewritten, and Visa has certified it. So the whole transaction is signed in the smart contract, and then you signed it while you are paying in the Visa terminal. That makes it a self-custody solution. And you can, yes, in crypto, yeah. In crypto. So you can connect it. The Tangem Pay is not only for the Tangem holders. So you can connect it to any wallet you have. Imagine you have Trust Wallet, MetaMask, or I don't know, any other cold wallets. You can connect it to this new Tangem Pay card. So make sure you follow our news on X, and when we're gonna be launching the product, we'll let you know. So thank you so much. Stay safe and buy your first hardware wallet if you don't have one yet. Thank you so much.
Massive round of applause for Daria, guys. I'm telling you, that ring, it just looks so good. Also, does it count your steps as well, the ring? Or is it just the NFC chip? I'm only messing. But is the ring available currently? Yes, it is available. Available on the website. Amazing. I don't know about you guys, but I think security is one of the most important things in this space. So it's thanks to organizations like Tangem. Their team is here in the main arena, so go check them out. Anna's there, the whole team's there. They're incredible. Go and speak to them. Learn more about how to keep your assets safe, because just like they mentioned on the last panel, I think many of us are still keeping a lot of our reserves in hot wallets. We're also keeping them on exchanges. Guys, be very, very careful doing that. I would just want to say that. So we have another alpha session coming up, guys. We're rolling through today, and I don't know about you, but this is an exciting one for me. So we have Orbs. We have Ran from Orbs. He's the head of BizDev there, and he's the VP of BizDev, sorry, shall I say. And he's going to be taking us a deep dive into on-chain liquidity. So come on, Ran, join us today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, have timer and have a clicker. Here we go. Hi. Nice to meet you. My name is Juan. I work for Orbs. I lead the BizDev. Now that we have super secure hardware wallets, the question is, what do we do with them? And probably the thing we would want to do with them after we've paid and custodied is probably DeFi. So I would like to talk up today about kind of state of DeFi, where we are, and what do we need to take it to kind of the next level. Yeah, that's me. I'm the business lead. I've been a lawyer before. Stopped doing that. It's a much nicer life to be a BD guy in crypto. I've been in this space since 2015 and with Orbs for the last 7 years. So let's talk about DeFi. DeFi is great. We can do super sophisticated financial transactions with no intermediaries, very easy onboarding for those who are, a little bit techy, not even too much. Very easy to onboard, no intermediaries, composable, you can build really cool things. And then the question is, why is it not picking up at the pace where we thought it will or we wanted it to pick up on? And I would say, so we've seen a massive explosion of DeFi during DeFi summer, and then we've seen it kind of stay more or less the same size, maybe slightly subsiding in the last couple of years. And I think the biggest hurdles we're seeing is, and everybody talks about this stuff, is inferior UX, just not as nice as going to a prime centralized venue where everything is like Web 2 built for you. But it's also the fragmentation is a big problem. I've seen a joke on Twitter the other day that we have more layer 2s than women in the industry, but I think that's true now. And yeah, just like liquidity is fragmented everywhere. Liquidity is fragmented across different chains, across different venues within the chain, across different pools within an AMM. And also, there's still big limitation in smart contracts. Everybody's working about, making things more scalable, perhaps lower fees, but still the core things you just can't do with EVM-based smart contracts. So I guess the purpose of this talk is to see what we can do to make the experience better and maybe discuss what people are building now that's making things better. So what can we do? In my opinion, I would say there's 3 main principles that can help us build a better DeFi ecosystem. One is availability, just making sure we have all the stuff that we have in CeFi also in DeFi. 2 is abstraction. People don't want to handle all the different chains, different values, connect here, convert there, lend here. People want a very simple experience, and that's hard to get in DeFi for anything that's more than just a swap. And also aggregation, which is the best way to kind of overcome that liquidity fragmentation issue. Starting with availability, I guess the main first thing we want to have is we want to have the same stuff that we have in C, right? People are trading on Binance. There's a set of features they have there, and then they go on chain and they don't have the same set of features, so might as well just stay on Binance, right? One example that we're building TWAP and limit orders, right? DCA and limit orders. That's kind of like the most basic advanced feature you'd have on any centralized venue that was more or less non-existent on DeFi. So we've partnered with Pancake, QuickSwap, SpookySwap, Sushi to help them build out TWAP and limit. Now we have it kind of everywhere. That's a very small step towards having the full functionality you have in CeFi be available in DeFi as well. But I think it's a must if we want to convert people to DeFi. Same for perps. Maybe I'll move. Yeah. Same for perps. So, when you look at spot trading, around 20% today is on-chain. That's been more or less consistent since DeFi summer. But for perpetual trading, you only have around 1 to 1.5% of perps trading on-chain. And the reason is you just don't have good enough platforms. Hyperliquid is probably the best one right now. You have GMX and all the GMX forks. You have different solutions. None of them are super capital efficient, and most of them are kind of stuck in the size they are. So one of the things we're trying to build now is essentially an intent-based system for perps, where we essentially source liquidity from CeFi into DeFi. But I won't dive so much into that. But the idea is essentially trying to bring the same functionality you see on Binance or Bybit to be available on-chain. Let's talk about abstraction. A lot of people are talking about account abstraction. I'm not sure I have to super deep dive into it. But essentially, the idea with abstraction is users don't really need to understand or be exposed to the intricacies or technicalities of how their trade is executed. It could be from the wallet layer where you don't really have, there's some solutions like MPCs and other where you shouldn't be really expecting people to interact with their private keys. There's other solutions for that, for encryption in the world that we can use for crypto as well. And goes through the execution as well. I'll give a couple examples. So we're quite involved with the Tone ecosystem. They also have a hackathon here in parallel to Zebu this year. But I think that's one of the best approaches to account abstraction that we're seeing, essentially having your own non-custodial wallet integrated into, specifically in this case, Telegram on your phone. Yeah, so you have a very simple approach that's very similar to the approach you get to the experience you get with Web 2, but that interacts with crypto and DeFi. We do a bunch of stuff with them, but won't spend your time. And obviously, there's tons of other wallets and other solutions for account abstraction. These are just a few. We're not affiliated with any of them. But yeah, just to give, so abstraction, I think, is one of the core things that can help us achieve a better experience for DeFi. And the last thing is aggregation. So as I've said, liquidity is fragmented everywhere. And the problem with liquidity fragmentation is not just the experience, it's annoying to have to hop between chains to get certain specific tokens and stuff. It's really about the price. The less liquidity available, the worse the price, be it on an AMM model, be it on an order book model, but wherever you trade, the less liquidity is available, the worse is the price you're gonna get, obviously as compared to your trade size. So aggregation is key. Obviously, there's a bunch of different aggregators everywhere, but we took our approach for that. So we've built Liquidity Hub. Liquidity Hub is essentially a DEX aggregator that's a meta aggregator that's integrated into a DEX itself. So we work with QuickSwap, SpookySwap, Linux, a bunch of others. We have 16 integrations now for products. Essentially, the idea is that if you limit, a user comes in to swap with a DEX UI. If the user would limit himself, if the DEX would limit himself to the available liquidity on that specific AMM, that will always result in a price that's worse for the user. So you will not expect users to come back to trade on the AMM. They will probably go to some aggregator or back to CeFi. And once you tap into every liquidity that's available on-chain, be it, so obviously on-chain solving via different aggregators like Paraswap and Odos and Rango and OpenOcean and LiFi and all these guys, be it with market makers who are solving off-chain, be it with cross-chain solvers who are just now kind of starting to work. Not yet, but on their way, probably this year. So essentially, you tap into all existing liquidity and essentially provide better prices. I'll give QuickSwap as an example. So when I come trade on QuickSwap, I have around $100 million TVL, which is nice. But for bigger trades, I would get price impact when I trade. Then if I tap into all existing liquidity on Polygon, for example, let's say Polygon POS, I would have around $100 million. So obviously, that would give me a better price. If I go through all on-chain, like via cross-chain solving, I would have probably 11 billion now. And if I just use market makers, have them solve on Coinbase or Binance, I could probably tap into over $100 billion in TVL that's available, and all of that will translate to better prices for users. So essentially, having the best products available on-chain, having all the complexity abstracted away from the users, and use aggregation to provide better prices. We can provide a better experience in DeFi, and that would perhaps make DeFi great again. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Ren. Is there a question? No. Okay, thank you so much. That was very insightful and very clear. So next we have Dr. Lisa Cameron. She's the former member of the parliament and the advocate of our industry. She has founded the UK's first cryptocurrency and digital asset group, the APPG, and she will share how the APPG is influencing the discussion around cryptocurrency and Web3. Please welcome Lisa Cameron.
10 minutes, yeah. Well, thank you so much. It's fabulous to be back with you again for another year at Zebu Live, and I think the organisers are really doing a spectacular job of making sure that London and the UK is on the map. I always am starting off over the past few weeks, everything I speak about with a cough. I don't know why. I think it's a UK thing that this time of year I have managed to get myself a cold. But anyway, as we all do here, we struggle on with the weather and with the bugs. I went into Parliament in 2015, as well as leading up the cryptocurrency group. When I arrived in 2015, I was the first clinical psychologist to ever be elected to the UK Parliament. And I know that my constituents believed that our Parliament at Westminster needed a psychologist. And that's why I went back another 2 times up until May of this year. It's been such a privilege to be an MP in the Parliament and to have the opportunity to develop new skills. And so, as has been described, in 2022, we decided to look at the issue of cryptocurrency and digital assets. And it was really quite a new thing for us at that point, because when we did the research, I realised that there had been no debates whatsoever in the House of Commons at that point in time on the issue of cryptocurrency. So we started the APPG. What is an APPG? An all-party parliamentary group. There are hundreds of these groups, actually, from all different issues. There's a group on for people who like beer, for instance, whiskey, all sorts of different things, and different types of industry. So this was the very first group in the UK Parliament that was going to be focusing on cryptocurrency and digital assets. And at the time, we felt it was very, very important because we did the research, and I realised that although there had been no debates in the House of Commons at that point in time, at that point there were over 3 million people in the UK who were already engaged in this sector. So the people across the UK were, reaching out, striving, engaged in the sector well before the Parliament. They were ahead of us in that sense. So it was very, very important that we caught up and tried to understand the industry and tried to look at why this could give the UK a good opportunity. And at that time as well, the Prime Minister had suggested that the UK could become a hub of cryptocurrency. So it was very timeous in terms of setting up the group. However, aside from the population who were way ahead, there were so many misperceptions in the Parliament. So when I started to speak to MPs from across all of the different parties, because the all-party group covers MPs from a multitude of different parties and also members of the House of Lords. I found that most people didn't want to get engaged. There were so many perceptions. This is all a scam. The UK aren't going to be doing this. We don't need blockchain or Web3 or any of that kind of stuff. We're doing just fine with the system as it is. Then something quite pivotal happened, that we had the Children's Parliament, or Youth Parliament, come into the room to speak about issues that were important to them. And digitalisation was one of those key issues. So we had the children there, aged around about 12 up to 16, all in the room. We had the members of the Parliament from all the different parties. We had members of the House of Lords who had come into the room to hear from the Youth Parliament. And they were able to tell us, because one of the first questions that was actually asked was, put your hand up if you understand Web3. All the children's hands straight up into the air. Hardly any MPs, no members of the House of Lords had their hands in the air at that point. And I realised, wow, these people, young people in our country, are digitally native. This is important to them. It's not just about what's happening now, it's about skills and jobs of the future, and making sure that we give them the opportunities to thrive in this new digital revolution that's arriving across the country. So what did we do? We started with education. We worked for about 2 years, having sessions in the Parliament, discussing with the Youth Parliament as well as the MPs and the members of the House of Lords why this was important, why this sector needed engagement, why for consumer protection reasons we also needed to look at regulatory clarity, but also that regulatory clarity brings investment and business can then understand what's being asked of them and develop important startups and innovation in the UK. So it was all about trying to champion this aspiration of the UK becoming a crypto hub. We also tried to sort of develop a common language, because people would come into the Parliament from industry who clearly hadn't engaged with MPs before, and they would bring hours worth of PowerPoint presentations that they wanted to tell them all of the ins and outs of different things. Then they were talking about CBDC. They would talk about DeFi. Then they would talk about fiat. And then we had questions, what are these people talking about? Isn't fiat a type of car? Are we not here to talk about cryptocurrency? So we had to kind of develop a common shared language and pitch the industry at the right level in the Parliament. We engaged with a lot of different use cases to try to evidence, because MPs were saying, well, yes, we understand what's happening, that this is becoming something that's developing in the UK as well as everywhere else. But what's the point of it? How does it make lives better for people? What are the use cases? We went out. I went out to visit an amazing organisation, Code Lab, who I'm engaged with now. And we visited the first tokenised property in London, which is amazing. I've also engaged with UNICEF and heard about how our international aid can be digitalised to make sure that it reaches the most vulnerable without so many intermediaries, perhaps saving our taxpayers money. We brought in the digital minister from Ukraine, the deputy digital minister, in the middle of the conflict. I mean, he was on the screen and we could hear things happening in the background. And he was talking about, how pivotal this industry had been in reaching those people in need at the front line when traditional banking industries had not managed to continue to operate at that point in time, which was very pivotal. So through giving MPs a variety of different use cases, we began to build more and more interest in the group. And we were able to kind of evidence, alongside some of the partners that we have, we had the Stand With Crypto campaign in the Parliament, talking about how this has to be a whole of a UK approach and bringing innovators from Manchester. I reached out to the Scottish Parliament, and we have a group developing in the Scottish Parliament. I'm engaged with James, who's here from the Digital Commonwealth at the front there, and we're looking at linking with parliamentarians in the Commonwealth to try to help shape their education and engagement. And really, from this time, we thought, well, what are we achieving? There's interest in the Parliament, people are engaged, we know that we have more engagement. But a really great company as well called Greengage started to produce, and you can look it up, some research looking at digital parliamentarians. So I'm quite happy because in the latest one, before I stood down, I'm quite at the top of this, so I recommend you read it quite thoroughly. But we were able to evidence that from having no debates in our Parliament in 2022, then when you take it up to 2024, after having the all-party group up and running and doing all of this amazing work in conjunction with yourselves, that there had been almost 200 questions to the Minister about this sector. We'd had a number of ministerial statements. We'd had bills through the Parliament. We'd had debates on CBDC. We had debates on digitalisation and jobs of the future, which a debate that I was really pleased to lead. So we were actually helping to transcribe that education for MPs into informed discussion on the floor of the House of Commons and the House of Lords. So I would say that even although I felt things were going very well, the most important thing was the evidence base also shows that there is utility in engaging from your sector to the all-party group in the Parliament. I stood down in May, and it had come to my notice that this is not just a phenomenon that's happening in the UK. This sector is global. It's developing, worldwide. We need to look at shared best practice and interoperability. So my next step has been to found and chair the Global Legislators Forum in Digital Assets, which brings MPs from a multitude of parliaments who were on the same journey as me, who perhaps didn't feel they had the support at the time it was developing years ago, but now they will have, because we're going to have a shared forum to discuss issues of interoperability, to up our education, because you're a fast-paced moving industry, things shift and change all of the time. And to make sure that we can bring leading legislators discussing these issues in each of the parliaments together with industry to keep ourselves on top of the game and ahead of the curve, because I don't want to see it happen again, that the Parliament falls behind where the public is on this progress. The first meeting of our forum will be in February. We have a dinner in the House of Lords, and if you're interested in that, come and speak to me. Then we're going to be in Brussels and Dubai, Singapore, and the US. And I'm developing the Forum of Parliamentarians worldwide, so I'm also keen to link with James and our Commonwealth parliamentarians and really to support them to come to the fore. We heard from an event that I was at the Digital Commonwealth just a month ago about how important it is through the keynote speech of Baroness Scotland at that event that this agenda is progressed. So get involved with your APPGs. There are many now. We may have started the cryptocurrency one. There's a Web3 one that you can link into. There's a CBDC one that's up and running. The crypto and digital assets one will be up and running again soon, I'm sure, once they have a new chair in place. It's very important you get involved. Speak to your MP. Go out and meet them at their surgery. Tell them why this industry is so important for local jobs and for the work that you're developing and innovation in the UK. Please do engage. It's very, very important. And if you need to know anything else whatsoever, I know we're running slightly behind schedule today, please email me, get in touch. I'll be around for the rest of this afternoon, and make sure that together we continue to champion the innovation and aspiration of this industry, and particularly for those young people who came to our Parliament to say it was going to make a difference to their world and their future. Thank you.
Wow, what a session. And is that a fellow Scottish person there? Is it? Yeah. Well, I need to have a little blether after. I'm from Scotland as well. But you know what's amazing, guys, is that we really are at the intersection at Zebu Live. We have policymakers, we have private and public sector, and really to be part of this is really an honor for all of us. And I think what's really beautiful is every speaker that comes up has a little appreciation. So I want to show my appreciation to the Zebu team, all the things that go on behind the scenes, guys, that you don't see. There's so much organization involved. And you know what? Lisa must have foreseen this, because we actually have the Stand with Crypto session now. I'm going to introduce Jolly, who's then going to come in and introduce all the rest of the speakers, guys. But a massive round of applause for the Zebu team, and a massive round of applause for the next panelists, guys.
How's it going, everyone? I'm Jolly. I'm one of the co-founders of Zebu Live and Flight 3. So thanks so much for everyone coming down and all the speakers and the moderators. It really does take a lot of hours to coordinate it all, but we have got a star-studded panel coming up. And Stand with Crypto is something I'm super passionate about. Running an event in the UK, just over the last 4 years, we've grown to 3,500 people, 200 speakers. So it's been really important. But importantly, over the last year, with the regulation coming in, lots of the sponsorships going to Dubai, other places in Europe, and it's really important that the UK gets clarity on these things, and we can actually keep fostering the amazing innovation that can and should be happening in the UK. So without too much further ado, Katie, can you, I guess, give the audience a bit of a flavour and understanding of what is Stand with Crypto and why have we brought it over to the UK?
Sure, and thank you very much for having me, Jolly. It's great to be here. So I'm Katie Harries. I'm actually Director of International Policy at Coinbase, but I'm here as Stand with Crypto in the UK. For those of you who are not familiar with Stand with Crypto, this is actually a movement that was born in the US to drive regulatory clarity. Now, in the US, they have 1.5 million advocates for Stand with Crypto. It's been a hugely impactful movement, both in terms of the Fit 21 vote, but also now in the election coming up in November. And because of that impact, we wanted to bring Stand with Crypto to the UK. Now, there's obviously a very different political and regulatory environment in the UK, so we want to adapt it. So what are we trying to achieve in the UK? We want to promote a very positive policy and business environment for blockchain technology and crypto assets across the UK. How we're doing that? We want to galvanize the whole community so that we all speak with one voice. I always think there's lots of different sub-communities within the Web3 ecosystem, so we want to bring the whole grassroots community together. But I think most importantly, what we're trying to do with Stand with Crypto is to shine a spotlight on all the founders that are driving real-world use cases, that are driving jobs, growth, innovation in local communities across the UK. And actually, I always say that founders are the best advocates for our sector. And the reason for that is because if we want to win on policy or on regulation, we really have to win the hearts and minds of policymakers on the social utility of the technology. And I think that is absolutely crucial and core to the aim of Stand with Crypto. So one of the things that we're doing, one of the first things we've done is build our partnerships. So we're working very closely with Outlier Ventures, with Solana, Animoca, Polygon, many other partners to work together to try and get the message out there. We've also had a number of really exciting events in Parliament. We did an event at the House of Commons recently where we had representation both from the government, so we had ministers from government, but also from the shadow government, which was Labour at the time. And I thought what was really interesting about those events is that the policymakers, they'd come back and they were hearing from all the founders who'd heard several people on the stage up here gave little talks, gave pitches about their businesses. And the MPs came away and they said, you know what, I thought I was coming to a technology event where I was learning about the blockchain, and actually, I had no idea that this was touching so many different parts of the economy, from telecoms to transport to environmental issues. And I think that's just so exciting that it's opening their eyes to realize this is like a cross-cutting technology that has the potential to revolutionize all parts of our society and our economy. So we've been getting great feedback on our events. We had a very positive event with the Labour Mayor, Andy Burnham, who was totally new to blockchain technology and crypto assets. We did a roundtable with him. up in Manchester with lots of businesses in his local area. And he came out of that and said, wow, this is such a fantastic event. And he came out and said, you know what, I stand with crypto. This is what Manchester's all about, and how do I get involved? And that's really what we're trying to do, is explain to policymakers the value of the technology and how they can get involved. But I think just more generally in terms of what we're trying to achieve, we've actually put out a manifesto over the election campaign. There are 7 recommendations there, but just to give you a flavor of some things that we're asking for. First of all, we really want a positive tone from the top. I think it's very easy to underestimate the value of our political leaders saying positive things about our technology. And if they give that positive signal that the UK is open for business, then it will give firms like all of ours the confidence to invest and to grow in the UK. So that political tone is really, and political message is really, really important. The second piece is obviously regulatory clarity. We were expecting a number of very positive pieces of legislation to be laid just before the election. They were put on hold. We are hoping that they're coming down the pipeline very, very soon. But we need regulatory clarity on staking. We need legislation on stablecoins. And we need a broader regulatory framework for crypto assets, because we can only innovate and invest and grow if we know the guardrails, the parameters in which we can innovate. And then just finally on our manifesto, the third piece we asked for was just a cross-government strategy for blockchain technology. I think a lot of us go and speak to the Treasury about regulation because it's the Treasury that are developing the rules. But actually, if the UK really wants to get on the map in terms of the technology, we really need a cross-government strategy that should be led by the Department of Business. It should be led by DCIT, the department that's looking at science, innovation, and technology. Because I think there's something really spectacular happens if you focus on frontier technologies. So how blockchain can interact with AI and quantum, and to create those superclusters of new technologies, I think we can really drive economic growth for the UK. And that's what the government's really focused on. It's really focused on driving economic growth. And I think our sector has a really important role to play in that. So that's probably enough from me. But what I will say is, how can you all get involved? We would all love you to sign up for Stand With Crypto. We really want advocates for this movement. It's a true grassroots movement. We really want to do more in local communities across the country. So if you have a meetup or you've got a broader ecosystem group, we've done a lot with the Manchester Blockchain Alliance. They've been a fantastic partner of ours, but we want to reach out and do more. So if you're having a meetup, let us know. We'll come and speak. We might just pay for your pizzas, who knows? And then just finally, we want to find the best use cases in the UK. I said that the founders are the best spokespeople for their industry. For the industry, you really are. So we've got a competition at the moment that we've launched, which is we're on a mission to find the UK's best use cases through Stand With Crypto. So we would love you to put forward projects, come and speak to us, tell us about what you're building, and we'd love to engage with you more. So we're here for the rest of the day, and we would love to learn more about your businesses.
Yeah, I mean, amazing. And Katie, yeah. I think picking up on one of your points, it's undeniable that blockchain and Web3 is such a high growth, talent density sector, and the UK is definitely falling behind. I'm going to come to you, Omri, because you've got an amazing lens from a legal and a sort of VC background of what can the UK do to position itself as the best place to start and grow a blockchain-based business?
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having. Is it working? Yeah. Thanks for having me. My name is Omri, and I'm a lawyer at Outlier Ventures, which is one of the leading Web3 accelerators and VC. And it's great to work with, Stand With Crypto. Picking up on one of your points, I think that one of the starting points should be the tone, because we are seeing regularly on LinkedIn, the UK wants to establish itself as a leading hub for Web3. And on the one hand, I think the UK has done a good job when it comes especially to creating regulation. There is a good amount of conversations with stakeholders. Like, for example, before releasing a regulation, you have a process with consultation paper where people can provide feedback on the proposed regulation. There is more clarity than some other jurisdictions, say like the US, for example, especially when it comes to securities. But we also saw some regulation that came up that are not exactly favorable, especially to the founders, to the startups, because the cost of compliance is going up, becoming exorbitant. And so helping startup really starting out, understanding if there is product market fit, and then increasing regulation as the business scales, I think is very important. But right now they're facing this enormous barrier right out of the gate. So I think like lowering a bit the barrier to entry would be useful. And going back to the tone, having this a consistent approach also in terms of well, if you want for the UK to be a hub, part of it comes down to making sure the regulation is clear from the point of view of what you can do, what you cannot do, but also creating incentives. If we look, for example, at the creative industries, say video game, movie production, there are tax incentives to incentivize the establishment of an ecosystem to attract talent to come here. And then new players are, it's justified for them to come to the UK because they know they can access to the talent. So I think it's going to be a combination of part of it making regulation a bit more tailored. Also, whenever there is a problem, everyone immediately, oh, we need more regulation. Bear in mind, the more regulation comes out, the less free we become. So you want better regulation, not more regulation. And part of it, I think, is also narrative. So I think a positive voice can do a lot. If you look at FTX, the antichrist for blockchain, like day zero of start of the bull market, of the bear market. What I would say is that if you look at the traditional financial industries, like Bernie Madoff, it took 30 years for those pyramid schemes, the Ponzi schemes, to come out.
Well, at least we do things quickly then.
Exactly, we fail quick, which apparently is good. But and there are other use cases, like if you look at OpenSea with Nate, like the kind of insider trading, not insider trading. Transparency is a valuable aspect, But I would say, yeah, lowering barrier to entry and creating some incentive also from a tax perspective, perhaps that could work well.
Amazing. And we actually do have two founders on the panel who are integrating right now blockchain tech into their businesses. So Divya, I'm going to come to you first. Can you explain a little bit about what Journey On does and how you've what tangible results you've been getting over the last couple of years?
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everyone. I'm Divya. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Journey On. We build train tickets on the blockchain, and we work very closely with the Welsh government and Transport for Wales. So one of the biggest problems in the industry is over 240 million is lost every year due to train and rail card fraud just here in the UK. And we are solving that problem at the root. In most cases, this particular sort of fraud is looked at after the ticket is purchased, but with cryptography and a self-validation technology, we are solving the problem at the root. And also, how many of you here actually live outside of London? Any? Yeah, great. So there you go. So, and have you noticed that there are times when the stations outside of London do not have gates? And this is another problem that we're trying to solve, where there are a few stations outside of London, not few, about 85% of the stations outside of London do not have gates. And so the cost of installing a gate and manning a gate runs into the millions. And with this sort of self-validation technology, you can avoid it completely and solve the problem at minimal cost. And what we also do is the technology that we have introduced sits on top of the existing infrastructure. So you don't have to drastically change the infrastructure to a point where there is a whole set of rules and regulations we need to kind of build all over again. But actually, we're just using the existing technology existing rules and regulation, building on top of it. So it makes it very easily retrofittable in the way we are going about it. And yeah, so where we are, we're going through a licensing process, and we are launching in November. We've got early signups to the tunes of tens of thousands whom we are onboarding as we speak. And yeah, in November, anybody who lives in Wales at all? Anybody here? No? Okay, well, if you're in Wales, you can use Journey On in November. Yeah, that's us, I suppose, yeah.
Woo! Hopefully the blockchain tech will allow easier refunds, because I'm due a few from Southwest Trains for sure. But another amazing use case coming to you, Alex, is sustainability, carbon credits, these sorts of bits have always been, I guess, one of a gripe of blockchain. Everyone's saying Bitcoin uses too much power, but maybe you can shine some light on what blockchain is actually doing to improve sustainability.
Sure. Hey everyone, my name's Alex Taylor. I'm a co-founder of KlimaDAO. And KlimaDAO is trying to use Web3 and DeFi technology to improve the voluntary carbon markets. So the voluntary carbon markets are where carbon credits are traded between project developers who do impactful work on the ground. Might be a renewable energy project, might be a reforestation project, as well as using kind of more innovative technologies, carbon dioxide removals, are in the news a lot right now. Labour have just committed to fund a lot of carbon dioxide removal projects. And the carbon markets connect the kind of credits that these projects issue. A credit represents 1 ton of carbon dioxide with buyers, which are traditionally corporates who want to achieve a net zero target or they want to achieve carbon neutrality. These markets, established about 20 years ago or so, they're primarily OTC markets where carbon credits are traded via phone calls, spreadsheets. It takes a long time for settlement to happen. Feels like a market that could be very well integrated with blockchain tech, specifically in our case, DeFi. So we use automated market makers, DEXs, to build liquidity for carbon credits and allow these carbon credits to be in an always-on market with extremely transparent pricing that can be accessed by both the project developers who are doing the good work. They have a counterparty that they can sell their credit straight into. And for buyers who may have to go through a broker or a consultant to actually access the carbon credits, which can take a number of months, they can instead come straight to our technology. This is important because the kind of margins and the friction within the carbon markets are quite well covered and quite severe. The carbon credit can have a 140% margin taken out of it within the middle of the market. That 140% is money that could be going to the project developers. If that money goes to the project developers, they've got more money to reinvest in the boots on the ground activity that does stuff for the climate. So KlimaDAO launched in 2021 with a mission to kind of do things differently, think about how tech can really solve for problems in the middle of the market, particularly around trading. And we've had quite a lot of success. We've facilitated the tokenization of 25 million carbon credits, about $5 billion worth of trading volume through our liquidity pool. So this is quite a lot. This is more volume in our liquidity pools than actually in the off-chain market. So this is a liquid, always-on market that people can access. And yeah, we're continuing to kind of try and innovate and think about how we can improve these markets and to kind of bring it back to the sort of initial question in terms of stand with crypto and kind of what we need, what we see is that people who are in our orbit, who we work with, maybe we've pre-financed their projects, maybe we're working with a corporate who's buying credits and they're using our tech, they quite like us and we have good relationships. People who are a bit further out of our orbit, think crypto, carbon, this could be a scam. This might not be good. And we experience a lot of the narratives that are kind of thrown at crypto, and they hurt us. And we have to spend a lot of time and energy trying to combat this and say, no, here's the data that proves what we do. Here's the technology that we use so you can audit everything that we do. So the kind of softer stuff, I think Lisa was talking a lot about education, is super valuable to us because maturing the conversation around utility and around the benefits that blockchain can build brings immense value to us because we can get past that part and we can start to think about how we improve the markets.
Yeah, amazing. 5 billion is a ton of traction, so it's really impressive to see. And I'm going to come over to another trailblazer, Cap, who oversees a ton of projects and really interesting things. You had a big announcement about the UK yesterday. I don't know if you wanted to just touch on that and I guess what that means for the UK and building blockchain businesses.
Yeah, so I'm Cap. I lead ecosystem growth for Solana here in the UK. And the very cool thing that we was able to announce yesterday is that we are building a landmark here in London. The whole point will be being able to create a space for very best founders, creators, developers to all be able to come together in a single location. It's just by Liverpool Street. There will be co-working spaces. There's a restaurant, bar. There's a podcast studio so you can create all the content that you need. And the big thing that we hope that this is able to do, because as Katie was saying, the regulatory clarity needs to be improved here in the UK, and at the moment what it's causing is network effects to leave. We're seeing founders born in the UK but made overseas, and they're being able to, now what we're seeing is many things not being able to be set up here in the UK, and we're losing that little bit of magic. And so we hope that this location is able to bring that back and to be able to create that space for all of them to be able to come together. Because when you're building a new business, you need support. and you need support across many different facets, whether that be from the legal side, whether that be from accounting, whether that be from a mentor who's already built the business that you want to be able to go through, or anything in between. And what we want to be able to generate in this environment is the energy that allows them to be uplifted and to move forward. And it's not just that we're opening this location and want to create this space, but we also want everybody to own it with us. And we really want to be able to allow the community to be at the front. And so that's why we're working with MetaWealth to be able to tokenize it. And anybody will be able to own a piece of it from as little as $100. And now we can have a fully owned, community-owned landmark in London, which we hope can be a beacon to the rest of the world, to let them know that the UK is ready to play, and we want to be able to push things forward. And even with regulators and policymakers, being able to show them that, look, it's happening in the city. And we need the extra support, that clarity, in order to continue to drive it. And it's going to be beautiful to be able to see. Over the last year, we've been working with many different founders from across. We have what we call our Super Team UK, which is essentially a not-for-profit talent accelerator focused on either finding that top talent and helping them build their skills and get jobs in the ecosystem, or finding top founders and be able to connect them with who they need to be connected with to be able to drive things forward. And so it's exciting now that we're able to bring this into fruition. Anybody can sign up to the wait list now, and we're going to begin the process over the next few months, and it will be launching out early next year.
That's amazing. And I think that backing from Solana is very much, Stephen has been at the spearhead of pushing Solana in the UK. Last year at Breakpoint, he got a track winner in every hackathon track, which is absolutely incredible, helping push forward those UK founders, which is absolutely amazing. So Katie, I just wanted to circle back to you of, how do you see where we're currently positioned in the UK, and what's going to help us get further ahead in this coming sort of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years?
Yeah, I mean, I think the opportunity for the UK is absolutely enormous, and I think that through a number of lenses. First of all, kind of supercharging the city. I think back to the first big bang for the City of London. That was, I think, digitalization was just as important as deregulation. And I really think that blockchain technology can be the kind of technological catalyst for the next big bang. And I think the government's thinking about the City of London, how it can reform, and I think blockchain technology will be absolutely kind of key to that. The current government's already talking about tokenization as a major priority, which I think is fantastic. I think there was a question on a panel yesterday when someone said, well, actually, is that very limiting because they're just talking about tokenization? And I think that's actually great that they're talking about tokenization. It means that they're getting comfortable with the space, they're thinking through the potential applications. But just think as the city moves into tokenization, there's huge opportunities there, also around kind of fractionalization, greater participation in financial markets, and I think that opens up a huge opportunity for the UK's capital markets more generally. And then I just think in the context of kind of payments, stablecoins is obviously a use case that we're kind of seeing up and running already. I think there's fantastic opportunities there. But what I really want to see is a regulatory framework that allows stablecoins to compete on a level playing field with other forms of digital money, whether that's CBDCs or tokenized deposits, whatever that may be. Because I think stablecoins, and linking back to the kind of tokenization debate, that stablecoins are the kind of cash settlement leg, can really kind of grease the kind of mechanics for tokenization in the city. So payments, stablecoins, another fantastic use case and opportunity for the UK. And then I think a third piece is just around Web3. We all know that the UK and Europe more generally lost out on the first wave of innovation towards the kind of first wave of the internet. I really want to see the UK kind of leaning into Web3, getting on front of all that innovation. But then just finally, we've been talking about founders, but I think a lot of people think about kind of crypto assets and blockchain technology in terms of the City of London, in terms of kind of crypto assets, digital assets, and less so about all the innovation that's happening and being driven by founders. And just think about all the founders that are building and driving real-world social utility on the blockchain. And imagine the growth, the innovation and jobs that can drive across the UK. So I think the opportunity for the UK is absolutely huge. And I think it's incumbent on us, all of us, to be talking about that opportunity so that policymakers can realize that ambition. And I think in terms of where we are, I think the previous government was very vocal in terms of what they wanted the UK to do. I don't think we'll necessarily get the same kind of big gestures from this government, but I still feel very positive in terms of the direction of travel. We had the digital property bill, which was published a few weeks ago, which is around digital property rights, for digital assets. And if you look at the press release, the government says that we published this very early on in our mandate because we want the UK to be leading the race in the kind of attracting digital asset firms to the UK. And I think that was the first big moment that the UK made a statement, the new UK government made a statement on its ambitions around digital assets. So I think that was a very positive first move. I mentioned that Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor, and the City Minister are talking about tokenisation. Again, very positive that they're leaning into that debate. Now, no doubt there's a lot of education that needs to be done. And what we want to see now is them moving at speed on the legislation that I talked about. But I feel very, very positive about the direction of travel.
Amazing. Well, it's always good to be positive. And I was going to just, moving on from that, well, obviously small businesses are a big thing. I don't know if, Omri, you could give a little bit of flavour of like, what are the biggest challenges facing, some of your portcos? Are they getting enough talents coming to the UK? And, how do you think we can work through those?
Yeah, what do you see? And like part of what I'm sharing is also from my experience working, as a lawyer in a law firm and advising clients. So, which, is very important to UK businesses because, of course, those were UK businesses. So what I would say is that what you see effectively happening in the UK because of the current regulatory framework is a project with a lot of talent and great idea comes around. They want to launch their product. They're unable to do so because of a few reasons. Because normally, if you think about blockchain product, not all of them involve token, but token represent, a strong proposition as an incentive, as, there are different reasons for that. The problem is that, issuing token from the UK, it's challenging because you need to register with the Financial Conduct Authority. Promoting the launch of the token is difficult because of financial promotion, whether you're in the UK or outside of the UK and you want to offer the services within. So you have this regulatory barrier, and what happens is projects normally then are forced to open separate structure abroad or move abroad, and that is taking talent away from the UK, which is a shame because I think there are a lot of very talented founders that come from the UK, and then potentially, if we don't accommodate a better regulatory framework soon, we potentially are going to lose them to other jurisdictions that are turning themselves into very attractive propositions, through regulation. So I'd say that that's, the cost, but sometimes it's not even a question of cost. Sometimes it's a question of the type of business is just not structured or designed to be able to comply with the regulation. Think about, for example, I know you talked about stablecoin, which is very interesting, by the way, for also other reasons, because they're becoming very prevalent in economies where underpinned by currencies that are weaker than, say, the more traditional USD and GBP. But you see also other use cases, because when we talk about blockchain, we're talking about infrastructure. For example, DePIN, I don't know if everyone is familiar with it, but decentralized physical infrastructure networks, that allows every one of us potentially to play a role in service provision, data creation, data harnessing. So thanks to technologies that we already have in our pocket, we can already contribute and get rewarded for it. So there is a lot of potential, not just in terms of, okay, I'm a service provider in the UK, I'm going to offer services in the UK if the regulation allows me to, but it's also, there is potential to reframe a bit what it means to provide a service. How can I get rewarded? And I hope that materializes, but right now the barrier, I would say, is that regulation takes into account, it's more catered, I would say, to traditional financial services provider or follows that particular type of path, and that might not be suitable for every type of business that operates in the space.
Yeah, it's there's a myriad of problems, but it definitely helps when you have the guidance of someone like OV. But I don't know if Cap also wanted to share his kind of insights on that, seeing from the foundation perspective, bringing those projects in and the talent.
Yeah, there's a couple of different ways to look at, because you have many different types of founders. You have like the very first early founders, like their first startup that they're doing, and then one that's already experienced, exited, and is going on to their next adventure. One thing, because we work a lot with the grassroots as well, with the people building in the UK, and I think one side of like the early founders who this is their first adventure that they're going into, is that they just need connecting with people. They need to have people in that journey that they can know to, and you need these like watering holes for them to be able to meet with people so that they could continue. And it's like great events like Zebu Live bring everyone all together so you can get access to that person that you need to be able to speak to, because being able to meet with someone in real life is so important. Like the conversation you're able to have feels different, and the version that you're able to go through that. But then you also need like a structured process. You need like a pathway to go through. And what I'm hoping to see is like there's some really cool Web3 accelerators. Like you have like Outlier Ventures, you've got teams like Entrepreneur First that are tapping into different areas, but then you've got like, Alliance DAO, Solana Incubator, like you've got a lot of really cool accelerators that are coming through, and being able to allow our founders like access and fast tracks into these, I think are really helpful so that they're able to, those early stage founders that say that student who's 22, is hungry, ready, wants to be able to build something, but needs that extra little bit of guidance to be able to go through and get that support that they need. This is where like that regulatory frameworks, those legal, those even like accounting and tax and everything that basically a founder doesn't think about when they're building their business because they want to build a product. You know, they want to help a market. They want to be able to do something great and hopefully change the world in their very small way. There's all of these other then pieces that need to be kind of built into that. And I'm curious around how policymakers and regulators are able to also be a part of that journey with them, so that when young founders coming through, or I'm at university, I'm deciding what I want to do. You know, rather than going into like the traditional industry of like investment banking, lawyers, or any of the normal pathways that they traditionally see, they're actually saying, hey, I want to take a risk. I want to be an entrepreneur. I want to like bet, everyone's going to bet against me, but I'm going to do it anyway. And I know if I go down this path, there's support and there's stages and there's a journey to be able to go through. And hopefully that, again, harnesses the innovation. When A16Z came to London and set up their office, one of the things they talked about was like, how do we bring that Silicon Valley vibes to the UK and to London? And I think a big part of that is the risk element of the students willing to take the risk, investors willing to back the students coming through, and all of those then pieces that then align up there to hopefully make sure that when the founders are coming through, they're not making the mistakes because they've had people tell them earlier on enough that these are where the hurdles will be able to come through. So the mistakes that they're making are very different to ones that like are replicable across every startup, and are able to see that innovation foster and come out of that a little bit more.
Yeah, it's definitely a great answer. So we have time, we have 2 or 3 minutes left. We have time for 1 or 2 audience questions if anyone does have anything to fire across to our amazing panel here. I don't know, someone's going to have to ask a question. Be brave.
When running spaces, like how do you feel about people who are like eccentric and maybe stand out a bit, are intolerant of that, or like you know, do you realize that maybe like that's kind of what you need to like have innovation?
I think you'll find a lot of founders are eccentric. You know, you need that little bit of like, I'm willing to take the risk, willing to innovate. One thing that we just have across the board is that we're empathetic, but also respectful. And we want to make sure that the space that we're able to create is shared with like love, shared with like cool. We want to be able to help and grow, but then we're also able to like stand tall and be able to make sure that we're being respectful across like to everybody in the space. Because then that creates the positive energy that you need in order to attract and make sure that people want to be there and want to be able to support one another through.
We've got a question just over here. Thanks so much.
Is there anything that you're afraid of in terms of the way this industry is going?
Who's the question to?
Go for it, Katie.
So I think one thing I'm afraid of the misconceptions around crypto assets and blockchain technology, particularly when we're talking to policymakers. So, and I can give you a flavor of some of the misconceptions that I am met with when we're engaging with policymakers. So the first misconception I always get faced with is, blockchain technology good, but tokens bad. And we have to explain to them, well, actually, they're inextricably linked, and one powers the other, and there's a lot of education that needs to be done around that. Second misconception I often get is crypto assets, it's only about speculation. That's all it is. And we have to say, well, for example, I may hold ETH because I think the price may go up, but actually I hold ETH because I may want to send an NFT, and I need to pay for gas fees, and all that kind of thing. So, and I think that's particularly important in the context of regulation, because it's often financial services regulators that are thinking about regulating the sector, but they also need to think about the kind of the real world utility of these assets as well. And I think that's really important. Another misconception, I've thought of another one. Backed crypto good, unbacked crypto bad. So stable coins fine, everything else in a different bucket. And what we have to say to policymakers is That's not, unbacked crypto is not a monolithic bucket. You've got kind of ETH in there, as well as meme coins, and there's a role for all different types of kind of crypto assets. Meme coins play a very important role. We let people buy kind of pins, for example, so people should be able to purchase meme coins, but then you've also got ETH, and that plays a very different role. And again, what does that mean for the kind of regulatory framework? And so we're having to unpick all these different arguments and really educate policymakers as they're thinking about the kind of regulatory framework that they're designing. So biggest fear for me are just misconceptions around the sector generally.
Yeah, I can take a stab at your question as well, because we've, I guess, got a unique perspective. So we launched 2021, took a pretty large risk, I guess, with what we did, DeFi project for carbon credits. And I think there's a big threat to what we're doing, because I think some of the best bits of our technology that we kind of incubated, launched, is kind of being taken by competitors, but those competitors are very large financial institutions. And it's not a bad thing per se. I think the technology is good and great if they use it and they can address those issues I was talking about with like margins taken out the middle of the market. What's annoying is that these institutions have relationships with the kind of so-called gatekeepers of the market. The carbon markets are an unregulated commodity market, so the gatekeepers are NGOs, and they can make the rules up as they wish. So we really struggle to get an audience and make a case with these gatekeepers. They don't want to talk to us. We're crypto, we're DeFi, we're not good. Whereas these large financial institutions have taken what we've built, and they are launching products with these gatekeepers. And so for me, this feels anti-competitive in some respects. They're kind of not letting the innovators showcase themselves. We kind of have to work around the edges. We have to find carbon from registries that are maybe a bit more innovative, a bit more open-minded. But I assume this is probably going to happen, if it's not already, across the Web3 crypto space, where there's this kind of like this regulatory kind of level is being created that only certain types of organizations can access. And the kind of innovators who took all the risk on, experimented, did something good, are going to kind of lose some of the best bits of their work. So I see that as a threat to the kind of DeFi community, not to blockchain per se. I think blockchain is going to get adopted, and it's going to make phenomenal improvements across a lot of markets. But yeah, there is a threat to the kind of guys like us.
Actually, I could just quickly add. Sorry, I could quickly add to that. So Naz, yeah, to your point, when we started off building tickets in the blockchain, there's a lot of misconception around crypto and NFTs and different sort of digital assets. So we had to kind of first educate, because this is a public sector organization. We had to educate them, let them know take them through the journey, really. So you talk to them about crypto, talk to them about NFTs, how NFTs can be used, for other sort of utilities within business. And so it's a journey. You've got to take them through that journey, explain to them about the different possibilities of you have like a gamut of things that you can do within the crypto space. So you can take them through that journey, tell them what each one of these assets mean, and then how we can bring utility to the blockchain using NFTs. And this is how we went about it. Yeah.
Can I add just one super quick thing? Biggest fear, I would say, yeah, that's a great question. Like we start here like to compete for. No, but I'd say the biggest fear is to lose too much talent before we create a regulatory framework and environment that is conducive to founders. I think that's the biggest fear, because you'd want to be a part of a community, like Cap was saying, where you can meet with other talent and improve on products and beyond. So that's the biggest fear for me.
Amazing. I was going to say, Alex, imitation is the highest form of flattery. So keep building amazing stuff and people will copy it. But that's all we have time for today. Remember, if you want to be part of the Stand With Crypto movement, just swamp Katie after. She'll help you get signed up, whether you want to be a partner, an advocate, invited to all of the amazing events that they're going to be running in the next sort of 12 months. We'd love to have you as part of the movement. It's such an important thing for the UK, whether it's an event, you're running a project, or you're just passionate about the positive change that you think blockchain tech can bring about. But finally, can you just give a massive round of applause to the amazing panelists that we have here? And enjoy the rest of Zebu Live. It's great to have you down.
As DeFi and Web3 applications become more and more complex, smart contracts remain inherently limited, as they run in a very tight sandbox. For that reason, many Web3 projects still rely on centralized back-end infrastructure for certain problems, creating a single point of failure, sacrificing decentralization for practicality. The current blockchain stack consists of 2 layers. Layer 1 in charge of security, Layer 2 in charge of scalability. But how can we overcome the limitations of smart contracts in a decentralized manner? Introducing Orbs. Orbs runs above these layers as a fully decentralized Layer 3 infrastructure blockchain protocol. Orbs acts as a decentralized backend, enhancing the capabilities of EVM and non-EVM smart contracts. The Orbs protocol is executed by dozens of independent permissionless validators, staked with over $100 million, opening up a whole new spectrum of possibilities for Web3, DeFi, NFTs, and GameFi. Orbs provides 2 different execution services. Orbs Lambda is an event-driven, serverless, and decentralized cloud function written in JavaScript, similar in concept to AWS Lambda. And Orbs VM, a Docker-based virtual machine, enabling implementations of powerful custom decentralized services in any popular programming language like Go, JavaScript, Rust, or Python, packaged as a standard Docker container. Join us in shaping the next evolution of smart contracts. Become a part of the Orbs universe.
Brands must adapt or die.
Social media is media.
When we first launched, we were hoping for, maybe 400, 500 people.
Internet culture is culture.
Nearly half of Gen Zers go to social media platforms to get their information.
We're democratizing everything, from the creative arts.
I never thought I could sell my work like this.
To finance.
Retail traders aren't just taking on hedge funds, they're also trying to take them down.
Driving trends, politics, and even our culture.
Social media changed the way that politicians could communicate.
And now, emerging innovations are set to change our day-to-day lives even further.
So ChatGPT, artificial intelligence.
So you've probably heard about the metaverse.
But in a world of change, the biggest risk to you is falling behind.
So what now? Exponential change has created exponential opportunity,
making traditional marketing and communication methods less effective.
Your storytelling matters more than it ever has before. To be relevant, stories need to connect with culture.
Those that can't communicate their story correctly will fail, but those that can, they're going to thrive.
And that is why Flight Story exists. We understand what it takes to innovate through constant change. We deliver personalized and impactful strategies through our consulting division.
We provide world-first tools that give you the insights that you need. We develop meaningful stories through our content creation studios.
We distribute them far and wide through our extensive earned media network.
Accelerate their growth through our performance media services.
And now, we're helping brands get ready for what comes next. By telling the right story, we build your reputation, deepen the relationships with your community,
and ultimately create value.
For over a decade, our teams have guided leaders for some of the world's most successful companies on the planet.
Having a great story, it isn't enough.
Flight Story will give you the tools to tell it.
So ChatGPT, chatbot, NFTs, augmented reality glasses, and so Web3, metaverse. This is a tectonic shift.
There's no need to panic.
I want to make the world's first podcast produced entirely by AI.
We can feed your topic into an AI tool that synthesizes the host voice in real time.
Are you ready for the latest gaming news?
How can I start creating content for the metaverse?
Using generative technology, we can recreate your likeness and track your exact movements through local motion capture.
Innovation is accelerating the rate of change in every single industry.
Completely changing how brands and marketeers reach their audience.
The gap between what's now,
the AI race is definitely on,
and what's next,
using VR all the time,
is always closing. Our mission is to keep brands at the forefront of what's possible.
Brands around the world are investing in metaverse platforms.
We wanted to find a world-class Web3 team who truly understand what's coming next.
And the opportunities that these new innovations can create.
Which is why today at Fly Story, we're announcing the acquisition of Zebu, and together, the launch of an innovative new team. Introducing Flight 3.
Our global team has led digital marketing for some of the world's most innovative companies and projects.
We'll be bringing our combined experience of these emerging technologies and how they can supercharge brand ecosystems
Through services that help brands start and accelerate their innovation journey. We understand how to build highly engaged communities.
With global events across Web3, the metaverse, and much more.
Brands that innovate now, that operate at the forefront of change,
will define the once-in-a-generation commercial and marketing opportunities that are coming next. It's time for your brand to harness the future of innovation with Flight 3.
DeFi and Web3 applications become more and more complex, smart contracts remain inherently limited, as they run in a very tight sandbox. For that reason, many Web3 projects still rely on centralized back-end infrastructure for certain problems, creating a single point of failure, sacrificing decentralization for practicality. The current blockchain stack consists of two layers: Layer 1 in charge of security, Layer 2 in charge of scalability. But how can we overcome the limitations of smart contracts in a decentralized manner? Introducing Orbs. Orbs runs above these layers as a fully decentralized Layer 3 infrastructure blockchain protocol. Orbs acts as a decentralized backend, enhancing the capabilities of EVM and non-EVM smart contracts. The Orbs protocol is executed by dozens of independent permissionless validators, staked with over $100 million, opening up a whole new spectrum of possibilities for Web3, DeFi, NFTs, and GameFi. Orbs provides two different execution services. Orbs Lambda is an event-driven, serverless, and decentralized cloud function written in JavaScript, similar in concept to AWS Lambda. And Orbs VM, a Docker-based virtual machine, enabling implementations of powerful custom decentralized services in any popular programming language like Go, JavaScript, Rust, or Python, packaged as a standard Docker container. Join us in shaping the next evolution of smart contracts. Become a part of the Orbs universe.
Brands must adapt or die.
Social media is media.
When we first launched, we were hoping for, maybe 400, 500 people.
Internet culture is culture.
Nearly half of Gen Zers go to social media platforms to get their information.
We're democratizing everything, from the creative arts.
I never thought I could sell my work like this.
To finance.
Retail traders aren't just taking on hedge funds, they're also trying to take them down.
Driving trends, politics, and even our culture.
Social media changed the way that politicians could communicate.
And now, emerging innovations are set to change our day-to-day lives even further.
So ChatGPT, artificial intelligence.
So you've probably heard about the metaverse.
But in a world of change, the biggest risk to you is falling behind.
So what now? Exponential change has created exponential opportunity,
making traditional marketing and communication methods less effective.
Your storytelling matters more than it ever has before. To be relevant, stories need to connect with culture.
Those that can't communicate their story correctly will fail, but those that can, they're going to thrive.
And that is why Flight Story exists. We understand what it takes to innovate through constant change. We deliver personalized and impactful strategies through our consulting division.
We provide world-first tools that give you the insights that you need. We develop meaningful stories through our content creation studios.
We distribute them far and wide through our extensive earned media network.
Accelerate their growth through our performance media services.
And now, we're helping brands get ready for what comes next. By telling the right story, we build your reputation, deepen the relationships with your community,
and ultimately create value.
For over a decade, our teams have guided leaders for some of the world's most successful companies on the planet.
Having a great story, it isn't enough.
Flight Story will give you the tools to tell it.
So ChatGPT troubled NFTs, augmented reality glasses, and so Web3 metaverse. This is a tectonic shift.
There's no need to panic.
I want to make the world's first podcast produced entirely by AI.
We can feed your topic into an AI tool that synthesizes the host voice in real time.
Are you ready for the latest gaming news?
How can I start creating content for the metaverse?
Using generative technology, we can recreate your likeness and track your exact movements through local motion capture.
Innovation is accelerating the rate of change in every single industry.
Completely changing how brands and marketeers reach their audience.
The gap between what's now,
The AI race is definitely on.
And what's next
Using VR all the time.
is always closing. Our mission is to keep brands at the forefront of what's possible.
Brands around the world are investing in metaverse platforms.
We wanted to find a world-class Web3 team who truly understand what's coming next.
and the opportunities that these new innovations can create.
Which is why today at Fly Story, we're announcing the acquisition of Zebu, and together, the launch of an innovative new team. Introducing Flight 3.
Our global team has led digital marketing for some of the world's most innovative companies and projects.
We'll be bringing our combined experience of these emerging technologies and how they can supercharge brand ecosystems
Through services that help brands start and accelerate their innovation journey. We understand how to build highly engaged communities.
With global events across Web3, the metaverse, and much more.
Brands that innovate now, that operate at the forefront of change,
will define the once-in-a-generation commercial and marketing opportunities that are coming next. It's time for your brand to harness the future of innovation with Flight 3.
As DeFi and Web3 applications become more and more complex, smart contracts remain inherently limited, as they run in a very tight sandbox. For that reason, many Web3 projects still rely on centralized back-end infrastructure for certain problems, creating a single point of failure, sacrificing decentralization for practicality. The current blockchain stack consists of two layers: Layer 1 in charge of security, Layer 2 in charge of scalability. But how can we overcome the limitations of smart contracts in a decentralized manner? Introducing Orbs. Orbs runs above these layers as a fully decentralized Layer 3 infrastructure blockchain protocol. Orbs acts as a decentralized backend, enhancing the capabilities of EVM and non-EVM smart contracts. The Orbs protocol is executed by dozens of independent permissionless validators, staked with over $100 million, opening up a whole new spectrum of possibilities for Web3, DeFi, NFTs, and GameFi. Orbs provides two different execution services. Orbs Lambda is an event-driven, serverless, and decentralized cloud function written in JavaScript, similar in concept to AWS Lambda. And Orbs VM, a Docker-based virtual machine, enabling implementations of powerful custom decentralized services in any popular programming language like Go, JavaScript, Rust, or Python, packaged as a standard Docker container. Join us in shaping the next evolution of smart contracts. Become a part of the Orbs universe.
Brands must adapt or die.
Social media is media.
When we first launched, we were hoping for, maybe 400, 500 people.
Internet culture is culture.
Nearly half of Gen Zers go to social media platforms to get their information.
We're democratizing everything, from the creative arts
I never thought I could sell my work like this
to finance.
Retail traders aren't just taking on hedge funds, they're also trying to take them down.
Driving trends, politics, and even our culture.
Social media changed the way that politicians could communicate.
And now, emerging innovations are set to change our day-to-day lives even further.
So ChatGPT, artificial intelligence.
You've probably heard about the metaverse.
But in a world of change, the biggest risk to you is falling behind.
So what now? Exponential change has created exponential opportunity,
making traditional marketing and communication methods less effective.
Your storytelling matters more than it ever has before. To be relevant, stories need to connect with culture.
Those that can't communicate their story correctly will fail, but those that can, they're going to thrive.
And that is why Flight Story exists. We understand what it takes to innovate through constant change. We deliver personalized and impactful strategies through our consulting division.
We provide world-first tools that give you the insights that you need. We develop meaningful stories through our content creation studios.
We distribute them far and wide through our extensive earned media network.
Accelerate their growth through our performance media services.
And now, we're helping brands get ready for what comes next. By telling the right story, we build your reputation, deepen the relationships with your community,
and ultimately create value.
For over a decade, our teams have guided leaders for some of the world's most successful companies on the planet.
Having a great story, it isn't enough.
Flight Story will give you the tools to tell it.
So ChatGPT, trouble NFTs, augmented reality glasses, and so Web3 metaverse. This is a tectonic shift.
There's no need to panic.
I want to make the world's first podcast produced entirely by AI.
We can feed your topic into an AI tool that synthesizes the host voice in real time.
Are you ready for the latest gaming news?
How can I start creating content for the metaverse?
Using generative technology, we can recreate your likeness and track your exact movements through local motion capture.
Innovation is accelerating the rate of change in every single industry.
Completely changing how brands and marketeers reach their audience.
The gap between what's now,
The AI race is definitely on.
And what's next
Using VR all the time.
is always closing. Our mission is to keep brands at the forefront of what's possible.
Brands around the world are investing in metaverse platforms.
We wanted to find a world-class Web3 team who truly understand what's coming next.
and the opportunities that these new innovations can create.
Which is why today at Fly Story, we're announcing the acquisition of Zebu, and together, the launch of an innovative new team. Introducing Flight 3.
Our global team has led digital marketing for some of the world's most innovative companies and projects.
We'll be bringing our combined experience to these emerging technologies and how they can supercharge brand ecosystems through services that help brands start and accelerate their innovation journey.
We understand how to build highly engaged communities
with global events across Web3, the metaverse, and much more.
Brands that innovate now, that operate at the forefront of change,
will define the once-in-a-generation commercial and marketing opportunities that are coming next. It's time for your brand to harness the future of innovation with Flight 3.
As DeFi and Web3 applications become more and more complex, smart contracts remain inherently limited as they run in a very tight sandbox. For that reason, many Web3 projects still rely on centralized back-end infrastructure for certain problems, creating a single point of failure, sacrificing decentralization for practicality. The current blockchain stack consists of two layers: Layer 1 in charge of security, Layer 2 in charge of scalability. But how can we overcome the limitations of smart contracts in a decentralized manner? Introducing Orbs. Orbs runs above these layers as a fully decentralized Layer 3 infrastructure blockchain protocol. Orbs acts as a decentralized backend, enhancing the capabilities of EVM and non-EVM smart contracts. The Orbs protocol is executed by dozens of independent permissionless validators, staked with over $100 million, opening up a whole new spectrum of possibilities for Web3, DeFi, NFTs, and GameFi. Orbs provides two different execution services. Orbs Lambda is an event-driven, serverless, and decentralized cloud function written in JavaScript, similar in concept to AWS Lambda. And Orbs VM, a Docker-based virtual machine, enabling implementations of powerful custom decentralized services in any popular programming language like Go, JavaScript, Rust, or Python, packaged as a standard Docker container. Join us in shaping the next evolution of smart contracts. Become a part of the Orbs universe.
Brands must adapt or die.
Social media is media.
When we first launched, we were hoping for, maybe 400, 500 people.
Internet culture is culture.
Nearly half of Gen Zers go to social media platforms to get their information.
We're democratizing everything, from the creative arts
I never thought I could sell my work like this
to finance.
Retail traders aren't just taking on hedge funds, they're also trying to take them down.
Driving trends, politics, and even our culture.
Social media changed the way that politicians could communicate.
And now, emerging innovations are set to change our day-to-day lives even further.
So ChatGPT, artificial intelligence.
So you've probably heard about the metaverse.
But in a world of change, the biggest risk to you is falling behind.
So what now? Exponential change has created exponential opportunity,
making traditional marketing and communication methods less effective.
Your storytelling matters more than it ever has before. To be relevant, stories need to connect with culture.
Those that can't communicate their story correctly will fail, but those that can, they're going to thrive.
And that is why Flight Story exists. We understand what it takes to innovate through constant change. We deliver personalized and impactful strategies through our consulting division.
We provide world-first tools that give you the insights that you need. We develop meaningful stories through our content creation studios.
We distribute them far and wide through our extensive earned media network.
Accelerate their growth through our performance media services.
And now, we're helping brands get ready for what comes next. By telling the right story, we build your reputation, deepen the relationships with your community,
and ultimately create value.
For over a decade, our teams have guided leaders for some of the world's most successful companies on the planet.
Having a great story, it isn't enough.
Flight Story will give you the tools to tell it.
So ChatGPT troubled NFTs, augmented reality glasses, and so Web3 metaverse. This is a tectonic shift.
There's no need to panic.
I want to make the world's first podcast produced entirely by AI.
We can feed your topic into an AI tool that synthesizes the host voice in real time.
Are you ready for the latest gaming news?
How can I start creating content for the metaverse?
Using generative technology, we can recreate your likeness and track your exact movements through local motion capture.
Innovation is accelerating the rate of change in every single industry.
Completely changing how brands and marketeers reach their audience.
The gap between what's now,
The AI race is definitely on.
And what's next
Using VR all the time.
is always closing. Our mission is to keep brands at the forefront of what's possible.
Brands around the world are investing in metaverse platforms.
We wanted to find a world-class Web3 team who truly understand what's coming next.
and the opportunities that these new innovations can create.
Which is why today at Fly Story, we're announcing the acquisition of Zebu, and together, the launch of an innovative new team. Introducing Flight 3.
Our global team has led digital marketing for some of the world's most innovative companies and projects.
We'll be bringing our combined experience to these emerging technologies and how they can supercharge brand ecosystems through services that help brands start and accelerate their innovation journey.
We understand how to build highly engaged communities
with global events across Web3, the metaverse, and much more.
Brands that innovate now, that operate at the forefront of change,
will define the once-in-a-generation commercial and marketing opportunities that are coming next. It's time for your brand to harness the future of innovation with Flight 3.
Welcome back to the afternoon, the last session today. And we're starting off with a brilliant, brilliant panel. It's going to be headed up, our moderator is Jessica Lloyd for Being Crypto, and she's going to come up and introduce her panel, talk about how to scale Web3 network beyond imagination. Jessica, come on up and invite your panel up.
Afternoon, everybody. So yeah, I'm Jessica Lloyd. I'm head of global growth at Being Crypto. We are top 3 by users, and we are top 1 by coverage. So our main method of growth is through localization. We are currently present in 21 languages, and this is kind of our niche within the space, within crypto media and crypto education. So instead of just focusing on crypto as a global economic solution. We also focus on local use cases, and yeah, that's the main part of what I do. So let's talk about scaling Web3 beyond imagination. Come on. I think I'm going to sit here.
Oh, the old shuffle.
After you.
Like my mic works, right? Hello. Oh yeah, it works, great. So yeah, let's do introductions first of all. Chandru.
Thank you very much, Jessica. Hi everybody, my name is Chandru, and I'm a co-founder and CTO at Alchemy Exchange. So Alchemy is a decentralized ad exchange. So we enable the buying and selling of ads, online ads, and we're built on Web3 Rails. So we look at offering benefits of transparency, auditability, low transaction fees, and less carbon footprint. That's us. Max?
Thanks, Chandru. I'm Max. I'm head of growth at Flare. We're a layer 1 EVM chain. I promised Jessica I wouldn't say the word enshrined. We have enshrined oracles, but what it means is they're oracles that are integrated. They're sort of built into the network. So yeah, that's me.
Shimon, co-founder and CEO of Ramp Network. We're leading on-ramp that helps hundreds of developers ease the way of new crypto users to onboard into their dApps. We work with all the top wallets, exchanges, and decentralized applications. But increasingly, we are focusing on Web2 businesses moving into Web3 and to help them bridge their huge user bases to the world of Web3.
Great, thanks, Shimon. David Norris, CFO at Near Foundation. We look after the oversight of the Near protocol. We've been building an L1 for many years, which needs to be scalable and fast. And we've been building in stealth chain abstraction that allows us to transact across any chain. Finally, we've been building our AI use cases to really look after the whole AI stack and bring AI agents into user journeys. And together, that starts moving us to a world of user-owned internet, where the user can have really impactful journeys that suit their life, supported by AI agents with payments made everywhere. So lots of exciting stuff happening.
When we first got given the title for this panel, a few of us interpreted the word scaling the network in a few different ways. So I think to start with, we'll just talk about how we interpret scaling and what's most relevant coming from your organization on that topic.
Thanks. So at Alchemy, we usually talk about the onion model or the Shrek model, where onions have layers, Shrek, ogres have layers, and so do Web3 products. So I look at scaling in a holistic way. It's not just about the network or the technology, but there are multiple layers to scaling: infrastructure, community, marketing, token holders, technology, network, and so on. But one of the key things that I want to bring about is scaling real-world utility and adding liquidity via real-world utility. And what I mean by this is that, and liquidity isn't just me selling a token, you buying the token, you selling, somebody else buying it, but it's about how do products build on real-world utility that will allow fiat Web2 money, which there is enough of, to come onto crypto, and how is that going to affect crypto? To give you a little bit of background to this, a little bit of context, Alchemy works in the digital advertising ecosystem. So today, the digital advertising ecosystem spends $750 billion every year. And this could very well go up to $1 trillion every year in the next few years to come. So even if we were to bring 1% of that $1 trillion on chain, then that would be $10 billion. Typically, we've seen transaction fees of up to about 6.5% for each of these transactions. So 6.5% of 10 billion, $650 million. That is the amount of money that is available to buy back tokens. That is the amount of money that is available to add value to the Web3 community, right? And when we are talking about these numbers, we automatically think, how do we get that money on chain? that is when things like infrastructure, the community, network, validators, they all become the means to actually get more of the Web 2 utility, more of the Web 2 cash, the fiat cash into crypto, and that for me would be true scaling, Jessica.
Max?
Wow, well said.
Anything left for you to say?
Well, gosh, I'm not sure. I mean, so I suppose I agree with a lot of what you said. I think for me, it's about what are the applications that users are going to use on a day-to-day basis. And actually, I was chatting with David about this before we came on stage. It's like when you go to the App Store, or you go to the Play Store, and you download your app and you use it, and you do the thing where you double-click on the side of your phone and it puts the payment through to give you the subscription. How do you get that kind of app like functionality supported by blockchain rails? And so that's kind of one of the things that I'm always thinking about as someone who works in the space. I'm sure everyone in this room is kind of thinking about it. What's going to be the use case that really kind of takes crypto to the next level? We look a lot at remittance, obviously, as an industry, and that's probably been one of the best ways of scaling this. I think DeFi is interesting, but there's a lot of room to grow there. I think what we've got to be able to do is have the data availability on the chain. And that's kind of what we're doing at Flare is looking at how we bring more data to the chain, high integrity data that's been acquired trustlessly, that's reliable, and that can be used by developers for free. And that's kind of what we've really set as our main task.
When I think about scaling, I think about the chasm that we need to cross in the next 2 or 3 years. And speaking a lot with people who are launching apps in Web3, I can very clearly see that for most of them, the actual target end user is someone who is already onboarded to Web3. The reason for that is, especially if they're trying to build something that is not a speculative use case, it's very hard to convince someone who is not yet onboarded to Web3 to go through the pain of being onboarded. And if you really think about it, this really means that a lot of what we do in this industry is focused on building, rebuilding, reimagining, and then disrupting again the same bits of infrastructure with very few actual use cases. And I think the key factor here is not that there is lack of will to build stuff that would be targeted, or like where the target would be mass market and mainstream users, but there is just this fundamental issue with inability to convert really well people who are not yet fully onboarded. And so the repeated speculative crazes that happened in this industry were very helpful because a lot of people got onboarded, and this means that we've got some we got some early traction and we've got some early group of early adopters. But to go from early adopters to mainstream, I think we need much more than this group of users. And this is also the major issue that I can hear about when I'm talking to Web 2 app developers who are thinking about shifting part of their products to Web3 Rails. They say, hey, I would love to do that. It's a very powerful technology. This would help our users a lot. But there is just too big of a barrier at the very beginning of the user journey, and we would lose so many of them, and we would not be able to convert so many of them. So many of these users would be frustrated. That is just not really worth it for us. And there is very few players who are brave enough and bold enough to actually go and try. And at Ramp, the nature of our business is onboarding new users to crypto and making this entire user journey one click. And obviously, some of the regulations that are in place are not helping. Some of the bank's policies are not helping, but we are pushing. But I think that there is very little appreciation for the real reason why there is not really a big adoption beyond speculative use cases. And I think we should, as an industry, just double down and invest even more in this initial steps and phases of every Web3 user journey. because I think that there is not enough emphasis on this right now. And this really means that if this continues, we as an industry would become like, we would be recycling same users, same concepts, same products over and over again, which is not really healthy. So for us as an industry to start scaling our networks, I think there should be much more empathy and focus on the experience of newbies and how they experience their very early steps in the Web3 world. This is what we are trying to do at Ramp.
Great. Can I just do a quick sense check? Who in the room here is more on the engineering product side? Okay, and who's more on like sales and marketing and... Okay, so this is great. I mean, this is actually really encouraging. I think virtually every conference I've been to has been very tech heavy, and we're running the risk of going down into a validator scaling session, which is great for us to kind of be able to get back to the realities of the problems. I think my observations on scaling, we've gone through a massive infrastructure phase where the pure infrastructure has needed to be built. We've had to have the protocols built, we've had to have ways to be able to scale it through L2s, looking at sharding on L1s. But now actually really the phase that's really important is how do we get each of the experiences from wallets through to RPCs, like on-ramps, everything speaking together to give real utility to users. The biggest barrier to scaling for me right now is user adoption and messaging. When I speak to any of my friends who are non-crypto, you say the word crypto, it leaves a bad taste in the mouth. And we've got an image problem that we need to adjust as an entire industry. If we're really going to be able to break open and scale, for me, it's a case of understanding what those needs of users are, being able to tell compelling stories to them, bring the real lessons that we've learned in Web3. We don't need to reinvent a lot of them to be able to showcase the amazing tech, the incredible brains that are building this industry, and actually really focus on that user values. So for me, scaling, user journeys, and messaging are the most important thing right now if we're going to move out of this PvP game of trying to take users from each other and move more into how we break open the whole industry.
So when it comes to scaling adoption, scaling community, scaling people who are actually using your products, what is really the key to doing that in a methodical, systematic, strategic way, but also doing it in a decentralized way and keeping the ethos of crypto and blockchain alive? How do you get that balance right?
Do you mind if I take that one, first of all? Yeah, just to kind of carry on the thread with it. I think we need to kind of work out what really we're trying to solve. I think crypto, Web3 as a whole, has been great tech solutions trying to find a problem and not really thinking about the main problems for the users we want to speak to and how we solve them, and then being able to work down through the stack of actually how do we make amazing journeys. How often do you decide you want to be able to participate on a particular chain? You have to go and get a wallet, you have to go and get your assets into that wallet, you then have to deal with bridges potentially. There's so much friction in those journeys that actually most of our people in our industry love. They love the pain to be able to get there. If they don't feel the pain, is it even worth doing? But that's not going to be the average person. And for me, and what we're trying to do at NEAR, I think we're really trying to get back to the market research around what users really need, how we can bring novel use cases to them, and work with the right partners across the whole of Web3 to drop the ego of it has to be on our chain, to think how do we unify and do the best things possible to get great experiences. And then seeing what the enablers are for that. That means, right, if we really need to scale fast on a tech level, how do you make sure you've got the right incentive mechanisms in place? How do you keep that scalability, security type balance in mind as you're going through that and allow other people to help support that journey? We need to open up.
Absolutely. In fact, one of the key concepts that we follow is the 8 to 80 rule. So the 8 to 80 rule is a classic rule of how product can follow user adoption. And this is what I've realized is 8 is, can I explain a product and its relevance to my 8-year-old son? If I can convince him of the relevance of a product, then I think we made a start. Because 8-year-olds, let me tell you, they're way smarter than we can imagine, and they will tell you what they think. And the 81 is, can I convince my 80-year-old dad to use the product? As long as I have been able to achieve both, convince my 80-year-old son about the relevance of a product and my 80-year-old dad to use the product, I think we're moving somewhere with user adoption. At Alchemy, we look at this in 3 stages. So stage 1 is where we remove barriers to entry. When I say remove barriers to entry, we need to look at who our potential clients are, what are their motivations, what are their problems, what are the kind of standards that they are complying to, what are their methods of integration, what are the kind of features that they expect from product of that type, and then we conform to all of the set rules that the market has set. So we are removing the barriers to entry. That's number 1. Stage 2, for me, would be where we recognize the problems with any incumbents. We recognize what are the problems with similar products in the market, and then we solve those problems. That would be stage 2, which will then allow clients, allow partners to move away from pain. And stage 3 is what we refer to as the wow factor, right? That is where you give your clients something that they have not experienced or have not expected. So when we cover removal of barriers to entry, moving away from pain, and moving towards pleasure, the classic pain-pleasure theory, I think we are going in the right direction as far as user adoption is concerned.
Yeah, I think, actually, I really loved some of the points that you were making, David, about the way that we've worked so hard as an industry to really prepare the infrastructure for scalability. I think it's been incredible. And Chandra, I agree with you too on the fact that being able to have our technology accessible to not only the 8-year-olds out there, but also the 80-year-olds, these are kind of majorly key points. I think from my own perspective, the blockchain space needs to become more mature. There's 2 scenarios, right? The first scenario is the whole banking system, the governance system kind of collapses and blockchain becomes like the mainstream adopted piece, which is like, woohoo! And then we all get to kind of be very happy. The other is that blockchain looks at what's happening in the regulatory space and figures out how to comply, how to create the compliance structures, whilst also maintaining interoperability between the different chains. Like each chain is sort of a bit siloed because what you've got in the blockchain industry is a lot of self-referential microcosms or slightly larger cosms like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Near, and other chains. If we can manage to get those aspects and then also provide the data for the applications with the compute, and when I'm talking about compute, I'm talking about trusted execution environment compute that can do stuff like you would do with an app on your phone. Once we get to that level, then I think we'll be able to really scale. So yeah.
The question was about how do we balance out making sure that we can deliver something that is delightful and very simple, streamlined, and the ethos of keeping it decentralized. And this is going to require a lot of tech work, but I also think that we should be comfortable with putting together products that are actually like not the target and products that we want to put together. So it's fine to launch something that is going to be streamlined, semi-centralized, and a stepping stone to what we want to achieve. At the same time, I think that while doing this, we need to also make sure that we are not falling into the trap of like complacency and making this the actual final product. Because if you do that, there is a risk that you're going to be caught up in some sort of like regulatory issues, because it is much easier to regulate out of existence something that ends up being very centralized. So there is a very fine line to thread in this case. It's almost like quite scary, but fortunately a lot of founders in this space are very risk tolerant, so we're gonna keep trying, I guess. But at the same time, we also need to move fast because on one hand, this industry is going to die in a short time if we are not going to keep growing and keep the adoption up and launching new use cases. Because a lot of the faith in this entire industry and in the assets that crypto assets is based on the fact that everyone believes that at some point all of this is going to become actually useful and is going to replace a lot of the Web 2.0 stack. And if we're not going to deliver on this promise from a virtuous cycle, we can get caught up in a cycle that can end up with a collapse. So we need to move fast. We need to launch stuff that is actually useful and be fine with stepping stones, but keep in mind that in the end we need to ship something that is going to be robust and true to the decentralized ethos that we all share here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, when we're talking about adoption, I always hear people saying, yeah, we need to be able to explain it to a 10-year-old, a 5-year-old, an 8-year-old, whatever. That's true. Like, there's too much jargon and things are too technical and whatever. But at the same time, I love that example about nobody needed a manual of how to use ChatGPT because it just solves a problem for people. It's really useful. So people didn't need to educate themselves. If it's useful enough, people will use it. So where do you think that a lot of crypto projects are maybe missing the mark in their messaging, and how can we actually get to a point where we don't need to be simplifying? It's just obvious why they need to use that and things can scale a bit more naturally.
That's an interesting question, because I was actually going to talk about all the technical aspects of how scaling can be achieved using sharding, modular blockchains, and L2s and whatnot, but I think I'll take your lead on that, David. You also spoke about stories. So I think the best way to explain that is a piece of advice that my grandmother gave me when I was a little boy, when I was probably 8 years old. And she always used to say that humans should behave similar to the presence of salt in a curry. And Max, I know you love the curry, so probably you'll enjoy that. So when there's too much salt in a curry, it just spoils the curry. Nobody can eat it. And if there's no salt at all, then the curry is bland and tasteless. But when you have the right amount of salt in the curry, nobody even notices it. How many times have you heard Greg and John say, oh, the vegetables are cooked perfectly, the meat is succulent and juicy, and it's so flavorful? They never once say the amount of salt in the curry is perfect. And that, to me, is how technology should be in a blockchain product, in a Web3 product. That is how the messaging should be. Because technology and what happens under the hood should always be invisible. And unless we are invisible, like the salt in the curry, I think we're missing the mark. So people don't need to know whether we use layer 2s, whether we use modular blockchains, sharding, and whatnot. We can spend hours designing, hours architecting and implementing and testing it. That is for the team to do, but as seen by the customers and the clients, it should be an easy-to-use product with great user experience, period.
Yeah. I love the fact you went for the curry analogy.
I know, we were speaking about curry just before we came here, so how could I not?
That was cool. I agree with you. I think if we can get to a point where people don't know that they're using blockchain. So for instance, I'm not 100% sure about exactly which rails ChatGPT works on, but I'm fairly certain that it's a centralized LLM, and there's inferences that are gained, and it uses various different information sources, and it's very much big tech that is able to kind of provide you with the answers. If we can get to a similar situation, but with decentralized rails, then I think that we stand a good chance of kind of treading this territory.
I think when you talk about simplicity, what you really mean here is how do we create the right messages? And we just need to know who the audience is. And it is fine to be very technical if you're talking to developers. It is fine to be very thorough when you're talking to people who are building products. And it's probably the best idea to be very succinct or even make things self-explanatory if you are targeting people who are actually meant to use your product as end users. And I think that we're just not very good at it yet as an industry, because we are mixing up things that should be relevant to developers with things that should be relevant to people who are creating products and marketing them, and in the end with stuff that our customers and like end users of the products we're building should hear. And in the end, I think the big transformation that is happening right now, and I'm seeing it, especially this year, I'm seeing a lot of people from the Web 2.0 industry who cut their teeth in companies like Uber, Credit Karma, Monzo, Deliveroo, entering this space, and they just have a very different way of looking at things. I can say that it is probably like the next generation of people who are going to build on top of chains, and they think in a very different way. To many people I got to know through the last couple of years of my journey in the Web3 world, and I think this is going to do us this is going to be very good for the industry. And I think this sort of fresh perspective of thinking through the lens of it should be self-explanatory, like there should be like no need to provide explanation, but also with this very high bar of what constitutes like a good user journey is also going to be very refreshing and is going to push this industry miles ahead over the next year or two. So I'm very, very hopeful, and I think that we are sort of on track, but at the same time we should be humble. A lot of us here have spent a lot of years in this industry, and like it's very easy to fall into this like know-it-all kind of trap, just simply because we spend so much time here and we think of ourselves as super knowledgeable about the space. But actually, the bits of wisdom that are going to push us ahead are going to come from people who are going to be very naive to a lot of intricacies of the tech we've been building for the last couple of years. And this sort of naivety combined with a very high bar of what constitutes a great user journey is going to be the fuel for Web3 over the next 2 years, I believe.
Yeah, I agree, and I'll try not to repeat the same points, but to summarize what I take out of it is we need to stop talking about what we do, and we need to start talking about more why it's important for end users. And I think 2/3 of the people in this room have the responsibility for that job, and there's a massive reliance on everyone here to really be thinking about how do we mature as an industry to encourage the projects that are building across the whole landscape to be professionalizing somewhat in terms of marketing and preparation. And I'm yet to see that many compelling pitch decks that actually articulate what the user wants. They've seen this amazing tech, and it just reminds me a little bit of Mac from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where he's got like this map everywhere with all these different things, like mapping it together, and it looks a bit tinfoil hat by the end of it. But actually there's some really simple user needs that we're speaking to. It's like, are people coming in to be able to give themselves the opportunity to actually have access to finance? There's this huge gap across the world, and there's a real behavioral need. Are people here for status and the whole NFT landscape and the exclusivity and being part of a club? There's a real kind of user need that sits in there. And I could go on across all the different kind of behavioral economic kind of drivers of people. But I think the people in this room and the people that are on more of the sales and marketing side across the whole industry have got massive responsibility around being professional, growing up a little bit in how we talk about the industry, and thirdly, being brave. There are some unbelievable tech founders who, I mean, I just sit in rooms with some of them just completely overawed with how clever they are, but with no sales plan. And you see those projects have been given crazy amounts of money across the years, but have failed to get user adoption because they haven't been thinking about the messages and the stories they tell. So for me, I think we've all said the same thing here. How do we tell better stories, and how do we really kind of play to the hearts and minds of people to be able to capture attention?
Okay, as the final word, we can see there's a lot of different aspects for scaling. What would be your advice based on your personal experiences within your organization for a project wanting to scale within the Web3 space, what would be your brief and quick to the point advice?
I think know your customer. That would be number one, because we need to identify what the motivations of the customers are before we try and build a product, because we shouldn't be building a solution looking for a problem that the solution fits to. Rather, it should be the other way around. Look at the problem and use technology to build a solution. And the other thing that I would say is when it comes to scaling, we're talking about scaling, one of the key things that we overlook is scaling trust. And today, there's a lot of bad press about crypto with a lot of projects. So I think it is very, very important for us to realize the position that we are in, and we are just at the beginning of that huge scale. And we're all optimistic about the direction crypto will go to, and hence there is a lot of responsibility, and we should conduct ourselves, like David was saying, in a responsible manner which makes people know that we are trustworthy. And that, for me, would be the big takeaway. Guys?
Yep, that sounds good. I think understanding your audience and figuring out how you can use blockchain and create something that really means that the users don't know they're using blockchain. We've got all this great infrastructure, everyone is building, and there is the opportunity to use some of that infrastructure to create these great use cases. And finding your home in the space is probably, the biggest task ahead. So.
We were so used to measure our success in TPS, transactions per second, and now we should shift to measuring our success to taps per getting shit done. And in the oral paradigm, it was all about who's going to get the most TPS, and right now we should start the race of who's going to get the least TPS to get shit done.
That's a great point. Yeah, it's completely the right thing. I mean, TPS is inherently terrible metric to measure. And the sooner we can get away from that into user value, the better. Revenue follows, trust follows, retention follows. So the number one message I would say to any founder out there is know your customer, really look at those user journeys to see where you can take friction out. Don't be married to your idea. It will evolve, it will change. And to be flexible enough to think, right, how do I really get those feedback loops in to be able to adjust over time? How do I collaborate across the people who have already solved these really hard problems? Why go and build an indexer when there's someone that's already done it over here? Why go and think about my onboarding journey for on-ramps if there's really good on-ramp companies that are already doing it? How can we get better partnerships? And the single most important one, I think, is resilience. I've never worked in a more brutal industry. It's a daily roller coaster where you feel like everything's never going to work, and then next day you get this one particular thing that happens. You're like, the future is here right now. That will continue. So we just need to think about how do we stay strong on that and really look after the business 101 principles that have been around for years and years and years and adjust them for Web3. We've got a bright future ahead.
Great, yeah. Thank you very much, guys. I hope that was valuable, insightful, and not too boring or heavy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, that was awesome, very interesting, and I particularly liked the line about the salt in the curry. I won't forget that in a hurry. So that's really cool. So now we're going to have a keynote from author Firstoff from Mercuro, and we heard from the team panel before about talking about scaling a Web3 network beyond imagination. How to scale a consumer Web3 company as a first-time founder, Arthur. Come and give it socks, please. A round of applause for Arthur, please.
Thank you very much.
Everyone. So hi everyone, I'm Arthur, Chief Business Officer at Mercurio, and excited to see actually so many familiar faces. Thanks for joining this keynote. So today I think it's important to talk about how can we bring more people into the space, how can we support more entrepreneurs, more founders, and I'm excited to talk first time actually about our new Mercurio ecosystem program. So I think, yeah. So basically we realized that we have a very great ecosystem in Mercurio. We have a lot of partners that we can potentially leverage the experience, expertise, and network together and bring more talented developers, more talented companies into the space. And this is going to be like a story about how we think first-time entrepreneur, first-time crypto founder can go from 0 to 1, and how can we help them. I think some of you in this room probably tried purchase cryptocurrency using your debit card or bank account in different exchanges, wallets, and most likely like one of these operations was facilitated by Mercurio. And we actually have large distribution of our products across, I would say, major mainstream consumer apps like MetaMask, Trust Wallet, Ledger, some DeFi applications like 1inch, PancakeSwap, and yeah, that was like first product that we introduced 4 years ago, and now we have a new venture. Actually, we just recently announced a month ago our partnership with MasterCard, and the new product called Spend. We do believe that every single individual should be able to comfortably enter the space and hedge against all of the inflation, imperfection of traditional financial systems, and buy cryptocurrency. And we also believe that they should be able to effortlessly spend this cryptocurrency for the goods and services. So this product is a debit card that can be linked to your non-custodial wallets, and the distribution of these wallets, as I mentioned, will be pretty much the most favorite wallets that you currently are using. And yeah, a little bit about numbers. For the last couple of years, we empowered more than 200 crypto businesses in over 160 countries, and we supported by a lot of blockchain foundations, different crypto ecosystems in this journey. And I think what we are trying to do right now with our ecosystem program is to leverage this existing expertise, experience, and network pretty much of all of these partners, and help companies to also build some interesting consumer apps. And probably one of these consumer apps will go mainstream, and everyone will use it in the next year. So this is actually what potentially we can offer. This is a pretty new program. We haven't decided the full kind of schedule and the full kind of standards for this ecosystem program. But for now, we think that if you're a first-time founder and you're sitting in this category of consumer apps, you might be able to get access to all Mercurio network, all of our partners, and you can leverage all of the tech products, go-to-market strategies, PR resources that we and our partners have, and all of the things that you can see on the screen, you can get it equity-free. So that's quite new journey, as I mentioned. So we're going to learn more. We're going to receive a lot of feedback in the near time. But I think for now, this is the way to amplify the newcomer, new up-and-coming founders in this space, and give them a little bit more that they can receive, let's say, in traditional accelerators and incubators. And I think we're also trying to go a little bit beyond of the traditional infrastructure sort of like a payment company's space, and trying to grow the community around us and help other companies, talented developers, to leverage this community. So this, as I mentioned, this is for builders and startups, but we also welcome all of the companies, all of the projects that are happy to support new talented teams and happy to amplify their journey. So we currently started actually a few weeks ago with this program with the Solana ecosystem, and we participated in a Solana hackathon called Radar. And for the last 2 weeks, we had, I think, around 30, 40 submissions of the companies that want to build on top of Mercurial and beyond. And we offer a lot of perks for this program right now for these talented teams. And we're also going to have like support from traditional VC companies like Outlier Ventures, and also like foundations like the Open Network and Sanity. So we think that we're going to have a little bit more hackathons coming this year and gradually expanding into other ecosystems next year. So I think if you want to join this journey, you can be an individual founder, or you can have like a team of talented hackers that can build some cool things and fun things that we can support. Welcome, and as well as like ecosystem foundations and VCs that's happy to support this journey and happy to be kind of part of foundation for the new mainstream consumer apps that we believe next year going to be like an anchor of our industry. And we believe that's, like by next year, we will have like 1,000 companies building together with us and our partners. And the program, this Mercurial ecosystem program, aimed to get as much companies as we can into the space by the next year. I'm not sure if you can scan this QR, but this is how to apply, basically, and this is how to learn more about the other things I mentioned in this presentation about the spend card, about our up-and-coming events that we will be sponsoring in November and December this year. So I think as a conclusion of this presentation, I would probably encourage you guys to talk to as much people around you that are building some cool things, and to show them that there are ways how to get the proper distribution for your products. And this is pretty much supported by all of the industry leaders, VCs, and foundations that will be also happy to have access to deal flow to pretty much selected companies that we believe can go viral in the next year. So I think that's it.
Cool. Thank you very much, Arthur. Very interesting talk there. Do get in contact with them. And as you said, talk to people. This is the best thing about you're in a conference, we're in real life. Talk to your neighbour, talk to people in the conference, talk to people at the party tonight. It's open for all. I'll have more details on that later. So our next panel that's coming up, it's Are We Still Bullish? The Future of VC in Crypto. And Jamie Crawley from CoinDesk is going to be our moderator. I'm going to ask Jamie to come up to the stage, please. And then he can also bring on his panelists, one of which I think might be a little bit delayed. We might have a latecomer, but Jamie's going to head off the posse now.
Well, yes, good afternoon, everyone. As outlined, we're here to talk about the future of VC in crypto. I'm very pleased to be joined by 4 expert panelists, one of which is, as we speak, getting mic'd up, but no, he is heading our way. So, notwithstanding my stalling tactic, which I'm sure you've all seen through, I'd like to welcome the 4 speakers to join me on stage. I'll sit on the end. Right, welcome the four of you. Yes, so we're here to talk about, are we still bullish, the future of VC in crypto? By way of introductions, I think starting from Chris on the end, each of you introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about your involvement in cryptocurrency venture capital, and well, answer the question, are we still bullish and why?
Yeah, my name is Chris Salgado. I'm the CEO of Goliath Ventures. We're a private tech fund. We're based out of the US in Dubai. In the aspect of bullish in crypto, obviously we're bullish, that's why we're here. But I think it's the aspects of crypto and Web3 of what we're bullish in. I think the meme coin era died in the last cycle, and we're more looking for infrastructure this next bull run.
Thanks, Chris. Katie.
Hey everyone, really nice to meet you. I'm Katie. I'm from Outlier Ventures. Been in the space for a few years now. My background originally is in art, but came into the investment space 3 years ago and been with Outlier ever since. Now, Outlier Ventures, we're an accelerator, so we perform a slightly different role within the VC ecosystem. And given that we are more about supporting founders with what we call human capital, I would say that we are always bullish, no matter what the cycle of the market is, because we're always supporting founders, and we know that no matter what the market's doing, even if it's a bear market, it can actually be the best time to build. So we are always bullish.
Take it away, Ben.
Excellent. Good afternoon, everyone. Mohammed Azuddin, Head of Tokenomics at Animoca Brands. Really, when you're thinking about Animoca Brands, probably the best way to think about us is as an ecosystem builder. We have a VC arm, which invests. We also have different advisory arms, over which I oversee the tokenomics side of things. Are we still bullish on crypto? I mean, look around. I think we definitely are. I think I think Chris said memes are dead. I think we're seeing a meme super cycle happening right now. And that memes bringing culture, but I also feel the role of VCs in crypto is evolving, and that's something I'm looking forward to speaking about later on.
Thanks, Mo. And last but not least, Richard.
Hi, everybody. Great panel. Very happy to be here. My background was building a couple of different software companies. One in the beginning of actually kind of the internet, and then the web, and another one in what we now call kind of Web 2, sort of piece of the cloud. And so the perspective that I had, and we had at Fabric when we were kind of getting going, was not really, should we say, about crypto per se. It was about a new compute stack. Accelerated specialized computing, the ability to own your identity and your data and your social capital, and then all of that allowing you to organize the world's information to feed to algorithms. So for us, we've been bullish for a decade. Like everybody on the panel, I guess we remain maybe even mega bullish, we think, and we'll get into the details there. I'll kind of unpack it. I do think, though, that we should be sober. I was talking to someone, well, maybe not the weekends, but generally sober about our perspective on these things. I was speaking to someone who, actually Tom Blomfield, who's a group partner at YC yesterday, and it's only like 1% of their investments are in kind of crypto or Web3. And if you talk to investors, limited partners outside of the space, who talk to people out of the space, a lot of people are going, is there anything still going on? And so I think when we're in our little echo chamber, we can pat each other on the back and go, I'm bullish, this is fantastic. But we are, it's literally, we're right way before the foothills of the transformation we're hoping to make happen.
That's an interesting point, Richard. So I'll stay with you for my opening question, comment to each of the other panelists in turn. We're talking about VC and crypto, but obviously I think that's at the nucleus, but all the other things that can cross over into. I think this is this particular conference is a great example because it's more broad Web3 in its focus. What are the particular areas that you are seeing as hot trends in maybe in the context of this sort of broader bull market because one that I'll offer it as an example. You can run with it if you like, but in the last 18 months, the crossover of AI and blockchain suddenly caught fire. What have you been seeing?
Yeah, so a lot of threads, no pun intended, all coming together, including those ones. One way that we sort of think about it, and kind of magic power of 3, is that there's still a huge amount being done on building a kind of truly scalable, and indeed modular, open and interoperable, should we call it blockchain stack, something that is kind of consumer grade, and also kind of like sort of world-class developer grade. That it shouldn't be for the hobbyists or the kind of nutty enthusiasts to wrestle with wallets and choose which layer 2. This is obviously crazy from a consumer perspective. That's come a huge way. I think it's really at a tipping point, but people are still fixing elements of that. Things like full chain abstraction, so you don't actually care where your tokens, which chain they're on, and which liquidity pool they happen to be in. It all that gets addressed for you automatically. Another exciting area is the concept of sort of intents. Lots of puns about it. It's intense, but in INTENTS, which really is just how to elevate the function of these decentralized apps to one where you can express your objective as a user, and it can work out how to get you to that objective. And so that's on the kind of stack. Then I think that crosses over into the second area we think about, which is, just call it kind of the reimagination of money that Satoshi kind of kicked off in the beginning. And obviously that's come a long way with DeFi Summer and lending protocols and decentralized exchanges and a lot of stuff that is phenomenally scalable and effective now. We're seeing a whole thesis around what internally we sometimes call the stable sandwich or the stable genius sort of thesis. That is to say, the use of stable coins to settle all sorts of different transactions, and indeed to provide possibly the payments framework for things like agents, which brings us to the third bucket, which is AI. And so if we think that the kind of reinvention of money for the world is big, it sounds pretty big, trillions of value, obviously, many trillions, tens of trillions. We think of this third bucket and that intersection with AI, the ability to organize the world's data at the right place, right time, right format to feed into algorithms is what's going to make both helpful and safe. Sort of, let's take, for example, Elon's vision that he was rolling out of the Optimus robots, and so AI embedded in robots, but also AI doing our bidding back in kind of DeFi, for example, sort of hitting a certain risk-return profile. So those are the three buckets: super scalability, really DeFi and internet sovereign money becoming prime time, and then AI. For us, they all kind of interplay in a very powerful way. And I don't know whether I've communicated it, but there are a lot of challenges in making what I just described sort of glibly in a few words work. And that's the opportunity for founders, is to go and solve those challenges.
Congratulations. I asked you a question about crypto VC, and within 5 minutes you got into robots. So.
Try and spice it up a little bit.
Yes, and with that spice, Chris, I'll throw it over to you for your particular perspective on this, on the specific trends that you've sort of noticed, that you're noticing emerge or you expect to emerge in crypto VC in the next, let's say the duration of this cycle into the next one.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference in this cycle is we're seeing projects with actual utility and infrastructure. I think the last bull market, you saw a lot of ideas outflow into the marketplace, a lot of capital outflow into those ideas, and a lot of those companies aren't around today. So for us in our firm, as we deploy capital into different projects, we're seeing who the leadership team is, the structure, and the actual, is there validity in the market? Is there utility in the market for this? Everyone has a great idea, and we're sometimes the bad guys that say, like, your idea is great, but the market doesn't demand that. We said it earlier in the earlier speech, as far as not everything needs to be on blockchain, not everything needs to be tokenized. There can be actual utility outside of that, and we'll still allocate funds for that.
just picking that point up, Mo, on the subject of utility, I was at a conference, I think it was September 22, so early bear market, we'll call it, and it was a panel with your founder, Yatsui, and Sebastian Borget, who's the founder of Sandbox. And this is at a point of, I was picking up from the point of view that I joined CoinDesk in February 2021. So I sort of was head first into the proliferation of NFTs. I remember I'd been on the news desk for maybe a couple of weeks and the Beeple story came about. And I sort of asked those chaps from that perspective, if we think of NFTs as the standard bearer of that particular cycle, could they make a case for the equivalent in the next cycle being something like gaming, which is a big part of Animoca's expertise. So with that in mind, can you give us your perspective on the uses of blockchain Web3 that are offering utility that you're seeing?
Absolutely. I think it's super interesting because what we've seen maybe up until a year ago is onboarding people because of the solutions that blockchain actually give us. That you can own your data, you can own your digital assets, interoperability. But we've sort of hit a saturation point of people coming in for the sake of decentralization, the sake of ownership. And we talk about mass adoption, and mass adoption isn't going to come because of the tech. Mass adoption is going to come because of the application layer, fundamentally. And that's where gaming is important. That's why there's so many other verticals, music, entertainment, even DeFi becomes super important as well, because that's how we onboard new users into the ecosystem. Quick show of hands, how many people have WhatsApp? Quick show of hands, how many of us have WhatsApp? Do we have WhatsApp because of the operating system or because it's built with maybe JavaScript or whatnot? No, we have WhatsApp because of the network effects that surround WhatsApp. And sort of an example that I like to give around network effects as well is a few years back when Meta brought out WhatsApp, how many of us downloaded Signal or Telegram because we wanted our data to be safe? How many of us still use WhatsApp today? And that's exactly my point. We can come in for the belief in what the technology allows, but if you want mass adoption to come in, what we need is that application layer. And that's why gaming is important. That's why, again, music, entertainment. And we're starting to see a lot more of the bigger companies and a lot more of the private banks that were saying, Jamie Dimon, crypto's a scam. They have crypto trading desks now. We've come such a long way in the past 4 or 5 years. We have the ETFs of past. So the understanding of crypto is changing. You mentioned NFTs, and sort of my thesis back in 21 was that gaming NFTs were going to take off for the reasons that I've just been explaining. But what we saw was actually PFPs that took off. And what PFPs allowed is for people to access culture in a way that...
Just clarify, sorry.
Yeah.
PFP stands for?
Your profile picture, fundamentally. So you saw Bored Apes, you saw Cool Cats, you saw CryptoKitties and other prominent blue chip NFTs come out, and it was because I can associate with someone else and build that reputation and rapport purely based on the fact that we held a PFP from the same ecosystem, from the same collection. And we saw the rise of Bored Apes, we saw the rise of other blue chip collections as well. So it was maybe, we had to take it a step slower. And I feel now, again, EVE Online, one of the biggest MMO RPGs that have a live, probably the best token economy that hasn't been tokenized, if you like, for the last 20 years. They're releasing a Web3 game. They have hundreds of thousands of monthly active users or monthly active players. So that's a very strong value proposition when we think about mass adoption. Telegram and Ton is another one. Telegram has 950 million users. They have an embedded wallet in the back end. Imagine onboarding 950 million users into an ecosystem where the majority don't know that it's actually blockchain, that it's crypto. And I feel it's consumer crypto, if you like, which is something ApeChain is going for within the ApeCoin ecosystem, something even Pudgy Penguins and Lucanets are going for with their abstract chain. We're seeing a lot more coming to fruition now because the tech has enabled us to do that. Interoperability isn't just a buzzword we were using years ago. It's something that we're a lot closer to seeing become a reality.
That's an interesting point. I always think the measuring stick for adoption of crypto Web3 is, and we don't even talk about it being Web3. Yeah. When people started using social media in the mid-2000s, nobody was saying, oh, it's Web2, it's amazing. They were just saying, no, it's a I've got a Facebook profile, I've got a YouTube account, and so on. Katie, picking up from there, in terms of the things that you would be getting excited about in terms of from a VC point of view, but adding your the accelerator perspective onto it, if you could, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of like where Outlier have been focusing, now I mentioned we're an accelerator. What that really means is we tend to work with founders who are at a slightly earlier stage than some of the other VCs in the space, and they usually come to us at a stage where we can be a kind of co-pilot with them and support them through their journey to prepare them for later stage investment, which means we have a really good relationship with the likes of Fabric and some of the other VCs that we have with us today. And actually this year, what we have focused on is building 3 theses around 3 key areas that we believe are solid in the market at the moment, and that we see that, you know, the later stage VCs are also focusing on. So one of them was, of course, crypto and AI, or the intersection of crypto and AI. So that's a nice synergy that, you know, Richard has spoken about as well. The second one was RWA, or what we call real world assets. So the tokenization of any real assets that we look at in the real world, things like tangible assets like art and real estate versus financial assets, and also even intangible assets like data and IP. And then the third bucket that we focused on was actually deepen, so decentralized physical infrastructure. We released 3 theses around this area, and we actually ran 3 really successful accelerators in Q2 of this year, and they wrapped up in August. And they kind of supported each of them 6 or 7 startups that progressed their journeys in those areas. I actually lead our RWA program, so I can also speak a little bit about that with, from a tangible perspective. You know, I think maybe just to take an example, one of the teams we supported, Credible, they are essentially an on-chain private credit fund. They joined us at a stage when they really needed support with their token design, tokenomics, to ensure that they were really positioning themselves for onwards investment. And at the end of the program, they've closed a 5.2 million round led by Gnosis VC. So they kind of come in and we support them at that stage, and then they fit in with the later stage trends with VCs at the time. In terms of upcoming programs, we're actually now focusing on a couple of regions, one of them being LATAM, so geographical regions. We're really excited about some of these growth markets that are coming up in the Middle East and Latin America. We've just kicked off our LATAM program in partnership with Morgan Creek, who are providing some capital expenditure together to invest in the teams, and we are then bringing our expertise to support them during the program. And of course, another RWA program is coming up as well, because we see this as a really strong investment area at the moment, with a lot of really, really solid, strong founders coming up in the space.
Thanks, Katie. I really should have given a bit more of an introduction myself and what I'm doing here, which I'll sort of fit in now. Among my numerous hats I wear at CoinDesk, one of which is doing the majority of our VC coverage. Another is Bitcoin-specific focused technology and protocols to do things like ordinals and runes and BitVM, and basically bringing that utility that is commonplace on Ethereum, etc., to the world's original blockchain network. And I find I enjoy writing about VC because a lot of the time it's very easy to get to the heart of the story. It's kind of, you know, what's the project, what does it do, how much have they raised, where did the money come from, and what they're going to do with it. Chris, what are the other aspects that, you know, if without asking you to do my job for me, what are the things that you think are at the heart of a project that's raised some money, or some VC has been put into a fund? What are the fundamentals that that follows this space would want to know about?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for us, it's the leadership team. It's the people behind the project. Do they have actual real-world experience, or did they just make a bunch of money off Dogecoin and now they want to start a company? The other thing too that we look at is one thing that's the biggest turnoff for us is when people say, oh, this is my passion. We don't like that, because passion doesn't make money. Elon Musk's passion wasn't PayPal. It's building rockets and landing on Mars. But he had to build a vehicle to provide him cash flow to get to that point where now he can pursue a passion. And even that, SpaceX is run off government money. So it's not even making money. So for us, we look at the leadership and does it fit in our ecosystem? We are a capitalist company. We want to make sure that everything in our wheel is making money, is cash flowing, or has potential to cash flow. And so when people approach us and they want us to invest in their companies, we need to say, does the market demand it? Is there application? That was a great analogy, by the way, that you used. Is there actual world application to this project? And if they say, oh, this is my passion project, then for us, it's like, okay, well, good luck. We'll see you down the road.
Yeah. Richard, have you crushed anyone's dreams of late with something that you're not interested in their passion?
I'm really bad at that, actually. As in, I tend to still have quite a lot of my kind of sort of builder sort of background in kind of my conversations with founders. I'm always sort of tend to be thinking about the things that can be and help, and sometimes maybe even too much. Think, wow, you could create this from the direction you're going. So I have to have other team members who can try and keep my feet on the ground sometimes. But I would certainly agree that, and because you do have to ultimately say, look, I don't think this is a fit. I would totally agree that obviously that, you know, and it is a, you know, conventional wisdom that the team is critical. The team can pivot the product, the team can actually change the market and develop a different customer base. So it ultimately comes back to that, especially at the seed stage, which is where we're looking to invest. I think if we're digging into the question of like, what are the characteristics of the team that make them kind of brilliant, there's kind of things like, and maybe that's where the kind of passion question comes up, is like, if you have to tell somebody that this is your passion, then you're too much on the kind of, I'm telling you versus showing you sort of side of the spectrum.
It's got a bit of the X Factor audition.
It has a bit of that, exactly, you know, and so that's not right. And then other balances, like, you know, you want people who somehow are quite humble and want listening to everything, but they're very, very clear on their own opinions at the same time. So there's a kind of that balance. And folks, indeed, who can kind of dream incredibly big, but work out how to break it down, you know, into the kind of, you know, mouthful size, you know, pieces of elephant they're going to chew off. So, and so, I mean, just if we dig into those, are some of the characteristics you tend to look at and just get a feel for, and then you kind of take it from there. And the rest of it is a derivative of those teams.
I'd like to talk a little bit about also if we're talking about crypto VC, aspects of it which are very crypto specific, because, you know, we're supposed we're in danger if we talk about VC at a broader level, but, you know, what is it about specifically crypto that sets it apart? So Mel, I'll come to you on this because to get the tokenomics perspective, tell us about that.
Where do you want me to start?
Well, we've got exactly 10 minutes.
Cool. I'll keep it short.
And I'd rather
when token.
When token. So I think probably a good place to start is always looking at where the market is at. And over the last maybe 2 to 4 months, we've seen a rejection of a number of VC coins, especially those listing on exchanges. And one of the reasons for that is naturally a VC is there to make money. And given where they invest at and where the listing happens, that there's an ROI there. But there is no more dumb money per se left in the space. So everyone who's in the retail area is thinking, well, we have an idea of where VCs have invested at. It's listing at a few X's to where VCs have listed, to where VCs have invested, sorry. So we're going to wait for this token to dump. But in doing so, it creates a very negative flywheel, in my opinion, where Projects need attention to list, so they promise an airdrop. They do these different campaigns. They want to list at a high valuation to showcase there's value in this ecosystem. The airdrop will happen. A lot of the participants will end up dumping because they're not in it for the belief in that ecosystem. They're more in it to make a quick buck. And what you see is this flywheel ends up with the token price down 90% from listing, and the aesthetics from a price action, from a chart perspective, and really think of the chart as the UX for the retail user. A chart that looks like that is not a sexy chart, is not something you will look at and think, I want to invest in this. So I do think there is maybe some fixing we can do in the space where, yes, the aim for a VC is to make money, but the aim is for that money to be made in an equitable manner. So, like Chris touched on capitalism, and it's a form of stakeholder capitalism where anyone who owns some of these digital assets has a role to play in the growth of that ecosystem. And it then comes down to what's the short-term gain versus the long-term gain, and where's the payoff between both. Just out of interest, how many founders do we have in the space today? Quick show of hands. Okay, so maybe about 10 to 15% of the audience. VC money is important because you do need to be able to raise money to actually start building out a product. But you have to be careful in terms of how many tokens you're giving away. What we're seeing maybe the past 12 to 18 months from an investment structure is a lot more an equity raise with a token warrant. So you're giving the VCs the safety on the equity side and some upside in the token, but also in doing so, you're not selling a large amount of your tokens. Really, when you're thinking about your tokens, be them fungible tokens or non-fungible tokens, they're a product within themselves, and they're a vehicle that anyone who has ownership of this to be able to have a say within that ecosystem, hence stakeholder capitalism. So when designing for things like this, it's understanding what is the utility, but also what's the importance of the speculation layer. As of today, the majority, because of the incentive structures that are in crypto, the majority of the user base isn't there for utility, isn't necessarily there for governance, they're there for ROI. So if you're planning something that's purely a utility play, unless there's that FOMO or hype narrative around it, we don't tend to see tokens do well. And it's the price action around the token outside of Bitcoin and Ethereum maybe, because they do have genuine utility just through being a gas token. It's tokenized attention. So a token that has a lot of attention tends to have better price action. And we can see that with Solana. Like, what's Solana great for when we think about it? It's great for memes. It's a great meme ecosystem, but I think Solana's what, 4th, 5th market cap out there today? Probably top 3 if you remove USDT as well. So I've probably gone on a long tangent from what the original question that.
Can I build on that?
Yeah, by all means.
I mean, so first of all, Fabric, we're massive believers in the potential for tokens and token economics. We think, the superpower of Web3 is this ability to incentivize coordination of people to do, really tough things on a continuous basis and at scale. But what we're trying to build there is kind of nothing less than a kind of reinvention of the capitalist system, some kind of stakeholder capitalism or modern mutualism or collective, or whatever you want to call it. That's pretty big, and we're reinventing kind of like the way public markets work, and we've got more participants to kind of get involved and serve their interests. So for me, it's not surprising that obviously in these experiments things get overheated and we haven't quite got it right. Added to which, I think we need to kind of face the reality that, you used the what I can only guess is a euphemism, ROI. It's really kind of like, if you're interested in ROI, you're interested in a quick buck, I think is what you were saying. Yeah. World casino rather than world computer. There's still a lot of what is happening is still a huge amount of speculation, on the promise that some of these projects are going to continue to find out how to deliver fundamental value. But the good news is that I think we are getting to that point, the marriage of consumers who will pay for stuff because they can actually, use this, it's easy to use it now, with, the ability to deliver outcomes and using AI even. You've now got real utility built into these dApps, and I think we're going to start to see that being rolled out, and people actually injecting value, whether it be fiat or tokens, through these apps. And then that being reflected back in the token economics, and we'll see kind of something happen then. Hopefully in this next bull run, but if not that, then the one after.
Yeah, Katie, I think you would have come in here as well. That's, but also, and adding on to that, what was going to be my next question, addressed to yourself, is how you tie that into again the the broader role of an accelerator and incubator, in general, sort of the other forms of support that a firm may need, an early stage project may need to make them, as it were, VC ready?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll build on these points and then I'll go into that. I think we spoke about the crypto kind of landscape and the nuances of VCs in this space. And I think just echoing some of the points that Mo and Richard have made, I think the crypto space is very complex as an early stage startup in particular. And that's why actually something like an accelerator or some form of support is actually needed at an early stage. I found it interesting recently actually that in one of the Masari update emails the other week, one of the headlines was accelerators take center stage. And it was highlighted that actually 36% of investments made in September were by accelerators in the Web3 space. And I think it really highlighted kind of even the later stage startups were also even seeking support from some of these accelerator propositions as well. So even if they were a little bit more advanced, having a bit more traction, they still very much needed that early stage support. Now, what do I mean by that support? And I think that's kind of what you were really asking there, Jamie. What we mean is, so I'll give an example of how Outlier really supports founders. Now, we run these 12-week programs, and actually the main value that we add is not monetary. It's that we have in-house experts in various different fields of Web3. So that ranges from token design and tokenomics. That's one of our USPs. We've been investing in the space since 2014 and launched a number of the most successful tokens. So we've done this a lot before, and there are many pitfalls that founders can come into. And we're here to kind of share our experience and make sure that the founders understand where they need to be aware of those pitfalls, and also ensure that their token design is rock solid if they're going into TGE. A second point is area of expertise is particularly around product and tech. So we have very deep engineering experience with some in-house specialists, specifically in the Web3 space, who are used to dealing with building Web3 products in particular. They are available to the startups during our accelerator programs to really give that support as well. We also have marketing and community specialists, and then we also look at the legal aspects as well, advising the startups where they need to be aware of looking at certain jurisdictions or introducing them to lawyers in the right areas that they may need support. So I think that's just kind of a broad overview, and I think just to highlight, that role is really critical in the crypto space just because of things like regulation, things like the nature of it being such a emerging tech and so many complex systems in terms of business models and strategy that they need to kind of tackle. And in addition to that, I would just say that, as an early stage founder, you don't always have a lot of money to spend on services like that, and an accelerator can be kind of an all-encompassing support system for you, not only from that technical and regulatory perspective, but also from just a support perspective as well, because it's early, it's hard being an early stage founder, and we also offer a lot of that emotional support. Let's say we're here to kind of help make decisions, tackle some of those difficult questions that are really demanded of you at that stage. So a little bit of an overview. Hopefully that gives some perspective.
Thank you, Katie. And that takes us, to the end of our panel. So thank you all ever so much for your attention, and please join me in giving the four panelists here a very warm reception.
Thank you. Good panel.
Thank you very much, Jamie. That was very interesting. Another good panel where we are far ahead now today. We're at a great rate. Our next panel is going to be regulating the future, how the EU, UK and US are shaping the crypto landscape. Kind of like, now that we've made all our money, how can we spend it? And to moderate this panel is Max Andonoff, who is with Cointelegraph in the Accelerator program. And I'll ask people who are leaving to leave, if they could leave quietly and quickly, so we get on to our next panel, if that's okay, gentlemen and ladies. And Max, if I'll ask you to come up and introduce your panel.
Hello, everyone. Please get seated for our next panel. And let's get interactive, because it's been a long day. I know you might be tired, and promise, it's a complicated panel, but we will make it simple for you guys. Who here has been confused about the regulation in crypto? Put your hands up. Okay, if you haven't, I know you're lying. But luckily, our speakers are not. They're not confused. They're specializing in crypto regulation, and hopefully we'll make it clear for you guys as well. So speaking today, we have Mark Taverner, CEO and co-founder of Xerof, with 30 years of experience in tech industry. Next on stage, we have Anastasia Plotnikova, CEO and co-founder of Fidium. She's passionate about EU regulation and MiCA, so we're going to get some insights there. And of course, our panel would not be complete without a lawyer on stage. We have Jacqueline Watts, a director of a city law firm. And the last but not least, we have Wayne Green, a co-founder of Engelbert, with a deep background in asset management and financial promotions. Woo. Now, as I mentioned, I understand crypto regulation is tough. We will make it simple for you guys, and I hopefully we have so many experts on stage to dig into it. Now, Anastasia, you have been focusing a lot on EU regulation in specific and MiCA in general, right? We would like to dig into the EU and what do we have upcoming in MiCA. MiCA 2 is on the way. How is it going to affect us, if at all?
So my interest in MiCA and why I'm so passionate about it is how it is going to affect each and every one of us, regulators, founders, and actual users. My background, I was an ex-law enforcer, and then I joined eFland and then became Aave. I understand what crypto can do at its best and also at its worst. And having this MiCA regulatory regime in Europe, on the one hand, fantastic. Harmonized, 27 countries, now we can do business. Then we see, oh my God, the cost can be hundreds of thousands or in millions. And then post-MiCA, essentially January next year, what will happen with DeFi and capital deployment into that? Because we have asset that equals the same asset. Let's take USDC, stablecoins, liquidity pools. And then what will happen? Because regulation didn't touch upon the whole of DeFi. And we were so happy when they said, you know, DeFi stays unregulated, but DeFi interacts heavily, again, through bridges and liquidity and stablecoins and users. It's essentially links to centralized and then regulated entities. How we're going to manage that? How we're going to deal with travel rule? So I'm very passionate in the sense that there are ways how centralized and well-funded entities will comply with MiCA, will protect the users, investors, the integrity of markets will be there. But then the DeFi users, essentially we're abandoning them. We're abandoning the integral part of the whole crypto industry. And what I see is essential to do post-MiCA in order to have MiCA 2 that is much more coherent than essentially the MiFID regulation. We need to be so active in speaking to the national regulators as well as European regulators on how we want to see it. Because they understand technology, but only in a very, very limited scope. Because crypto doesn't see any borders. And yes, it's a cliche, but this is true. And let's take, for example, the stablecoin regime. Right now, we have Circle, USDC, euro that's regulated, and the total volume of trading was less than 100 million. If we compare it to USDT or USDC that is not euro, that's in billion. So there is so much to do, and I think it will be up to each and every one of us, users and builders and founders, to actually do something about it. So the next package of regulation will be much more beneficial for us.
Right. Anastasia, you mentioned how MiCA is abandoning everyday users. Me working in an accelerator by Cointelegraph, I see a lot of founders being confused about the regulation, not having clear guidance, and not understanding MiCA. I know that Mark here is focusing on MiCA as well. He's based in Switzerland, working with the EU law. What do you think the founders should do? How can they adapt to MiCA in specific?
So don't do it. Just don't do it. No, I'm joking. Look, were I doing it all over again? We started a business based in Switzerland because since 2018, there's been a pretty clear framework there. But what I would consider these days, were I doing it all over again, would be, how do you start? What's the nucleus? Where is your business at? And think about where the countries are starting from and where the regulators are starting from. So, what do I mean by that? Let's unpack that just a little. If your business is net new and you want to list a token, and your aspirations are to build a business that is going to create a token of some description, my suggestion would be you could do worse than look to one of the 30 countries, so the 27, plus the 3 additional members that make up those 30 countries in Europe, and look to MiCA. Because MiCA does indeed provide a framework that you can work to. You can create a white paper if you think you're going to build a project over $1 million, and that white paper then allows you to interface with the regulator, and one would hope be allowed to, under MiCA, operate across 30 countries and address a population of 500 million people. That's quite appealing. Or if you're under $1 million, then you can get going in a very light touch way. But what I would suggest you do when you think about your stage of business is consider if you already have a business which is ongoing. Because if you do have a business which is trading, and you have revenues, you have staff, you have costs, thinking about which regulation, which geography you want to target is critical. Because if you are going to try and trade with the European Economic Activity Area, those 30 countries, then you will need to be compliant with MiCA in some way, shape, or form. Your operating cost will increase. You will need to put extra admin in, and you will need to report on a very frequent basis about things which are not just business plan compliance, but also environmental impact. Are you mining? Are you considered bad because you're mining, for example? What I would think about when you look at regulation and geographies is equal to your business. Think about the start point. What is the nucleus? What is the DNA of that geography? And very briefly, what I mean by that is Europe is largely about protectionism. So the regulator in Europe looks at protecting citizens, which is great, but also looks at protecting markets. So the start point in Europe is about how do we protect? Whereas the start point in Switzerland, where we're based, is how do we seize an opportunity? How does Switzerland create an opportunity? And I'll give you just an example on a timeline. MiCA, which I was working on very intimately from 2019, has taken arguably 5 years, 5.5 years to get to this point. And as Anastasia said, it's still not yet enforced. So we have to wait from January to see what it really means. Switzerland, just to finish up, in 10 years, learnt about blockchain, received the founders of Ethereum, supported the founders of Ethereum, changed their AML law and laid out a framework and gave birth in 10 years to Ethereum. So think when you're looking at regulation in countries, what the DNA of the country is. It'll give you some feeling as to how the regulator's likely to behave. And then, you make your pick as to where it is you think you'd like to be and where it is you think you could work.
Thank you, Mark, for the overview, and let's continue digging into how crypto businesses are adapting to crypto regulation across different jurisdictions. Jacqueline, you're a UK-based lawyer, and you are working with a lot of founders facing these challenges. What are some of the long-term and short-term solutions that you suggest to them?
So I think it's remembering that it's not just about financial regulation. There's multiple regulators in the UK who are interested in crypto and crypto assets. So a lot today we're going to be speaking about the FCA and about the financial regulations, but just not losing sight the fact that this sits within the English legal system, and so we've still got consumer protection legislation to comply with, still need to comply with data protection principles, still need to be looking at Competition and Markets Authority, the Gambling Commission. So it's also looking not just blinkered at the financial community. And I think in the shorter term, things that founders can do is look at sandboxing. So the UK has just opened up the digital security sandbox, which is being run by the FCA and the Bank of England, and are open to trying to work with founders and innovators to see how they can fit within the regulatory framework in the UK and try and drive that forward.
Right, thank you. Let's dig into the UK-specific regulation. Wayne here have led a FCA-approved business for some time now, based in the UK, and has worked closely with a lot of founders as well, particularly crypto firms trying to enter the UK market. How do you talk to them? What advice do you give them?
So I think the first most key piece of advice I would give any firm looking at the UK, and in fact any regulated environment, actually is to give it good consideration very early on. So some of the biggest mistakes that we see, I think, are to make the assumption that regulation is perhaps a registration process or a form-filling exercise or a tick box piece of work that can happen after you've built the product and taken it to market even. Whereas actually, if you get in there really early, then you can make sure that the regulatory requirements are built into your strategy and to your costings. And so what you don't want to have shocks at late stage and find you have to go backwards again and start to rebuild the product. The second reason why I think it's good to get in there early is, particularly in the UK regulator regulates conduct as opposed to activities. And what that sort of means in practical terms is that a business that's either using a firm like ours to have their marketing promotions approved here, or that's looking for registration under the money laundering regs or direct authorization, will get lots of sort of question and probing from the regulator. And what they're really looking for is how well consideration of regulation is embedded into your business. So if you leave the regulations to an external team, for example, or you think that's compliance and legal's job, not mine, your process will take a lot longer. So you want your product people to have at least a reasonable grasp of what the regs require so they can factor that into their build, and then where they're challenged on some of the build, they can give the answer, not just the reg compliance teams.
Right, thank you. You all have mentioned some sort of regulation in different jurisdictions. We are talking here about the UK, the EU, about the US. And a lot of founders struggle to understand which jurisdictions are better to work in, and can we distinguish between MiCA in the EU? Can we distinguish what does the UK do, and if anything, the US? Anastasia, do you want to go first?
Well, we're just thinking about the US and their internal struggle on even deciding what crypto is. It's our securities, our commodities. So if we're putting US outside to deal with their own internal issues, MiCA is and MiCA-supported territories essentially is a fantastic regime, because if you're a business that Mark mentioned already at a certain level of development and revenue, it's absolutely fantastic. And then just pick the country with the easiest barrier to entry, because you as a business, you don't have to incur cost. MiCA checkbox will allow you to passport your services and acquire a lot of clients. And this for any growing business, including Web3 business, will be essential. The biggest problem is that I see that with MiCA requirements that are so comprehensive, we're going to suffocate smaller firms. And then I suspect they will move to UK sandbox regime, perhaps Middle East. European Union can be very useful only if you're at a certain stage of growth.
Because I was just going to say, I think that what's really important is looking at why to move to a jurisdiction that does have a regulatory regime, certain regulatory regime that's already in place. So, you know, I work with a lot of startups, a lot that want to move to different jurisdictions where there may be much more light touch regulations. So moving maybe to the BVI or Seychelles, and what attracts them and brings them back to the UK or the EU, and some of it is around that certainty that, you know, we're going, as you said, from a protectionist perspective, and how can that be utilized within your business? Actually, how can that become a selling feature of what you're actually doing?
The key bit is the commercial point. You made the right point at the beginning. The best environment or jurisdiction to get regulated in is the one where all your money's coming from. Exactly. Because otherwise you won't have the revenue to pay for the costs that are associated with it. Yeah. And only by looking at it from that perspective do you then have a framework within which you can decide that's right, because it may cost me £1 million to get regulated in a particular jurisdiction, but I might be making 10. It may be that if I go for this particular jurisdiction, it costs me much less, but I'm not making anything there, so why would I even do that? And that's why, to the point earlier, it's good to really focus on your business first, and then very quickly next, consider how regulation interacts with your strategy as a business, because that's going to be the next decision point.
Right.
Yeah. And also, sorry, just to add a point in, everybody in this room, if you're a founder, if you're working in a Web3-based business, if you have a desire to work in a Web3-based business in the future, it's on you, guys. You know, the regulators are public servants. What that means is they're providing a service to you. And the service they should be providing is to create market integrity and to support consumers and protect consumers. And what that means, if they do their job well, is that they will support growth, or they should create opportunity for growth, because if the market is healthy, has honest actors within it, and consumers feel protected, and you are allowed to operate in that market, you therefore have a lot more credibility. But the regulators will only do what you tell them to do. So it's on you guys to get involved with your local trade association, with your representative. If you don't know who they are, find out who they are. Take your evidence, take your requirements, and push like crazy. Because having been involved in MiCA for 2.5 years and being involved representing 170 blockchain businesses in Brussels, we lost the battle. We lost the lobbying battle to TradFi, because TradFi are better at lobbying than us. So it's on all of you in this building, in this industry, to frankly get up off your backsides and to make change happen, because no one's going to do it for you, and all you will end up doing is complaining later on about how the rules have been foisted on you. So, you know, don't be wallflowers. Get up there. Tell the people what you want them to do. They're public servants. They're using your money.
And saying that, you know, regulation is positive. The fact that actually this industry, I've been involved in crypto since 2016 and seen it go from not knowing where to turn for clients who needed tax advice, not knowing who to trust in the industry, to now this being mainstream and us having, you know, the conversations around the FCA regulating this industry. We're now legitimizing this industry. And so actually that can do nothing but good for those who want to, you know, participate in it. I think around the, lost my train of thought now as well, but I think, you know, that's really, you know, pushing ahead on that side and just embracing the sandboxing and embracing the regulators as far as you can.
And I just finish up by giving a big shout out to my home country, Switzerland. 1,300 Web3 companies registered there between Zug, Zurich, and Geneva, with a total market cap of just over 100 billion Swiss francs, having given birth to Ethereum, Solana, so going through the generations of projects that are coming up. There's a wonderful ecosystem of banks, even some crypto banks like Bitcoin Suisse, Signum, and others who are based only on crypto, and advisors who did things like create the Ethereum Foundation. So when I looked to where we should start our business up, not only did I look for where there was regulatory clarity, or at least a checklist I could follow and be compliant, but I looked at where there were advisors, where there was an ecosystem that knew our industry, and who I didn't have to pay money to for professional services to teach them about what we did. I want value back from that ecosystem and not have to be the fool that's educating a whole market so they can take money from me. I want to pay my money and get value back so I can move the business forwards. And the place I've found that was best for that so far is Switzerland.
So we've touched upon competition between jurisdictions that regulate and jurisdictions that don't. So if you guys were saying that MiCA is good, we try to endorse founders to comply with the regulation, can we try to distinguish between the regulations that undermine the progress of a startup, undermine the founders, versus the regulations that actually promote the industry and are really good for that? Mark, you have a point.
I would just like to offer a counter view. I do not think MiCA is good. I think MiCA is a missed opportunity, a profoundly generational missed opportunity by the Brussels bureaucrats because they did not listen to the industry. There is no provision for access to banking. For example, in France, Pacte law, passed in 2018, gave a checklist and said, if you come to France as a crypto business and follow these guidelines and you cannot get banking, you can come to us and we will try and help you get access to banking. I made that request for it to be included in MiCA about 75 times, and each time it was turned down. So if you are under MiCA trying to get access to a bank account, even though you spend your hundreds of thousands being compliant, there's no guarantee that you won't be unbanked, debanked, or wrapped up in a bunch of banking misery. So I would say MiCA is a missed opportunity rather than good.
And we went through a whole process last year of lots of the high street banks just closing anything that was connected with crypto. Any accounts connected with crypto were just getting closed. So I think that, yeah.
I think if I just change the question slightly, you referred to undermining. And I think what is inevitable is that any regulation will slow. It will cause friction rather than purely undermine it in every case. And what we're trying to find now, I think, well, not we as regulators, but what regulators and legislators are trying to find is the balance between creating a good market, growth in the market, but also protection for consumers in a way that allows businesses to operate in these countries without just being completely wiped out because of the cost of doing that. And if that balance gets better, then that debanking issue starts to fade away slightly because the credibility increases and the risk reduces for them. They're just trying to reduce their risk as well by...
But I'm afraid the risk won't get reduced because so many founders and users will be pushed to the DeFi, which is fantastic and still dangerous because it's easier. Why comply if I don't have to? Plus, it's very expensive. And as you mentioned, friction upon friction. We're going to suffocate ourselves with all these amazingly written rules and regulations. That's the problem, because we'll move into the gray area, which is much more exciting, and use what crypto retail users want. They don't care about regulations. They're greedy, and it's absolutely understandable, because a lot of new waves of crypto users that are coming, they missed or they lost up to 2008, etc. And you can see what's happening on the general markets. They don't really care if you're licensed. But if you're selling to TradFi, for instance, I'm a founder, my core product I'm selling to TradFi. Yes, Mika is wonderful for me. If I'm selling different types of products, this overregulation, it will only harm you because it's such a massive administrative and legal burden on you, on business, on the team you need to hire, instead of working on your product. So depending on who your target market is for your services or products, it's either a blessing or an absolute curse.
Right, it does. It is a burden on businesses. You said it doesn't matter for the consumer, but don't you think that crypto regulation actually boosts confidence in that jurisdiction for consumers? Do we see consumers leaving Dubai and coming to the EU because of Mika, or are we seeing the opposite?
It depends what the industry wants, doesn't it? If it wants to, so we look at the market right now that you referred to there, the crypto users today, most of them at scale probably aren't that interested in licensing and regulation. But do we want that to be the only target market that we have, or do we want to broaden it out into mass market? And that, I think, is what will create the mass market engagement, is that credibility which needs the regulation, and then it starts to become a bit of a race to who can regulate the best. But right now, I'm not sure if industry knows what it wants. I think it wants to have its cake and eat it. And the reality is, unfortunately, you can't have that. So it's either got to be mass market, which means you're going to have a little bit more regulation, actually a lot more regulation, or it stays reasonably niche, in which case we all just stay in rooms this size and we're not packing out the Excel in a few years' time.
Yeah.
But sorry for interrupting. I would disagree. I think crypto is mass market. Hundreds of millions of wallets across different chains. We're mass markets. We're this slightly wild, but already mass markets.
But I was just going to say that why do we need to regulate crypto assets in the same way that we have for, a very long time, regulated traditional finance? Why are we putting ourselves into the same boxes? Why don't we look at an alternative way of trying to regulate or trying to control and try and protect against harm? Why are we just, we're now looking for Web3. There's a combination of technology, legislators, policymakers. Why are we trying to use Web2 thinkings for now Web3? Why can't we just actually think of a new innovative way of trying to, we can look at what the underpinning rationale behind the regulations is. We want to protect consumers, we want to protect against harm, we want to lend credibility, but why do we have to try and fit them into a box and just say, actually, the only way we know how to do this is by territory or by jurisdiction? All we're doing is we're pushing people to far-flung parts of the world where they perceive different levels of regulation. Instead, is there not a way that we can have, overarching treaties, and we talk about having it as mainstream? With, one of the macro positive benefits of MiCA is the idea that actually this applies of harmonisation across the EU. We're looking at, is there a way that we can say, actually, this problem is much bigger than jurisdiction by jurisdiction. This is something which we need to set in place, what the key features we need to have across the board to deal with crypto assets. I think in the UK, just really quickly, we've only recently actually distinguished crypto assets as a form of property. So I'm really hopeful that with that certainty now that it is property, we can start to explore other ways, not necessarily through regulation, but through the law itself, to evolve from that and see where that goes.
I think you make a super interesting point, and I would say you're drawing on a discussion around standards and taxonomy. What are the standards approach, and what do we call things? You know, an apple is an apple everywhere around the world. But in the world of crypto, a token is not the same everywhere around the world, and that presents a challenge. Plus, you know, standards. If somebody could come up with a TCP/IP for crypto in the same way as Sir Tim Berners-Lee did for the internet and give it away so that everyone can agree, this is the data packet that we agree on, this is how we process it, and this allows us to send a picture over the internet irrespective of the transmission mechanism you're using, the network and the receptor, then we'd be in a better place. But I think the industry is a long way from that, and I think regulators and civil servants are even further away from that. And I go back to what I said earlier, the onus is on us as an industry. Educate, educate, educate. And we do a really, really bad job about that because we're not very good communicators. We can't coordinate because we are decentralized. And frankly speaking, we've got too many bad actors in the industry that keep circulating time and time again, and that creates a gaping chest wound. For people like me that try to do regulatory work, I stand there in Brussels, give a presentation in a room like this to a few hundred people, and some bright spark at the back says, yeah, but FTX. And you go, yeah, you know what? I can't disagree with you. I really can't disagree with you. And that was done in plain sight. Plain sight. You know what they say? If the yields, if you can't work out where the yield is coming from, you are the yield. You know, that was FTX. We all got greedy. Our fault, again.
I'm afraid we don't have much time left. So to wrap this up, let's give one practical advice to the founders in the room, how they can regulate, how they can touch the regulation. Should they comply? Should they work together with the regulators? Or should they just run for the jurisdiction that doesn't regulate? Starting with Anastasia and going forward.
I'll share the personal journey, but again, very quickly. At Firium, when we were a very small company with no revenue, we did exploit regulatory arbitrage. We went to where it's easier, when we didn't fall under any regulation, so we can actually build the product, find the product market fit, and then start scaling. Then we went for different licenses globally, not only in Europe, also in Canada, in Australia, and also in Latin America. Find, if you can operate legally without any need for license, don't. It will take away your precious time from building a product and finding clients.
Thank you, Jacqueline.
I would definitely say explore the sandbox. It's just opened. It also, you know, for other historical sandboxes, the resource and the wealth of information that you can get from those sandboxing is just incredible. So I would encourage anyone who's in the UK to definitely check out the Digital Securities Sandbox.
For me, don't fear it. It's not that scary. I can tell you from experience, it only takes about 20 years to get over the initial shock of being regulated. Check it out early. Look at the jurisdictions that are going to make you the most money, and then speak to people. That's the most important bit. Speak to people that know what this is like. So let me do a pitch, but we give people access to the industry through financial promotion approvals. That's probably the easiest route into the UK that we will ever see. And there are little pockets like that around. Switzerland's another good example before they get going even more potentially. But definitely speak to people and just don't fear it. You know, explore it and lean into it a little.
Mark?
Yeah, I would agree. Don't be afraid of it. It's coming, so you're going to have to deal with it at some point. Make it part of your business plan. Where's your addressable markets? And then that gives you all the considerations in your business plan. Price, staff, funding, regulation should be part of that. Once you figure out what you need to address the market that you're targeting, you'll be left with a short list of which geos you might want to base in or seek some form of regulatory compliance. And then go to the regulator, make them pitch to you. Ask them why. you should work with them. Why should you give them money? Why should you give their advisors money to be compliant? And how are they going to help you? And based on the feedback that you get, make a decision. But it's just part of your business plan. And you need to be thinking about it like that now. It's just another consideration. And again, don't be afraid of it.
Now, we have 5 minutes for a Q&A, so if you want to raise your hand. And we do have a hand at the end. We might need a mic over there. If there is no mic, yeah, the mic is coming.
Okay, so I'm not going to name names, but you can probably guess who. There have been like other speakers at this event that have been speaking quite positively about MiCA. Do you think that it's going to be more difficult now to get the regulation that we really want, if that's the case? And I think this has been partly addressed, but why do you think that some crypto companies and some of the bigger players might be happy enough with MiCA?
I'll kick this off if I can. So MiCA is undoubtedly great if you're an advisory firm, because it's created a new product line for you. You've had probably up to 5 years of advising people about MiCA, which has been very welcome. If you're a regulator, you've been invited onto stage and probably traveled around the world and had the spotlight on you, which has undoubtedly helped develop your career. I think as a framework, it's quite interesting because it creates a playbook that can be iterated on. And if you're a large player, if you're, for example, a traditional financial institution, MiCA is brilliant because it gives you credibility and a license to operate in a market that probably you don't have the technical skills for, but immediately, so you can consider trying to make money, because there is no obligation on a traditional finance player to prove that they have the technical competence, because they have the financial competence. But if you are an existing player waiting for guidance about how you become MiCA compliant next January, you are stuck in limbo. If you're a startup, as I said, then it gives you a good roadmap, particularly if you want to launch a token, to understand how you put together a white paper. And if you're doing that under €1 million, it gives you some latitude to operate. But if you're an established player, like a crypto asset service provider, I don't think MiCA is a good thing. And finally, I would just say that the regulators, in my personal opinion, around MiCA, have decided who the kingmakers on stablecoins, or they have become the kingmakers around stablecoins. Because Tether are at, what is it, $180 billion US market cap, according to CoinMarketCap, about 4 or 5 days ago, is not going to be able to be touched in Europe at the moment. So those two organizations that have got their EMI license, I think from July of this year, potentially are going to benefit from that if Tether is untouchable by CASPs, exchanges, European citizens, and providers like ours who service European citizens. So there's some of the reasons why I think I have a negative view about MiCA. For certain market participants, it's good. But if you are an existing small player, generally speaking, I think it's a very bad thing. And that's before even touch on the provision for banking, which is zero. If you are a crypto asset service provider, Web3 business or crypto business, and you're trying to pay for the water in your water cooler through your bank account, you will know what I mean. It's a constant battle. And there was a chance to support crypto businesses to gain access to banking for those who proved they were being professional, well-organized and transparent businesses.
Thank you, Mark.
And the European Commission completely refused to focus on that.
Anastasia, maybe you can add something for a quick minute.
Overall, I would agree with Mark that if you're a mid-size or larger revenue-generating crypto entity, MiCA is fantastic because you can expand your addressable market and service more both retail and business users. But if you're just starting up, or you already have a token, it's just too expensive. And again, operationally, it's very, very burdensome.
Okay, we have less than a minute, so that's where we wrap up. One quick question.
I was going to ask what the panel thought for existing UK businesses that are getting them into license.
Wayne?
In a minute.
Good luck.
Good luck, yes. Lean into it, work out the cost. It's not cheap. It looks more like traditional finance regulation for me than something brand new built for new technology, to the point made earlier. So it's not going to be particularly cheap or easy. But as we've sort of all said, don't fear it, just lean into it. Do the numbers, do the maths. What will it cost? How easy will it be? Can I get it done or not? If I can, do it. If you can't, go back to the beginning of the strategy and build it something different.
And that's where we wrap up. Thank you guys for coming, and good luck with following the regulations in the UK and across other industries.
Just one child. Sorry, are you okay? Yeah. There's only you. Yeah. Okay. No, I'm going to leave you to it, I think, because otherwise I'll just be listening. Cool. So we have a treat coming up next now. Those of you may know John Lillick, who's a bit of an OG in this space. TELUS Executive Director currently. He's going to talk about quantum breaking things, and we're not quantum ready. And oh my God, it's going to be very, very interesting. I'll let him tell you. Big warm round of applause for John, please.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right. Well, happy Friday, and thank you all for being here. I know it's the end of the day, and it's been a great week. So just real quick, I want to thank all the organizers. So Harry, his brother Jolly, Luke, Charlotte doing the production, everybody else. I got to know these guys a couple years ago. Last year they did a great event. I have been fortunate enough to sort of come along for this ride as, I guess, really over the last year or so. They've been doing a great job impacting our ecosystem in a very positive way. So congratulations to you all. Spectacular event and well done. Okay, so today, I guess there's a couple things we'll kind of delve into that maybe, in my opinion, have not been surfaced sufficiently enough relative to the threat that they pose, that this particular topic poses. But not only that, the opportunity as well. And so I guess just a little bit about me. I'm kind of like, I was like one of the consensus bros from the beginning. I spent 6 years there. I was with Polygon for a couple of years, and I run a fund. And I guess a lot of people probably in this room, I know many of you, and I've just been around observing. I'm not a quantum physicist. I can barely do math, but my autism kicked in 3 months ago or so, and I've basically done a lot of research and gone very deep into this space. I've also spent quite a bit of time with a couple guys, one guy named Stefano, another guy named Fabrizio. They are physicists at Oxford, and they've been very gracious in helping me understand many of these concepts. And I'd like to talk about some of this stuff a bit with you guys today. So I guess the first, it's a pretty standard slide, but you know, the first thing I want to highlight is that actually, even though maybe there might be something in the back of your mind that, I don't know, perhaps you've heard of quantum computing, or it's just been kind of like this weird afterthought maybe, that somehow, whether it's D-Wave or Google, they're going to build this big, giant, massive machine, and it's going to require, you know, all the money in the world and probably another 20 years and a set of converging technologies. But what I want to highlight is that actually the reality is there's a burgeoning and booming startup ecosystem that has already taken in, I guess, tens of billions of dollars, which has been working in a multi-pronged fashion, tackling a multitude of problems that somehow coalesce and start to form a picture, whether that's on the hardware side, theoretical physics side, on the research side, or on the algorithmic side. There's a multitude of great startups doing a ton of stuff, and this is just like one tiny little snapshot. Okay, so I don't know how well you can see the bottom. Hopefully it's clear. But in any case, yeah. So the main takeaway is that this stuff, in my opinion, is coming much, much sooner than we realize. And Riverlane, as an example, great company, they do lots of really great research, kind of highlighted some points here. I guess some of this stuff got cut off, but hopefully the slide deck will be available online. In terms of the rate of growth, okay, in progress, with respect to a multitude of like key problems that need to be solved, we are definitely in the exponential growth phase right now. And I'll talk a little bit about, oh, there it is. Okay, great. So, you know, things like streaming high fidelity memory and quantum gates and logic at scale and universal gate sets. These are terms that may be brand new, but I suspect that in the coming months and years, these will be just as common as smart contracts and hardware wallets and terms that may have been completely foreign to us, you know, 10, 12 years ago. But all that to say, this stuff is progressing very, very quickly. So there, and I guess Vitalik did a talk at ETCC this past July in Brussels, and there was a slide in terms of like where, maybe it was like a prediction market bet or something, where the consensus on when quantum computing and quantum risk would enter into the fray, when that would sort of appear. And you got this kind of like intersection somewhere around 2038. And it corresponds to the number of qubits. And I guess probably the original thinking was, well, if you had to build a big giant machine that could somehow stabilize millions of qubits, that's going to take a while and it's going to be very hard. But actually, one of the things that's happened, aside from hardware development and physics, R&D research, is that algorithms have improved tremendously over the last few years. Okay, this is kind of like, if I had to guess, the gap that we have already filled or are very close to filling in terms of algorithmic performance improvement and kind of getting us closer to that X marks the spot on the timeline. And this is kind of like one of the charts from IBM. Okay, so let's kind of like explain in simple terms. And I guess the message really that I've been trying to convey and others have been trying to convey is that, again, instead of one giant massive machine, okay, that's very, very hard to build, and maybe if you've ever Googled quantum computers, you'll see that Google machine that looks incredible and it's very huge and it's got these like, high precision parts. It may not be the case that that's exactly what we need to build, but rather through a confluence of algorithmic improvements and much smaller devices networked together, which I'll get into in a second, you might actually sort of not need this big, gigantic machine that seems to be very hard to build. Okay, so it's a guy named Litinsky, and he wrote a paper in 2022. You should check it out. And basically, he, in a very elegant, articulate, scientific way, elucidates what I'm trying to explain in very simple terms, which is that instead of one giant massive machine, you can actually network together a bunch of really small machines and do things like break Bitcoin every 10 minutes. And those are just some kind of statistics. There's also some other really cool stuff that I think hopefully you can take away from this presentation and do your own research, because it's going to take time. But things like trapped ion implementations, photonic implementations, like there's a multitude of different approaches that are being taken as far as how to essentially stabilize qubits so that you can do this type of very unique computation. Okay, and maybe I should back it up and just, I probably should have started with this, but really, if any of you have gone on YouTube and searched physics videos, I love watching Roger Penrose talk and some of these other great folks. You've got sort of, you've got relativity and you've got the physics of like describing celestial bodies and how things work on a large scale, and then you've got quantum physics, which describes how things operate at a very small scale. And at that scale, there's a lot of really weird behavior, things like superposition, entanglement, and so leveraging the characteristics inherent to that level of our universe into computing gives us potentially the possibility to do incredible amounts of what would otherwise be very hard computation. The reason that's relevant for this particular talk is because if you wanted to take a public key and from that public key derive a private key, it would take you a very, 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 very long time given the current set of classical computing options and algorithms available to you. But if this stuff that I'm talking about here comes to fruition, it may take a very short amount of time. And so, that would be very problematic. And so, it's not necessarily that the consensus layer is going to be broken, because that sort of deals with hashing, but it's really the accounts. If you've got a public key that's exposed, from that you can derive the private key. If you have the capability to do the type of computation in a sufficient amount of it within a certain time period, i.e. instead of like 1 trillion years, you can do it in 10 minutes, then basically our entire ecosystem is at risk. Okay, so one of the things in the Litinsky paper is this point here, how to compute a 256-bit elliptic curve private key with only 50 million Toffoli gates. And while that might sound like a handful, or a mouthful rather, it basically refers to essentially some components that go into a lot of this quantum computing infrastructure being highly optimized to the point where with a smaller than what would otherwise have probably been projected number of this stuff, you could potentially break 256-bit elliptic curve cryptography, which is like the basis for public-private key pair infrastructure. It's the reason why you can go to bed at night and sleep comfortably so long as you securely store your private keys that, you know, tomorrow you're going to wake up and your keys will still be there and your tokens will still be in your account. If this 256-bit elliptic curve system is broken, then you might not sleep so well at night. Okay, so this is a little bit more kind of diving into the part that I was saying earlier as far as rather than what I guess we have generally imagined over the last 15 or 20 years as quantum computing has somewhat begun to capture our imagination, is that we would need these like incredibly powerful, very large, hard to build computers that, you know, are from the future and built by aliens or something, and that you would need some type of effort between like Google and the NSA, and only they could build it, you know, using like a DARPA project or something, versus actually what's happening is, in addition to the algorithmic improvements, startup companies like PsiQuantum, and I'll talk about them in a little bit here, are building much smaller devices. So in the case of PsiQuantum, they have these 1,152 qubit devices. And if you put together 6,000 of them, you get a sufficient number of qubits and trapped ions that basically, in a very short period of time, you can crack somebody's private keys. And not to freak anyone out, but recently there's been some very old Bitcoin that's been moving. And then the other thing, I just got this news, actually, you can check it out, the South China Morning Post, just news from today. It says, Chinese scientists hack military-grade encryption on quantum computer. So if you just look online for South China Morning Post and quantum computer, I'm sure it'll pop up. So, you know, I just think, and really thinking through it, like, I don't believe that quantum risk presents an existential risk today, but I do believe the timeline is much shorter. However, when it does come, if we're unprepared, then essentially what's going to happen is you're just going to see threads on Twitter about old Bitcoin moving. And maybe you might not think anything of it. Or, you know, people post and they say, wow, this guy was amazing. He held for 15 years and now he's got $30 million or whatever. But that's what it would look like at first. It would be very hard to decipher from anything else. Okay, so we have more good news. I just realized I probably look like the VC meme guy right now, actually, with my outfit and my coffee. So quantum computers have entered into mass production. If you do a bit of research, and you can click on some of those links and you can take a look online, you'll find that for example, Governor Pritzker is the governor of Illinois, and Mayor, I think his name's Brandon Adams, Mayor of Chicago. If you go on both of their X accounts, you will see fairly recently they were like shilling in a big way PsiQuantum opening a massive facility in Illinois for the purpose of manufacturing these things. Likewise, if you go to the Prime Minister of Australia, and I forget which respective other, I don't know, government officials in that region, in Brisbane, they were doing the same thing because PsiQuantum has a facility down there for some time now. There are facilities popping up all over the place. Of course, Palo Alto for a long time already. And these facilities, and by the way, you can do a little hack. One of the things I like to do is look at job boards. And we were able to find a bunch of people that would have the skill sets and qualifications as, let's say, quality engineers and production engineers and things like that, precisely for scaling up a production facility like this for a high-tech industrial manufacturing product and process. You'll even find those in the UK, and there's several production facilities in the UK. In addition to that, you'll find the regulatory landscape. You know, lots of people have been talking about regulation, I'm sure, at various talks throughout this. It's a big thing in crypto now. Most of the Western democracies, and I believe China as well, have already passed laws that if you have a device with 50 qubits or more, you cannot export it. And if you do, it's kind of like treason. So these are very serious laws. And I would just say, like, all of these little tidbits of information form a picture, and I think kind of sharpens our view about what's really going on. Okay, so what does broken mean for Q-Day? Basically, it means that, you know, tokens that you think belong to you, and, you know, that we all have confidence will belong to us the next day, so long as we safely secure our private keys, you know, may not be the case. I think that you'll see a lot of really interesting attacks. And by the way, this stuff, you know, it depends on each blockchain as well, because there's different characteristics, design decisions, architectures, etc. For example, in the case of Solana, one of the reasons Solana has the performance characteristics that it has, enabling it to be fast, cheap, and user-friendly, is because the block sizes are very small, 1 kilobyte, which means that you'll never be able to fit a big signature into that. So something like a Lamport signature, which is another term that I think is going to become just as common as Solidity or a smart contract or something. Essentially, the way you protect your accounts, the way you protect your tokens, is moving them into wallet infrastructure that relies on Lamport signatures. So there's a buddy of mine, he's also a physicist, he's one of the leading quantum physicists in Canada, his name's Pierre-Luc, and he developed something called Anchor Wallet, so anchorwallet.ca. It's the first implementation of Lamport signatures on Ethereum. So you'll need to take some action to protect yourself. Solana doesn't have big enough block sizes to fit Lamport signatures. They've got some proposals for different schemes, for example, this data shred thing, which is essentially combining, I don't know, different block sizes together to kind of increase the block size. But in other words, depending on the network, depending on its architecture and design decisions and trade-offs, et cetera, you know, mitigation, let's say, will look very different for each network. In the case of Bitcoin, at a minimum, you'll need a soft fork, and really you'll need a hard fork, and you'll need a bigger block size. I posted some stuff online on Twitter about this, so you can find it later, I guess. Okay, and what does it mean for Web3? Well, it means that there's a lot of VCs at this event, myself included. We have, I mean, everybody here, I would assume, has some stake in this ecosystem. Some of us may even have stakes that will take time to vest. You know, some of us are building things that will take years to develop. And if we have to make a sudden pivot, you know, that's a very large economic cost potentially. My understanding is the Ethereum Foundation has already decided to scrap all the Verkle stuff, okay? That's probably 2-3 years of intense development with very smart, you know, researchers and engineers, because they realize that, you know, discrete logs can be factored, so this isn't gonna work anymore. And so as our ecosystem grows, the risk grows. And one of the things that I would say also we need to pay attention to is, you know, I see a guy like Saylor, I love him, I think he's great, I admire what he's done, but he's putting Bitcoin on his balance sheet, and, you know, Michael Dell is talking about Bitcoin, and all these guys, Elon loves Doge and everything, and so the extent to which US corporations, including, of course, we've got BlackRock and all the big ETFs, continue to put Bitcoin on their balance sheet, potentially leverage against that, and now those balance sheets grow, presents potentially a multi-trillion-dollar target or incentive for an adversary to attack Bitcoin and cause a lot of damage. I don't know if, like, I have no idea what's going to happen in the future. I don't know if quantum risk is going to make the price drop or pump or whatever. I don't know. But I would infer that as soon as we start to lose trust in 256-bit elliptic curve cryptography, that the consequences will be significant, because, well, you want to sleep well at night knowing that your private keys are safe, and if they're not, you may not feel comfortable keeping a lot of value in that type of a system. Okay, so this is just kind of a little bit of speculation, but yeah, I was saying all the different facilities, and you can take a look online. There's 5 to 10 companies targeting 2027 for 1 million qubits. That's kind of like a milestone number. I believe that 2027 could be a good target for when the risk may surface in a more material, tangible way. I think if we look at it like objectively, for example, in the case of the United States, probably once all the manufacturing, you know, all the startups that are manufacturing these devices are ready to go to market, I would imagine the NSA and the government will buy the first year's worth, and that's very prudent, actually. Probably they should. And then before it hits market and becomes available to customers. I have no idea what the regulation is going to look like. I would imagine, nonetheless, however it shapes out, that the power of this computing technology will be available. And, Bitcoin and our entire ecosystem is out there in the open. Bitcoin is $1 trillion bounty if anyone can break it. So, I would also say 2030 is a good candidate too. I mean, it's just wild speculation. You come to your own conclusions. There's a convergence of technologies that also seem to be going in a certain direction, potentially, accelerating, and they might come to a head, whether that's AI driving algorithmic improvements, AI driving high-tech industrial manufacturing, so more precise moving parts can be manufactured, et cetera. I'm not sure, but in any case, that would be my best guess, although this article today from the South China Morning Post kind of like freaked me out. I actually got the article like literally 10 minutes before I got on stage. Don't know if it's real or not. Probably very hard to verify. But nonetheless, do your own research, come to your own conclusions. Yeah, there's a great YouTube video as well. You definitely have to check it out. Okay, I hope I'm still okay with time, but just a quick little chart. You can kind of see all the different components that we need for this stuff to come to fruition. And a lot of it has already been realized. And we're definitely moving in a certain direction. So you can see the number of qubits going up unlocks a variety of different potential use cases. One of the things people like to say is that, well, quantum risk is so far in the future. And anyway, once we have a quantum computer and while we can do things like simulate nuclear fusion, the world is going to be much better and everything's going to be great. And I totally agree with that. But first of all, by the time we get to simulating nuclear fusion, as an example, elliptic curve cryptography will have been broken a long time before that. It's the lowest hanging fruit. One of the reasons why we have that cryptography for public-private key pair infrastructure is because it enables the most, let's say, user-friendly experience, which is what's enabled this ecosystem to grow, right? Like if it was too convoluted and way too difficult to manage, and maybe more secure, because the trade-off is always convenience and security, right? The more secure a system, the less convenient it is. For example, if you store your private keys on your phone in your Jax wallet, for those of you with Ethereum emojis who remember the Jax wallet, I knew one guy who had 1 million Ether on his Jax wallet. I couldn't believe it. Of course, that's going to be very secure, very convenient, but not very secure. If you, I don't know, get one of those steel private key things and have your private key sharded in 3 different vaults across the world, including one in the middle of a Swiss mountain, that would require you to fly around and take a lot of action to access your keys. That would not be very convenient, but it would be very secure. That's always the trade-off. Okay, so migration. There's 2 ways to think about this stuff. One is defense and one is attack. Defense refers to how do we protect what already exists, okay? And attack refers to how do we build quantum money? How do we leverage this technology not to make what already exists, like, I don't know, somewhat faster or whatever, but rather how do we build an entirely new paradigm? So with respect to migration, this would fall under defense. Defense refers to what we can do to take steps to prevent our value from being stolen. Now, at the foundation level with a variety of these networks, like for example Ethereum, I know these guys are thinking about it very much, and maybe there's things that can be done in order to migrate or take steps to mitigate the damage. At the user level, there's things you can do, such as, like I said, my buddy Pierre-Luc's Anchor Wallet, anchorwallet.ca. It's the first Lamport signature implementation. You can move your tokens into a wallet like that. In the case of Bitcoin, we have a whole host of things we would likely need to do as a community. So migration refers to one big, gigantic effort on the part of this entire community, irrespective of which blockchain you're using, in order to effectively protect what already exists to the best extent that you can. And then there's this kind of opportunity to build, all kinds of new stuff. And my buddy Stefano refers to that as quantum money. I'm going to post more stuff about that online in the coming weeks and months. I'm probably going to be yanked off stage in a second. But, some key requirements, elliptic curve cryptography, if this stuff comes to fruition, is probably in trouble, so we'll need different types of schemes. And yeah, if you want to find me, I'm available here and happy to talk about this stuff. And hopefully there isn't too much anxiety after this talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Now we're at the penultimate panel before Stephen Bartlett, and I'm going to hand you over to Tim Copeland, who is the editor of The Block, who is going to do a fireside with Dan Held. We're looking forward to it very much. So Tim, please come on board.
Hello. Is this working? Yep. Okay. Hello. May I welcome to the stage Dan Held, General Partner at Asymmetric. How are you doing?
Thanks for having me. I just got in.
Dan raced it here from the other side of West London. I hope the traffic wasn't too bad. Now, before we get into it, I have to ask you, HBO recently did a big documentary. They claimed that Peter Todd could be Satoshi Nakamoto. What are your views?
I did have a brief cameo in that. But yeah, the HBO documentary was trying to uncover who was Satoshi. Now, I've spent 12 years in this space, and everyone has their favorite Satoshi theory of who he might be. By the way, he self-identified as a he, so it's likely to be a male. And I think it's probably one person rather than a group of people, because to keep a secret like that amongst a group would be very, very difficult. And so Peter Todd was the proposed Satoshi candidate. Peter Todd, I believe, would have been 11 years old.
I think like 14, I think.
14. So yes, he could have been Satoshi, but he would have been a very, very young Satoshi. And there's many other things. If you look at how Satoshi had written the code of Bitcoin, Peter Todd, his code in his style was nothing like that. So I find Peter Todd as a Satoshi candidate a very, very low probability.
Who's your highest probability candidate?
Well, amongst the OGs in the space, Nick Szabo or Hal Finney. Hal Finney's a classic favorite. He died around the time Satoshi disappeared. Hal ghost wrote PGP encryption, which PGP was considered a weapons export in the 1990s. And so cryptographers back then printed out computer code of the PGP code as a kind of a fuck you to the US government to say, hey, free speech, code is speech, and we're going to wear this, and encryption should be free. So I think he intimately understood what it meant to challenge governments and the status quo.
Awesome. All right, and we're here to talk about Bitcoin DeFi. Now, Bitcoin doesn't natively support DeFi. It's a little bit more straightforward than other blockchains. What is meant by Bitcoin DeFi? Like, what does it mean? How does it work?
Yeah, so DeFi stands for decentralized finance, for folks who don't know what that word means. And on Bitcoin, Bitcoin's a very basic protocol. It doesn't have all the bells and whistles and really cool things that Solana and Ethereum can do. However, it can do some things. And what we saw happen with ordinals, or that Bitcoin was able to do some smart contract capabilities in terms of like NFTs, BRC20 tokens, different token standards. So that was a pretty big kind of evolution. So I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit here, but yeah, Bitcoin is essentially very simple. And so DeFi didn't start on Bitcoin, it started on Ethereum and Solana, but we have seen some glimmers that we could bring some of this back to Bitcoin, whether it be a little bit on the base layer with like discrete log contracts or with ordinals, or on Bitcoin L2s. L2s allow you to have full scripting capabilities that you would have on Ethereum and Solana.
Cool. What are the most exciting parts of Bitcoin DeFi right now, and where do you see the biggest investment opportunities?
So people forget that Bitcoin isn't just the biggest crypto asset in the space. It's bigger than everything else combined. It's bigger than Ethereum plus Solana plus everything else. if we were able to unlock DeFi on top of Ethereum, on top of Bitcoin, this would be the greatest opportunity ever to exist in this space. And so we're starting to see glimmers of this happening. And we're talking about a $1 trillion plus asset where people could borrow dollars using their Bitcoin as collateral. They could lend out their Bitcoin. So to see this happen would be incredible. And we're already starting to see this. And we're talking about both Bitcoin and the blossoming of like digital assets on top of Bitcoin, like NFTs or tokens. So you've got like Ethereum's market cap, and then you have all the tokens and NFTs on Ethereum. Well, Bitcoin is starting to have that develop there as well.
Cool. And what is meant by Bitcoin staking? How does that work?
Yeah, so there's, with a proof of stake protocol, you stake the asset to represent your provable stake that could be burnt if you behave improperly as a validator. Bitcoin being used for staking is a paradigm that no one predicted. Essentially, with proof of stake protocols, they usually use the underlying native asset. That native asset, though, leads to some issues that occur because that native asset may not be a money that people want to own or hold. Whereas Bitcoin is the best money in the crypto ecosystem. And so because of that, Bitcoin being used as collateral for proof of stake systems is a multi-$100 billion opportunity within the Bitcoin DeFi category on Bitcoin. So, for example, like when you stake, you could have Bitcoin being used as stake on a different proof of stake chain where you could provably lock up Bitcoin as collateral on the Bitcoin base layer and then use that to represent a stake somewhere else. The value of that across all the proof of stake chains could be in the hundreds of billions. So Babylon is one of the leading proof of stake or restaking tools out there.
You mentioned Babylon. Recently it raised its caps and it saw an influx of, or at least it now has 24,000 Bitcoin being staked through it. Does this show that there's a lot of pent-up demand for Bitcoin DeFi in general?
Yeah, there's a couple indicators to look at Bitcoin DeFi. One is we can look at the ordinals ecosystem. With ordinals, we have billions of dollars worth of BRC20 tokens that have been created and $1 billion plus of NFT assets. When we look at Bitcoin L2s, you have Stacks, which has a $3 billion market cap. Then you have Babylon with 22,000 Bitcoin being locked up, or 24,000. These are all indications, strong indications that there are tens of billions of dollars that are actively currently being deployed in Bitcoin DeFi, but Bitcoin's market cap is $1 trillion. So this is just scratching the surface on what we're going to see there. Tens of billions isn't the right number. It's hundreds of billions. Or when Bitcoin, this is a bit of a controversial statement, when Bitcoin's at a 3 trillion or 5 trillion market cap, what if all the DeFi on top of Bitcoin is worth $1 trillion? I mean, these numbers are quite crazy to think about, especially when you look at Ethereum, where you look at what percentage of Ethereum is locked up, in terms of TVL. And if you look at Ethereum L2s, what's the market cap of all the Ethereum L2s as a percentage of Ethereum's market cap? If we start to play out those numbers with Bitcoin, these numbers get huge.
But what are the biggest challenges of bringing DeFi to Bitcoin, a platform that isn't natively designed to support tokens and everything else?
Yeah, so the reason why Bitcoin isn't an EVM chain or an SVM chain, the reason why it doesn't have all the smart contracting capabilities on the base layer is that we wanted to keep Bitcoin simple. Bitcoin's use case is primarily being a gold 2.0 store of value asset, and it does that very, very well. And so Bitcoin traded off all those cool things you could do with those EVM chains to preserve its decentralization, to be the most strong, rigorous, trustworthy money out there. It pushes a lot of these scripting capabilities to its L2s. So for example, like Stacks or Lightning or Liquid, those are L2s where with some of these, for example, some of these new L2s that are coming out, these are EVM or SVM L2s. So you can basically copy paste your Solana or Ethereum dApp over to this Bitcoin L2, and there are bridged Bitcoin that you take and move up to that Bitcoin L2 that allow you to move that. All the bridged Bitcoin on the Bitcoin L2 is Bitcoin that can be freely used in smart contracts with the full scripting capabilities of Ethereum or Solana. So that's how the Bitcoin community decided it would scale, and also decided how smart contracts would function, is that they would function more on these L2s. There are some really interesting developments, though, however, like with ordinals, for example. Ordinals, for those who don't know what ordinals are, ordinals are NFTs and other tokens on top of Bitcoin. But what's brilliant about this is it's not a Bitcoin L2. It's actually called a meta protocol, which means that on the Bitcoin base layer, this activity is going on, and if we all run the same software, that meta protocol software, we can interpret things that are going on the L1 and prescribe those alternative sort of things that are occurring. So for example, if I send Bitcoin to Tim, if we're both running the same meta protocol software, that's actually an asset transfer of like real estate or another token type. So this is an the earlier version of this is called colored coins, and this is a more modern meta protocols, or ordinals are a more modern take on this. So meta protocols, I think, are very underexplored, and those would allow for a sort of quasi-smart contract capability on the Bitcoin base layer. When we look at other things on top of Bitcoin as well, we have discrete log contracts allow for quite sophisticated smart contracts to be developed on Bitcoin today. So companies like Atomic Finance or Liquidium, those are actual dApps on top of Bitcoin that work today that use discrete log contracts to do things like decentralized options, or you could borrow Bitcoin using your NFT as collateral. So these work on Bitcoin's base layer today.
Sure, and for a long time, the big narrative about Bitcoin was that it's a store of value. That was the big, branding of it. Does bringing DeFi to Bitcoin contradict that? Because now you're suddenly saying, whoa, it can do so much more than that.
Yeah, so that's a good question. A lot of people would ask, is this DeFi play on Bitcoin? Is this a pivot of the narrative? Is Bitcoin changing? Did Bitcoin store value thesis fail? When we look at a store value asset like Bitcoin, Bitcoin has done a phenomenal job of being a gold 2.0. I mean, we have Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, hard shilling on CNBC that Bitcoin is a store of value asset. This is huge, and Bitcoin's characteristics make it a great store of value asset. When we look at DeFi, I think just unlocks and is a very complementary narrative to the store of value narrative. We're talking about all this stored value here, but what if we can borrow against it? What if we can lend it out? What if we can yield farm with it? This, I think, is very complementary and also highlights, or what if we can use Bitcoin as another proof of stake asset? This is all very complementary to that store of value narrative because Bitcoin has conquered the money narrative. It is the quintessential number one money in the crypto world. It sort of conquered that narrative. Now DeFi, I'd say, allows it to blossom and really unlocks a lot more.
Are there any potential negative impacts, such as it could introduce things like MEV, which we've seen on Ethereum, or big increase in transaction fees that we have with ordinals? Are there issues that can come out of doing this?
Yeah, so MEV on Ethereum, basically this is where folks who can extract value by front-running transactions when your transaction hits the mempool. MEV is always going to occur. I think it is sort of a problem that can't really be solved and is just sort of a function of how blockchains will always function. So for me, that's not necessarily a concern. Transaction fees. So a lot of people would complain that transaction fees rising. A lot of people here have probably used Ethereum and are familiar with how bad transaction fees have gotten, especially during highly congested moments. High fees aren't a bad thing. With all of these blockchains, these high fees are the only way that their long-term security budget or the long-term security paid to stakers or miners this is the only way that they are incentivized to keep protecting the network. So high fees are not a bad thing. The base layer was always going to be where the high-value transactions occurred, and these high-value transactions were willing to pay high fees to exist. So I view the high fees as not a problem, but actually a great validation that the security of Bitcoin long-term is indeed intact, because over time, Bitcoin transaction fees will have to rise in order to secure the network, to keep the network security at least the same it is today, or better. So I think ordinals, other DeFi activity, L2s, these are all very indicative of Bitcoin's long-term fee market existing in a way that's stable.
Okay, and Bitcoin DeFi had a very strong narrative earlier this year. Like we saw, it was sort of the talk of the town, around March, April sort of time. It seems to have been a little bit sort of overshadowed by sort of meme coins, which has sort of taken over everything, seems to be the dominant narrative, the dominant thing this cycle. Do you think Bitcoin DeFi is going to sort of come back into focus anytime soon?
Yeah, that's a great question. The meme coin narrative is super strong, and I mean, it's hard to beat it as well. Like, I do appreciate meme coins from its purity perspective. Meme coins aren't promising you a crazy new encryption technique or a roadmap with a team of 100 people that need to go execute to go promote this new crypto asset and this new smart contract platform. Meme coins just are. It's just a meme. That's it. It's somewhat elegant and simplistic with its narrative in a way that's highly mimetic because of how simplistic it is. I think that meme coins are a permanent feature of the space. Dogecoin. I mean, I remember when Dogecoin first came out. Like, Dogecoin has been around for 10 years now. So
could be. It's been a while.
It's been a long time. Yeah, Jackson Palmer. When he first him and I figured his co-founder first invented it. Dogecoin was one of the first meme coins out there, and we haven't seen Dogecoin go away. So I think Dogecoin and meme coins are going to be a permanent fixture in this space. But like any other narrative in crypto, it will ebb and flow. And I think right now is a really hot time, but I don't think that'll be the predominant narrative, for multiple cycles. I think it'll be more of a minority narrative.
Yeah. Okay. And what are your predictions going forward about Bitcoin DeFi this cycle?
Yeah. So my predictions for Bitcoin DeFi, I think we see a Bitcoin L2 hit $100 billion market cap. I think we see a handful of Bitcoin L2s hit tens of billions of dollars in market cap. I think we see total value locked on Bitcoin represent 10 or 20% of all BTC, which this would be like total value locked as like Bitcoin being used as a proof of stake asset or Bitcoin being borrowed against, so locked up and people borrowing dollars against it. So I would say 10 to 20% of Bitcoin locked up in TVL, hundreds of billions of dollars in value generated for L2s, meta protocols, dApps, and different crypto assets on top of Bitcoin.
Okay, and as we've been heavily focusing on DeFi, do you have any thoughts about the project that's very closely tied to Donald Trump? It's called World Liberty Financial, and they're claiming to save the world through a fork of Aave.
Yeah, I mean, if Donald Trump is shilling you a coin, I wouldn't buy that. It's not something you want to purchase. It's very simplistically a quick cash grab by the Trump family. I find it pretty appalling and embarrassing for Americans that he's trying, during a presidential campaign, he's pushing this project that he's encouraging people to invest in.
Okay, and as we sort of wrap up, I guess I wanted to ask about like the name of the company you work for, Asymmetric. What's meant by asymmetric within crypto? Why do we use that term?
So Asymmetric was founded by Joe McCann. Joe McCann is an early Solana investor and early meme coin investor. So Asymmetric has 3 funds, one venture fund, one liquid fund that Joe runs, and then I run the Bitcoin DeFi venture fund with Joe. The Bitcoin DeFi venture fund focuses in the Bitcoin DeFi category. This was a very contrarian trade, and at Asymmetric, we're willing to be contrarians, whereas like most venture capitalists in this space, crowd chase whatever hot narrative there is. That's where we've seen so many VCs pivot from crypto to AI in this cycle, right? Over the last couple of years, all of a sudden their bios are changing out for, instead of crypto, it's saying AI plus crypto. With us, we like to be contrarian, and Bitcoin DeFi was a very hated trade. A hated trade, a contrarian trade are the ones that we like. Bitcoin DeFi was hated by both Bitcoin maximalists and everyone in crypto because they're like, that's not possible on top of Bitcoin. Those are the sort of narratives, those are the sort of trades that we like to explore. Same with Solana. Solana in the pits of the bear market this cycle, Solana traded, what did it trade at $8? It reached single digits. Joe was still a huge fan of Solana, and Solana is now trading at $140. So we are willing to make those contrarian bets. We like to take the aggressive stance that's aggressively anti-trend. So for us, the meme coin cycle right now is a huge validation of Joe being early on that thesis and Bitcoin DeFi, my thesis on that space. So Asymmetric represents, these asymmetric opportunities that exist in these sort of tail investments that no one else finds attractive in the moment. That's where we like to explore. That's where we like to go identify opportunity.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And I'm afraid that's all we've got time for. I've been Tim Copeland, Editor-in-Chief of The Block. Thanks, Dan. Maybe a round of applause for Dan.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. That's super. We have full hall here again. Thank you very much to Dan and Tim. That was very enlightening, very interesting. We're now going to have a short break, about 8 to 10 minutes before Stephen comes on to chat with Alex and talk about all things entrepreneur. And yeah, very excited. So about 10-minute break and come back again, and we'll finish off the session tonight. Thank you.
As DeFi and Web3 applications become more and more complex, smart contracts remain inherently limited, as they run in a very tight sandbox. For that reason, many Web3 projects still rely on centralized back-end infrastructure for certain problems, creating a single point of failure, sacrificing decentralization for practicality. The current blockchain stack consists of two layers: Layer 1 in charge of security, Layer 2 in charge of scalability. But how can we overcome the limitations of smart contracts in a decentralized manner? Introducing Orbs. Orbs runs above these layers as a fully decentralized Layer 3 infrastructure blockchain protocol. Orbs acts as a decentralized backend, enhancing the capabilities of EVM and non-EVM smart contracts. The Orbs protocol is executed by dozens of independent permissionless validators, staked with over $100 million, opening up a whole new spectrum of possibilities for Web3, DeFi, NFTs, and GameFi. Orbs provides two different execution services. Orbs Lambda is an event-driven, serverless, and decentralized cloud function written in JavaScript, similar in concept to AWS Lambda. And Orbs VM, a Docker-based virtual machine, enabling implementations of powerful custom decentralized services in any popular programming language like Go, JavaScript, Rust, or Python, packaged as a standard Docker container. Join us in shaping the next evolution of smart contracts. Become a part of the Orbs universe.
Brands must adapt or die.
Social media is media.
When we first launched, we were hoping for, maybe 400, 500 people.
Internet culture is culture.
Nearly half of Gen Zers go to social media platforms to get their information.
We're democratizing everything, from the creative arts.
I never thought I could sell my work like this.
To finance.
Retail traders aren't just taking on hedge funds, they're also trying to take them down.
Driving trends, politics, and even our culture.
Social media changed the way that politicians could communicate.
And now, emerging innovations are set to change our day-to-day lives even further.
So, ChatGPT, artificial intelligence.
So you've probably heard about the metaverse.
But in a world of change, the biggest risk to you is falling behind.
So what now? Exponential change has created exponential opportunity,
making traditional marketing and communication methods less effective.
Your storytelling matters more than it ever has before. To be relevant, stories need to connect with culture.
Those that can't communicate their story correctly will fail, but those that can, they're going to thrive.
And that is why Flight Story exists. We understand what it takes to innovate through constant change. We deliver personalized and impactful strategies through our consulting division.
We provide world-first tools that give you the insights that you need. We develop meaningful stories through our content creation studios.
We distribute them far and wide through our extensive earned media network.
Accelerate their growth through our performance media services.
And now, we're helping brands get ready for what comes next. By telling the right story, we build your reputation, deepen the relationships with your community,
and ultimately create value.
For over a decade, our teams have guided leaders for some of the world's most successful companies on the planet.
Having a great story, it isn't enough.
Flight Story will give you the tools to tell it.
So, ChatGPT,
Chatbot, NFTs, augmented reality glasses, and so Web3, Metaverse. This is a tectonic shift.
There's no need to panic.
I want to make the world's first podcast produced entirely by AI.
We can feed your topic into an AI tool that synthesizes the host voice in real time.
Are you ready for the latest gaming news?
How can I start creating content for the metaverse?
Using generative technology, we can recreate your likeness and track your exact movements through local motion capture.
Innovation is accelerating the rate of change in every single industry.
Completely changing how brands and marketeers reach their audience.
The gap between what's now,
The AI race is definitely on.
and what's next
Using VR all the time.
is always closing. Our mission is to keep brands at the forefront of what's possible.
Brands around the world are investing in metaverse platforms.
We wanted to find a world-class Web3 team who truly understand what's coming next.
and the opportunities that these new innovations can create.
Which is why today at Flight Story, we're announcing the acquisition of Zebu, and together, the launch of an innovative new team. Introducing Flight 3.
Our global team has led digital marketing for some of the world's most innovative companies and projects.
We'll be bringing our combined experience to these emerging technologies and how they can supercharge brand ecosystems through services that help brands start and accelerate their innovation journey.
We understand how to build highly engaged communities
with global events across Web3, the metaverse, and much more.
Brands that innovate now, that operate at the forefront of change,
will define the once-in-a-generation commercial and marketing opportunities that are coming next. It's time for your brand to harness the future of innovation with Flight 3.
absolutely packed out the room. So please, everyone give yourselves a big round of applause. When I dreamed up this event in January on my own, half the team quit in about April. June, Polkadot pulled out. I didn't actually think we were going to get here. It's a huge cost. We're a bootstrap business, but so many people in this room have contributed so much, whether that's a Twitter space, a speaker space, sponsorship, so many different things, much so more than the Flight 3 team. With Flight 3, we're trying to build a blue chip Web3 marketing agency so we can take this tech to the next level. So I'm honestly so grateful for everyone and all of the cool stuff you're all building. I still remember the days when we had to try and grab people and be like, what is Bitcoin? We now moved long past that. Dan held, flew in, just about got here on time. So I'm really, really excited to introduce Stephen Bartlett, who's going to be coming soon. But yeah, I just want to say thank you so much. We're going to be back for our 5th year. I can't believe how quickly the time has gone. And yeah, that's all from me, and hopefully Stephen's coming. Charlotte, she's saying 1 minute. Does anyone have a question? Don't bother, I'm joking. He is from The Standard, the rebrand from the Evening Standard, and he's back for his 2nd year, and he's going to be hosting this fireside with Stephen Bartlett. So please join me in giving a huge round of applause to Alex and Stephen.
Thank you. Which way to go? Okay. So here we are, back again, by popular demand. So welcome, everybody, for coming to see us today, and I hope you've all been enjoying Zebu. I'm sure Stephen doesn't really need a huge introduction. You're probably eminently familiar with everything that he is and does, but it's a pleasure to be here to talk to you again this year.
Thank you. I really appreciate all of you hanging around to hear our conversation. Really, really appreciate it. So hopefully we can make it of value to all of you. Thank you, Alex, as well.
No problem. So, I'm the tech editor of the London Standard, which, for those of you who are not from London, is the single most important regional media outlet in London. We've been publishing since 1827, which in Web3 terms, I'm sure probably feels like thousands of years. Today we're going to be talking about quite a few different things. We're going to talk about Web3, but we're also going to talk more generally about technology, what's exciting about the future, but also about entrepreneurship, leadership, and quite a few interesting ideas that we'll get into along the way. However, what I would like to do to begin with is what we did last year, which is a couple of icebreaker questions just to warm up the audience and get them to know the real Stephen. Okay. So you don't know what these are going to be, so okay. What would you say was your spirit animal?
I like to think of it as a lion, but I'm sure most of us do, because if you go to my house or you look at my apartment, there's lots of lions, because I love their temperament, the ability to be calm and loving and to protect and to lead, but also the ability to be, aggressive when you need to be aggressive, in the sense of like going after a goal and all of those things. So I've always resonated with lions, and then monkeys, because my dad used to call me a monkey. But lions and monkeys, yeah. Monkeys are cheeky, so I like monkeys, but I think the lion is, I'm just in awe of them, so yeah.
I was going to say calm and loving wasn't the word I would think of with a lion, but I'll give you that. All right, one more. If you were going to play a sport at Olympic level that you've never played before, which would you?
It would be something like shot put or javelin, because I have a surprisingly good amount of velocity coming off my arm, which it's like a party trick of mine is to like punch those, those punching bags at things. I did one with a professional boxer who I shan't name because someone might write about it. But I'm very good with like arm velocity. So javelin, shot put, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, that's very specific, but at least you know your strengths.
I've thought about this before, so yeah, as you can tell, yeah.
All right, so let's get into it. So let's talk a bit about Web3. I think that what's interesting about Web3 is also what's difficult to define it and describe it, is the fact that it actually refers to quite a few different ideas, loosely connected by things like the blockchain, etc. And I wonder, do you feel in 2024 whether the term Web3 itself, is it still a sort of a meaningful phrase? Is it helpful? Or is it really becoming now just the plumbing that kind of powers various other technologies?
Do you know what Web3 means?
Well,
no, this is a genuine question. Do you know what it means?
To my mind, it's the third iteration of the web from sort of the original web, which was sort of top-down, hierarchical, from Web 2, which was social, Web 3 being more distributed and open.
I think if you ask most people what it means, they'll probably give you a different answer to some degree. And I've kind of garnered this because at one point when we launched Third Web, we were asking people, because our company is called Third Web, so we're obviously playing into Web 3. And the answer is always different, which is an indicator to me that the term might not be that useful anymore, especially as a lot of these technologies have developed, because some people will tell me Web 3 includes AI and virtual reality and augmented reality and blockchain technology. But when we're building our companies and when we're hiring people, we're not hiring at Third Web, we're not hiring Web 3 developers, because we might get someone that's into AI research, or we might get someone that's a specialist in virtual reality. So when I think of Web3, I think of the different technologies within there, and we kind of focus on those. So blockchain technology, I think, is a much better way and more specific way to think about it, and to build a company around as a term. I find Web3 as a catch-all a little bit unspecific and therefore unhelpful. So I would say it's probably not a great term.
Yeah, I agree. Blockchain is the thing that it feels is the common thread. But it has so much baggage that it carries with it in so many ways that people seem to be more comfortable talking about Web3. Mm-hmm. I think, though, that when there's a danger that we get drawn too much into what something is rather than why do it. Mm-hmm. And for instance, we don't talk so much about the cloud anymore. We just accept that not everything we do is on the device that we're doing it on, right? And do you feel that's the same with Web3? We're getting beyond that, the point where we're talking about the mechanics, and we're just now thinking about ways in which it can help improve our lives?
I think so, and I think a lot in part because I get to see in the back end of Third Web and who's using Third Web. So for those of you that don't know Third Web, software business, San Francisco based, about 50 employees. We've raised about $30 million from Coinbase, who I know are here today because I just met them, from Shopify, I always get that wrong, that pisses people off. Casey Hahn Ventures, and we're one of the biggest, probably second or first biggest infrastructure software company if you're trying to build an application on the blockchain. You probably use Third Web, you might use one of our competitors. But I get to see the types of companies that are building on the blockchain every day. I get to see the chains that they're using and the apps that they're building. And in the last month, we've started work via Third Web with companies that range from A1 gaming companies that you'll probably know about to American Express are now a client of Third Web's. And no American Express user is going to know that. They're not going to realize that they're interacting with the blockchain, and why should they? And that's really that's always been, I think, everyone's prediction of what the blockchain will be, is it will become a huge part of our lives, but also an invisible part of our lives. So when you go on, I don't know, like an Adobe e-sign to sign a contract, you'll be interacting with the blockchain. You might even be using our SDKs at Third Web, but you won't know you are. In the same way that most of the things we do every day, we don't realize we're interacting with the internet. And that's really where we've always hoped to get to. It should be the case that you don't know. And it's funny because people think in the bear market, the crypto bear market, building has stopped or there's less activity going on. But the third web graphs show otherwise. The third web graphs look like this. It's been constant building through that market. It's just different types of developers, less opportunistic developers that aren't there for a money grab. And it's been a lot of serious companies. And one of the big surprising things we've seen is just a lot of gaming companies. So we hired Facebook's ex-head of gaming, who was there for, I think, about almost a decade, a guy called Atif, to lead our team. And a huge proportion, a shockingly high proportion of the companies that are building on Third Web now are gaming businesses. Yeah.
So obviously you're saying you have a unique opportunity to see what's coming down the track. Maybe what do you think is the most exciting thing that you think that will be powered by Web3 type technologies that people here may not have seen or be aware of that we're going to see in the next couple of years?
The thing we're most bullish on, I think, from a Third Web perspective at the moment is gaming. I think it just blows the door open into what gaming can mean for the developers of the games, but also for the users of the games when in-game assets have real life value and are interoperable. So I can sell my sword that I want in this battleship game over here on eBay, or I can sell it out in the market, to my friend in the real world. And this completely changes the economy of a game, but it also provides so much untapped value for the developers of games. And I think it's pretty crazy to me that if I think forward 5-10 years, that most of the big games we play won't be built on the blockchain. The assets won't be NFTs in some form, because it's a win-win for the user and for the developer. So, we started pretty wide when this whole blockchain thing became, when Web3 blew up, and we figured that we think the breakthrough use case in Web3 for a platform like Third Web will probably be in gaming. And e-commerce has been an interesting one. Every brand has a loyalty program. We're moving into a world where we're caring more and more about community than ever before, in every sense of the word, as a podcaster, as an entrepreneur, as a marketeer. So what the NFT technology allows us to do is to add some guardrails and incentives to community. So anyone that's building community, and that's e-com players, that's social media platforms, etc.
So I think it's really interesting that you've talked about assets within gaming, etc. Because I think at Zebu this year in particular, I've been really struck by the amount of companies that are talking about the approach to Web3 becoming less siloed and sort of integrating more with the non-Web3 space, whether that be, as you just said, through assets that you can win in games, whether it be through on-off ramps for sort of trading crypto with fiat currency, whether it be any way in which you can kind of merge the two worlds together more effectively. And obviously that includes things like real-world assets, etc. Mm-hmm. Now, we don't want to get too drawn into the detail of this, but what I wanted to ask you was, broadly speaking, where do you stand on this? Do you think it's great that that there's going to be that sort of integration between the two worlds and that they will operate more smoothly together? Or, whereas some purists who are maybe a bit more sort of within the Web3 space might think, well, you know what, actually, we were going to change things. We were going to build a different world that was not going to run on the original systems that were there historically. So do you think that it's better that the two worlds are coming together, or do you think that one should try and replace the other somehow?
I just think romance doesn't really benefit anyone in this regard. And I think when it comes to first principles, you're building technology to make people's lives better, faster, cheaper, easier. And you should focus on that versus your romantic ideology about how it will happen. And you should focus on why and what you're trying to achieve. So whenever in any facet or walk of business, someone gets too romantic about their ideology, I think it's like you're drunk at the wheel.
Yeah.
And you need to go back to first principles. What are we building? Who are we building it for? And why are we doing this? And usually when you focus in on first principles, you rapidly increase your probability of being successful. Because all the other stuff is a lot of it's emotion, and it clouds judgment. So, yeah.
No, I agree. It's the center of the golden circle. Why are we doing this is the important.
And this is really important in Web3 and just anyone building in the blockchain, because the first sort of wave that we saw in Web3 and the blockchain was a lot of hopium and a lot of scammy behavior and a lot of I'll just add the word Web3 or blockchain to anything and I'll raise money for it and hope people will use it. But if you stay loyal to first principles, it's all about like how does building on the blockchain make a thing that human beings want to do that they can't currently do as easy, faster, or cheaper, better. And this is why I was so hesitant to engage in like building an application on the blockchain or launching an NFT collection, because I just kept coming back to if it can be done by email, I'll say this in a simple way, if it can be done by email, if there's already current technology that will enable me to do it decently well, then actually I'm not really solving a problem here. And a lot of what I saw at conferences, not this conference, but other conferences I went to in the Web3 blockchain space was, we are going to launch a community for entrepreneurs with NFTs. And I go, why the fucking NFT? Why the NFT? Oh, because then everyone gets one. Well, you could give them, I don't know, you could give them something else. You could give them something in Web2. You can give them all a password to a portal. And it's funny because when you have to interrogate yourself. You have to really honestly interrogate yourself whenever you're building anything, because realize that it's your time on the line. And there's nothing more important in your life than investing your time in something that was flawed from the get-go. And it's when the market crashes that you realize that all of it sort of screams into focus. So if you're building something in this space, you have to really be able to articulate why the blockchain enables it to be better in a way that you wouldn't have been able to do without the blockchain. So like, you could say to the same people, the example I gave of I'm building a community of entrepreneurs and they all get an NFT, it's a blockchain thing. Would you be able to do that without the blockchain? And the amount of businesses I saw that came to me for investment that were saying things like, it's a loyalty club and you buy the NFT and then you get to come to some event. Does the event suck?
Yeah.
Is like a really good thing. And why an event? Because if you just remove the blockchain, would anyone want to come to the event anyway? Is the event of any inherent value? And I just think this is a really important first principle exercise, that this constant approach on like, what's the first principle, who am I solving for, and what am I actually doing here, helps you sort of stay away from spending 5 years of your life building something that absolutely nobody wants. But there was some interest because the price was going up, Well,
that always helps.
Yeah.
Okay, so one more thing. I wanted to, before we move on from Web3, I want to just ask you about London in particular. And do you feel that London is a good hub for Web3? I know it's a great hub for technology generally, but do you feel like it is
I mean, it is right now, but I just hope the government don't mess up entrepreneurship too much with some of their policies that are coming up, because I think it's a real risk in a way that I don't think the average person would realize unless you were an entrepreneur building a business, how much people do factor in the environment, the city, the taxation policy, the amount of investors that are in that market when it comes to deciding where to build their companies. And obviously a lot of my friends in Web3 have gone off to Dubai. They're out in Lisbon at the moment. And this matters. This matters because, as an investor who has a fund where we invest in companies, it's increasingly difficult to find the best talent in these emerging technologies in the UK.
Really?
Yes.
When you say in the UK, do you mean across the whole UK or London specifically?
I think it's just getting more increasingly difficult. It's okay now. There's a lot of great builders and technologists here, but when I think about Third Web, my company in San Francisco, I just think they just have such an unfair advantage on anyone trying to do the exact same thing here. And I remember the first time I went into the Third Web office when we settled down in this building next to the Golden Gate Bridge, and I'm in there, and it's Third Web lives in this sort of my co-founder's office called F Inc. And I'm sat there, we're with the Third Web team, and the kid behind me is building a headset which uses your brainwaves to play you music to make you relax. And he's chatting to one of the other guys at Third Web about his call with Andreessen Horowitz, and they're giving him advice on how to raise 20 million because the call's in 5 minutes. And this guy over here is chatting about the conversation I had with Y Combinator, and they've got the call with them in 15 minutes. And they're both ex-Meta employees. And I was just thinking, and then also, they're all staying all weekend because on Saturday and Sunday, they don't go home, they hack. They build new tools that are outside the current business that they're building. And they ship, it's this religious, it's this like, the religion of shipping at light speed, working all weekend and shipping at light speed. And I sat there and go, fuck me, imagine if you're in like Cornwall. Do you know what I mean? And you don't know the language. The dude sat here doesn't know the lead LP at Andreessen Horowitz, and the guy here doesn't go for dinner with his wife on Tuesdays. And you don't have the talent pool. And I go, oh God, I'm never investing in bloody tech in Cornwall ever again. You know what I mean? I'm like, and I think London runs a risk of moving closer into obscurity as it relates to talent, capital, and mentality. Nobody ever talks about mentality of building, but it's one of the things I noticed there. Their mentality towards building a product is so different to Cheshire and the entrepreneurs in Manchester whose businesses I look at. Mm-hmm. If you look at the speed in which Third Web ship massive new features, it's like one a day. And it's just because of this religious mentality that they have over there, because they're surrounded by builders. So I just hope London and the government, the new government, really understand entrepreneurship and innovation, and they back it.
Sure, but it could also be quite an exciting time as well. A lot of optimism, and obviously London has a lot of its historic strengths, which, you know, financial services and, you know, lots of technical skills here associated with fintech in particular. I know I'm not interested in pitching London, but, you know, so it's wait and see then as far as you're concerned.
I think we are at a very interesting moment in the history of all of our lives, especially as entrepreneurs and technologists, where this new technology has strolled in. You know, the blockchain is one of them, but the bigger one is, frankly, artificial intelligence. And I think it's profound in a way that nobody can grasp. And I think that creates a threat and a massive opportunity.
Well, I wanted to talk to you about this, actually, because we had this chat last year, and you were, quite frankly, quite down about AI, and you felt like it was going to be the end of everybody's career because the robots are going to replace us, essentially. And I just wondered, a year on, many of us, at least I hope, still have a job. And are you feeling any more optimistic about AI this year?
So I never worry. I think I have to just preface everything I'm going to say with that. So I never worry about technology. And there's really three camps of people. And this will play out in this room as I talk about what I'm about to say. Camp number one, you know, the analogy I always give is if this room was on fire, there'd be someone who was screaming that the room was on fire. We know the room is on fire. We can all see that. It doesn't help anybody to just scream that the room is on fire. Camp number two is the like paralyzed person who is so overwhelmed by what's going on that they do nothing. And then camp number three is the person that's where the room is on fire. And they exert and invest all of their energy, not on screaming about it or panic, but just getting us out of the room. Like, what's the plan? Those are your leaders. If you work in a business, you know who that person is, and you also know who the screaming person is. But also, as I say this, the second thing I want you to be aware of is what I was saying out there to some people, which is this idea of cognitive dissonance, which is a term coined by Leon Festinger, which describes the feeling you get when new information contrasts and contradicts what you already know, or something that threatens you. So the example I gave out there was if you're a smoker and you see yourself as a healthy person, you want to be healthy, and I point out that smoking's bad for your health, your brain will make you go, yes, but. And that's an attempt to alleviate the dissonance, to sort of square off one of the two things that are in contradiction. So you'll say, yes, but it helps me with stress. Yes, but it helps me lose weight. That's everyday cognitive dissonance. So as it relates to AI, when we talk about how disruptive this technology is, and if you're a lawyer, you're an accountant, you're a podcaster, you're, whatever, any sort of really intelligence-based job you have, driver, that's the biggest profession in the world. That's intelligence. And if you don't believe me, then go to San Francisco, you'll see the Waymo cars driving on the streets right now with no driver. You can order it on your phone and book a trip with no driver. And you probably saw Elon's robo-cyber taxi thing last night that they announced. No drivers, just cameras, and Waymo use LiDAR. So, and also, when you look at the stats on that industry in particular, and I'll stress this industry because it's the biggest profession in the world, you're like 1,000 times more likely to die if a human's driving you than if the level 5 autonomous cars are driving you, statistically. So it's more dangerous. So like, you ask yourself from first principles, who would you rather drive? Steve, Okay, I don't drink anymore, but let's just say. Steve, who likes a dabble of wine and gets tired, who would you like to drive your children? Or the AI, who has 1,000% better track record, 1,000x better track record, doesn't get tired, doesn't drink alcohol, doesn't get distracted by TikTok memes. Who do you want to drive your kids? First principles will win out if you just wait long enough. And it's the same in every industry. Who do you want to do your legal contracts? The lawyer who's talking in big words in part so that they can increase the invoice because they're just like playing for time and they're going to charge you 50x? Or would you like a very smart artificial intelligence who has a 190 IQ on 1,000 degrees? And if like one simple way, because I've interviewed Mustafa Suleyman, who's the head of Microsoft AI. I've interviewed Mo Gawdat, who was ex-Google X. I've interviewed many of these people. One simple way they described it to me is, if you imagine Steve Bartlett here with my IQ, let's say my IQ is 100 on a good day, and you've got Alex here, you've got another Steve Bartlett sat here, and his IQ is 120, which is roughly what they predict the current large language model's IQ is. But his IQ is 120 in everything, every subject. He's got a degree of 120 IQ in every subject. Right now, what would you give me to do versus him? What tasks or chores? But that's now. Imagine any rate of improvement. Let's do 10% improvement in his IQ per year, which is not even close to the rate of improvement of these large language models. His IQ is going to get to 300, right? He's going to have a 300 IQ in everything. At that point, what do you give me to do versus him? And if you think about that as just a nice first principle thought exercise, it kind of speaks to the future we're heading towards. And I don't know who can argue this point. It's not to say humans won't have anything left to do, because they will. And here's the upside. When I speak to billionaires, when I listen to Sam Altman speak about the future, one thing they all say to me privately, but also Sam Altman said in that video, is that in a world where productivity explodes through the roof, there's this wonderful opportunity for humans to do enjoyable things with all the free time they're going to have, to put it simply. And some of my friends who are billionaire investors here in London are investing in AI and basically oxytocin, which is like anything that gets people out, entertainment-centric things. They're buying football clubs at record rates. Anything that gets us back into real life, entertainment, joy, movie studios, all those things. And put simply, this billionaire said to me in London, he goes, people are going to have so much fucking free time that I now need to start investing in things for them to do with it. Entertainment. And that's the silver lining. And if you think this is bullshit, one thing to ask yourself is, why did Sam Altman, the founder of OpenAI, make his second company, WorldCoin, which is a platform to distribute universal basic income, to give out money in a world where productivity is so high that that we basically, as governments and societies, need to distribute capital to people. It's no surprise that these people are building universal basic income startups and AI at the same time. So what do you do about this information? The first thing I would recommend doing is, and all this is always the case, is just to lean in and to understand the technology and to really make it a hobby of yours to understand what's going on in AI, because especially in the near term, there's just huge generational opportunities in that. And one of the things that I'm thinking a lot about is how I invest in oxytocin. Like how I get involved in helping people that are currently very lonely and disconnected and don't have community. And actually, this is much of the reason why I think Web3 has been so successful, because it's not just about decentralization. It's not just about picking this shit coin, this meme coin that's going to the moon. It's solving for loneliness, and it's solving for community. And it's really incredible that this thing that stands the chance to help you create value is also making you belong somewhere. That's what meme coins are much of the time. It's, yeah, I'm at the roulette table or whatever, but also like I belong somewhere. I've got some friends. I've got some purpose. I've got a cult. I've got a tribe.
So just to summarize, then you would say that the advent of AI means that we'll be doing more menial tasks, have much more leisure time, and we should be focused on community. So maybe we should all open a surf shack in Cornwall after all.
Honestly, if only it scaled, I'd be doing it. But yeah, menial's maybe not the right word, because they will be equally important in the world we live in. And the time horizon here is what people argue about. I don't think many people argue about the destination. Not smart people that I've met with, but it's just the time horizon. And it could be 20 years before this sort of reality that I'm talking about is reality. Or it could be 5. And it all depends, I think, on what a lot of people describe as AGI and how quickly that's upon us, and then how quickly it proliferates and impacts the world. So I've got to say, what am I doing about it? Like, what am I doing about it? I am continually double guessing myself and assuming that I'm wrong about so many things. As a podcaster, I can play you a podcast that we've produced with AI that if I hadn't told you, no one in this room would know was AI. You probably heard, was it Notebook LM, which exploded like a couple of weeks ago? Just imagine any rate of improvement, 5% a month. What happens to podcasters like me? If you haven't heard of Notebook LM, it's unbelievable. It has the imperfections and intonations of two human beings talking, and it can be pulled together like this in 60 seconds. So what am I doing as a podcaster? Why on earth would you want to hear me interview Boris Johnson? Or me talk about any subject that we've talked about today, when in the morning you could wake up to a personalized 1-hour podcast that knows you. It knows exactly what you want, and it knows exactly how many minutes you have before you arrive at work. And it's going to give you all of that in a personalized podcast, drawing from the entirety of everything that's happened on planet Earth today. Why on earth would you want to take the risk of clicking a podcast and it potentially being shit? Like, so you play this forward and you go, okay, so how do I play as a podcaster in a world where the cost of producing a podcast goes to zero? Don't need a studio, don't need a microphone, don't need a guest, don't need to fly a guest in, don't need any of those things. And this is what I think about. I have to disrupt myself. I have to basically take on myself. Because if you don't, as that one of my favorite books of all time, The Innovator's Dilemma, speaks to, someone else does. And just to round off on this point, the example I always give is, and this is why people don't disrupt themselves. The example I always give is like the horse and carriage industry in the 1800s. If I'm the CEO of a successful horse and carriage industry in the 1800s, and someone comes along, one of my team members, and they say, boss, I've got an idea. And I say, what is it? They say, cars. I go, okay, are any of our current customers asking for cars? They go, no, none. I go, okay, are we any good at making cars? No, we've never made one before. Okay, right. Do we have the supply chain set up to make cars? No. Okay, are any of our people experts in cars? No. Okay, get the fuck out of my office. Someone else comes in and they say, boss, faster horses, what do you think? I say, interesting. Any of our clients want it? All of our clients want it. Supply chain, is it set up to deliver faster horses? We can get there. Do our people know how to do horses? All of them know how to do horses. I say, we're doing the fucking horses. The horses don't kill you, the cars kill you. The downward opportunity. And the downward opportunity, like cars, always starts worse. It always looks shit when it arrives. Cars could only go 10 miles an hour, and there was a law called the red flag law where you had to walk in front of it with a red flag. And they broke all the time, and they were super expensive, so who wants a car? So no one pursues cars. And it's the same in all of your industries. Same in podcasting, same in software.
Well, it's true. When camera phones first came out, they were talking about whether or not they should change the law to force them to make a sort of shutter sound, because people were scared that people would be taking photos with phones, and people wouldn't know that they were having their picture taken, and it would somehow be damaging to society. But we quickly moved on from that, and it just becomes part of the fabric of what we do. But moving on, I'm mindful that I really want to talk to you about some broader topics to do with entrepreneurship, and we've talked a lot about AI. So let's move to the next subject.
Can you hear me, by the way, at the back? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good. Thank you.
So I was really interested to hear you talk recently about the idea of a personal manifesto, and in the sense that people don't need necessarily a business plan anymore, and that they can have a much more streamlined document that they can use instead, which you call a manifesto. I wondered if you could maybe explain what you mean by that, and in particular as an investor, do you think that that we may be getting to a point where people want to see a more concise document that summarizes the ethos of what you're trying to do rather than all the detail? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I've never made a business plan in my life, so I have to preface that with this, because I just think they're pointless. And I think the old school, in GCSE business, what they told me was a business plan is just a load of shit. Frankly, it's like a bunch of lies in a document, a bunch of hopium. It's a document of hopium. So these days, most business plans I get are 10 slides long, and they're really about storytelling. And no matter what walk of life you're in, you have to realize that there's nothing more compelling than storytelling. And there's no graph as compelling as a great story. And also the brain is set up in such a way where if you want to penetrate the brain, you want to tell an emotional story. That's just the way our brains as humans work. So yeah, I think it's much more better to have a story-centric 10-page deck, which is about narrative, about story arc than anything else.
Listen, I'm a big believer in the power of storytelling myself, so I'm totally with you on that. But okay, that brings me to my next question. So for business people generally, especially, and also in particular founders, whether they're Web3 or any other industry, what makes them superhuman most? Would it be the power of storytelling, or would it be the learning from their own mistakes, or having the guts to chase a dream?
It's all of the above in life, and I think this is an important point, because when you're asked a question like this one, sometimes it pushes you out of nuance. And I say this because I was talking about this the other day to some people. I was saying that you've got to make sure in your life that words don't fuck you up. And the example I gave is the example I talk about sometimes in my book, where like you come home with your new girlfriend or boyfriend and your mum says to you, "Is it love?" Now that question is a trap, because love is a four-letter word, and you've used it to describe peanut butter and your French bulldog before. And "is it love?" begets a yes or no answer. So immediately you're like trapped, and then you because it sounds like a legitimate question, or the phrase sounds legitimate, you then are forced to answer. But a lot of questions sound legitimate, but they're invalid. And I think I say this because so much of your life is governed by questions you're trying to answer. Is this my passion? Is it love? And most of those questions are invalid questions. I could say, what number is orange? All the core components of that phrase are legitimate. Oh, you know what orange is. You know what a number is. You know the rest of, they're all English words. But it's not, that's an invalid question. Most of the questions we try and answer to build our lives on are invalid questions. And so in the case of this question, it's all of the above. It's all of the above, they all matter. The other thing that I was thinking as you were speaking is just the importance of people, which I didn't know until about 2 to 3 years ago as an entrepreneur. I didn't realize how much of the game that you play as an entrepreneur, or regardless of what you're building, is about your ability to recruit exceptional people. But as I look through the writings and the work of people like Steve Jobs, and I interview Walter Isaacson, who's the only person who went behind the scenes with Elon Musk for 2 years, and then behind the scenes with Steve Jobs before he died. And I remember saying to Walter Isaacson, what's the most important thing you learned from Steve Jobs, before he died? And he goes, I was in his back garden in San Francisco before he died. And I asked him, I said, what's the best product you've ever built? And I expected him to say the iPhone or the iPad or the Mac. And he turned to me and he said, the team. He goes, because the team built everything that I've just named. And I know this sounds simple, but if you think about how much time as a founder or an entrepreneur, you're actually investing in the product versus building and finding a great team, this kind of draws into focus the kind of delusion that sits behind company building. And because of this, over the last 2 to 3 years of my life, I spend about 30 hours a week recruiting. So every single day I'm interviewing people. This morning I was in an interview for 2 hours. My managing director who's joined, called Amy, the youngest woman to ever build a $100 million recruitment business. I think she's actually the youngest CEO of a 9-figure company in the UK. I interviewed her and met her for 6 months, from January until when she started. I met her at 6 a.m. in airports. I met her in Manchester in boardrooms in the back end of a hotel. I met her in so many restaurants in London. I spend so much of my time trying to find these truly great people, because hindsight has taught me that that's actually the game. The definition of the word company is group of people. Steve Jobs says in that interview that I watched, he says, people think they give me all the credit for the businesses that I've built, but he goes, I've built my career on doing the excruciatingly difficult work of finding truly exceptional people. And he goes on to say, and the great thing is when you do that, it propagates. And what he means by that is what I found out, which is exceptional people, guess who they hire? Exceptional people. And shitty people, guess who they hire? Shitty people. Like I can quantify this for you. I'm thinking of a guy that I know some of you know in this room that I hired when I was younger. And of the 10 people he hired, himself and everyone he hired was removed from the business. Then I think of Katie Leeson. Katie Leeson, who I hired from Mediacom. She'd been there for 20 odd years. I think she'd been working in the industry for 20 odd years. A player. Of the 10 people she hired, 9 of them became my company's A players. They lifted the burden off my back. So I look at my family office and I go, okay, said to my brother who runs my family office, I said, can you tell me where the value of my family office has originated from? And he said to me, he goes, really, at the end of the day, what you did is it was about 9 or 10 people that you've hired in the last couple of years that are responsible for 90% of the value downstream because of decisions they made and people they hired. So as an entrepreneur, what I'm saying to you is if you want to build a truly great business, if you want to build an amazing product, you want to disrupt your industry, divert a huge proportion of your time upstream, which is to hiring exceptional people. Last thought experiment I'll give you, and this is total BS and obviously unrealistic, but if you had managed to hire Steve Jobs, let's play out the scenario that you hired Steve Jobs, got the best out of him, and set him a vision that was worthwhile, you, as the founder of that business, would have been, logically, the benefactor of a $2 trillion business. Because Steve Jobs went on to create a $2 trillion company. So if you had hired him, and you'd got the best out of him and set him a culture and a vision that was inherently worthwhile, you would have been the benefactor. And hopefully this starts to shift your brain as to what your job is as a founder and entrepreneur. It's not to work really, 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 really hard till you die and to have great ideas yourself. It's to go and find exceptional people and do the excruciatingly difficult thing of persuading them to come and join your mission. So it kind of goes back to what I was saying about storytelling, because how'd you get them there? How did Steve Jobs get his team there? Well, he says he went and told really, really powerful stories to those key execs. Yeah.
So let's delve a little bit deeper into the idea of building a business. And I'd like to rewind a little bit to more sort of startups and founders, who are just beginning on this journey. And the one thing I find when I work with and advise companies about storytelling is there's, especially in the tech space, is that there's a huge desire to sit on secrecy. They feel like they've just got to keep everything here until it's suddenly ready for that ta-da moment, and then they suddenly want to just press the button and have it all go. Mm-hmm. But we both know that's not how it works. You need to build your tribe and find your tribe over, and have that sort of community of people who will not only evangelize about what you do, but also give you the feedback to help you get there. Amen. How do you balance that? Because people, how do you balance that need? There's a certain need for commercial secrecy. I get that, with that that openness that enables you to build community from the get-go. What do you think on that?
Yeah, I see this a lot. When I was younger, I didn't want to tell people my ideas because I thought they'd steal them. And as you mature and you become an investor yourself and you meet all these entrepreneurs, you realize that that's really, really a crazy thing to do. And if you're, it's so cliche, but the value is not the idea. And the thing that you're hiding from the world, there's, I think also about that phrase where, I think it was an Einstein quote where he said, there's no such thing as a new idea. There really isn't. There's just different ways of executing upon it. And if someone can steal your idea and therefore they steal all the value, you really don't have anything of value. The value is in the execution. It's how you attack the problem and who you attack it with. And also, for almost every business, you just never know which person or conversation is going to change your life. So you should increase the amount of people that are aware of what you're doing and how you're doing it. And if it's stealable, it's not valuable. Imagine me keeping, I'm going to launch a podcast, keeping that a secret. But if that was the value of the thing I'm doing and someone could steal it, then it's not valuable anyway. So that's always in me a sign of entrepreneurial immaturity, is when someone will approach me and say, I've got this unbelievable idea, Steve, but I need you to sign an NDA before I tell you what it is. It's just a misunderstanding of how unbelievably busy I am and how many of my own ideas I'm struggling with, let alone wanting to take one of yours. So, yeah.
Yeah, I worked with this founder once who said he always wanted that kind of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid moment where the Mexican army suddenly appear out of nowhere and they turn to each other and go, where do these guys come from? Yeah. It's that, every founder wants to be the kind of, have that huge surprise upon the world, when actually that's just not how it works, right?
The only ways this kind of makes sense to me is, number one, if you're hoping to do a big press release, so you don't want it to leak out just yet, because then it might hurt the press release, the big bang sort of launch moment. I get that makes sense. And the other thing is, there's sometimes operational secrets about the way you do things, which you'd rather not the world know once you're up and running. So there's things about our businesses that we kind of don't want, I wouldn't say on stage. I wouldn't tell you the specifics about how we do it on stage. I would tell you that we do it, but I wouldn't tell you how we do it, because it is kind of letting a little bit of the cat out of the bag. So
fair enough. Time is against us, but I want to get one more question before we wrap. I can't let you be here and not talk about sort of Dragon's Den and some pitching advice. And last year I asked you what your tip for someone who pitching was, and you said it was the power of storytelling. But we've already talked about that.
Yeah. Okay. So
let's focus a little bit. So what advice would you give to people who are pitching an idea, whether to investors or whoever, and they're just finding that their confidence is wobbling and the ground is opening up? How do you take control of the moment and stay focused?
So the first thing I'd say is you have to realize what the law of averages is, which is a very simple thing I learned when I was 16 years old and I got a job in a call center selling double glazing, which is I would call people. So after school, I'd go to this call center. I was working there part-time. And after a while, you realize that about 80% of people are going to tell you to fuck off. But they're gonna really mean it, because if you call someone at 9 p.m. at night when they didn't expect your call in, it's a cold call, and you're trying to send them windows, doors, and conservatories or artificial grass, like they're within their right to tell you to F off. About 10% of the people will tell you to go away, but they'll say it in a nice way. And then there's this like last percentile, this smaller group, this 5 or 10% of people who will listen and are convertible. They're convertible if you get your pitch right. So the first thing is to understand the law of averages. You need to send more emails. And to me, it's staggering that so many founders and entrepreneurs and people building businesses send 3 to 4 emails, get rejection emails, or just get ignored, and they give up. If you plot the path of my career, when I was 18 years old in Plymstock School in the UK, the amount of emails I sent to get those free vending machines for the entirety of my school. You look at when I was in Moss Side at 18 years old, and I sent 30 or 40 emails to camera companies, basically begging them to send me free cameras so I could build my startup. Samsung and a company called Vivo replied. Samsung sent the cameras, £10,000 worth of cameras to my door within 40 hours of getting the email. And sometimes when I'm on stage, I show the email that I sent and their response. But if I hadn't have sent 40, the odds wouldn't have been stacking in my favor. And most people don't do this. They don't realize that the game is send 100 emails, like send 200 emails. Once you've got the law of averages thing figured out, the next advice I'll give you is advice that I got from a CIA agent who I had on my podcast, a guy called Andrew Bustamante, whose job was to go undercover as a spy for the USA and to get people's secrets, and to get very interesting people's secrets. Not like Dave and Joanna, I'm talking like the head of the Iranian nuclear program's personal secrets. He said to me, you all have 3 lives. Your public life, which is what you brought here today, your private life, which is what maybe the person that sat next to you knows about, and then your secret life. And your secret life is the affair you're having, the strip club you're going to on the low when you're away. He said his job was to get someone's secret life within 9 months of meeting them, because then he had leverage over them, then he could get broader secrets. And I asked him how he did that. And he said it's this framework he would use called RICE: reward, ideology, coercion, and ego. Reward is, money and the things we want. Ideology is who you want to be. Doing this is good for your family. Doing this is good for your country. C is coercion, which is pressure. That's sending someone an email and being a bit shitty because they haven't replied quickly. All the negative stuff that you do, holding a gun to someone's head, that's coercion. And then the last one's ego, and he said everyone has an ego. Mother Teresa has an ego. She wanted to be seen as being good, not just Donald Trump, Mother Teresa too. And in terms of power, he said ideology is the most effective. Understanding the world through the person you're speaking to. And he then said ego is the second most powerful. Reward is the third most powerful, which is not what most people think. And coercion is the least powerful, and you should probably never use it. Because he said to me, once you hold a gun to someone's head, they don't trust you ever again. And when I look back at the email that I sent to Samsung to get those cameras, I deployed all 4 of those things. And I'll tell you how I deployed them. The first one is ideology. I went on Samsung's website, found their mission statement, Control-C, Control-V into my email. And the way I did that is I said, and I've put the email up on screen before, I said, Samsung's mission was about empowering creators. I aligned with that. We're starting this business to empower creators. So I spoke to them through their ideology. And this is important for investors, because every single investor you email, every single person that you interview to join your company has an ideology. Who do they want to be? Who do they want to be seen as? The most important thing. Number 2 is ego. And what I would do is I would reference the award that the head of X company won last night. It's an incredible award you won. I've seen that that's playing to someone's ego. We all have an ego, including me. Number 3 is reward. And in that email, which I sent to Samsung when I was 18 years old, I said, every single video that we shoot with this camera across campus, right, we're going to put your logo on the video. Plus, the people in our community, our student community, are all future videographers and photographers. So they're going to grow up with an affinity towards Samsung. And the last one's coercion. I did use a little bit of coercion. The bottom of the email, it says, we're in conversations with Panasonic, but we think you're a better partner. And that's how and just funnily enough, when I get emails from people now, I look at it through the lens of, and I can't even help myself. I still fall for it. It's like, how have they played to my ideology? Have they been on my website and seen what I'm saying I want to achieve in the world? How have they tickled my ego? I love your fucking book, Steve, chapter 12. And then what reward are they offering me for giving me 5 minutes of my time or something else? And then coercion's a delicate balance to strike, so I'd probably just stay away from it.
Talking of coercion, I feel like we're going to get hauled off stage if I don't wrap this up, because we've run a tight time slot. We could talk all day, but it's an absolute pleasure. Stephen Bartlett, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you so much, Stephen. Unbelievable. So many points he made there. But yeah, so we're going to do, Steve's on a really tight time schedule, but we're going to do a really, really quick 30-minute photos. Good luck. I hope you get one. So many things he said. By the way, don't send NDAs. I don't have time to read them. So please queue up neatly on that side. Don't come this way. And thank you so much for an amazing event. Huge round of applause for London Web 3 Week. Woo! Thank you. It means the world. Right. Security. Let's go one at a time.